All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are live here today. Now, we're going live a little bit earlier in a little bit of a haste. We have a lot to talk about today, but right now, she just came out 2 minutes ago, less, 20 seconds ago. This is a representative from the U.S. State Department. This is our daily update. I want to hear what she has to say. Folks, this is going to be a crazy show. We have a lot to talk about. But first, we're listening to the official U.S. State Department update on the entire situation.
I want to reiterate a few important
Live
instructions for everyone watching at home and around the world. We urge all American travelers to sign up for the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, known as STEP.
She just came out like 20 seconds ago, folks.
We also urge U.S. citizens to regularly monitor the department's website at travel.state.gov to receive the latest updates and to find emergency contact information. Americans overseas in need of assistance should contact their nearest U.S. embassy or consulate, or call, if you're overseas, +1 202 501 4444. That is +1 202 501 4444. Another important update: the State Department has added a crisis intake form, which can be found by clicking the banner on the top of travel.state.gov, which, once again, the magic of technology, there it is. The new aspect is that red banner at the top. Click on Israel and Iran departure info for U.S. citizens and follow the instructions for more information. U.S. citizens in Israel and the West Bank who would like to receive information on departure assistance should fill out the form that this website will take you to. This crisis intake form will also allow U.S. citizens in Iran to register their information. We do not anticipate offering direct U.S. government-assisted departure from Iran. Americans seeking departure should take advantage of existing means to leave. The Department of State has provided information and support to over 25,000 people seeking guidance regarding the situation in Israel, the West Bank, and Iran. And on Iran, I want to reiterate the statement from President Trump, delivered by my colleague Caroline yesterday. Quote,
here we go.
Based on the fact that there is a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place in the near future, I will make my decision of whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
Might be in the next 24 hours.
And now, with
or
so much
less.
happening, there has been
Could
some
be
news
5
this
hours.
week you may not have seen.
We have some big news today,
After 3 days
folks.
of talks, technical teams from the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda initialed the text of a peace agreement on Wednesday. Next Friday, June 27th, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will witness the ministerial signing of that peace agreement right here at the Department of State, led by the foreign ministers of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is a milestone achievement and a significant step toward peace in that region, and we remind our friends and partners that with implementation of the agreement, the economic investment and development we all want to see will finally be possible. We look forward to more on this next Friday. Also, I would like to join the many Americans in New Jersey welcoming home Idan Alexander. Held hostage by Hamas, his release is a reminder of our commitment to Americans wherever they may be in the world. The scenes of people lining the streets were truly heartwarming, and America is stronger with one of our sons finally home. And lastly, we are having this briefing on Friday because we were not here yesterday because it was the holiday Juneteenth. On June 19th, for everyone wondering and not perhaps having all the details, on June 19th, 1865, Union Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas to announce General Order Number 3.
Now, real quick, while we are yapping about Juneteenth, folks, I feel a little bit guilty. I went live right as she came out, so I haven't even really had any time to tell you what's going on today. This is the live State Department update from the Trump administration. We're hearing about everything that's going on over there in the Middle East from our State Department. I figured that was worth going live maybe 20 or 30 minutes early for today. But folks, we have some absolutely massive, shocking, breaking bombshell updates that I want to share with you, but we need to get through this first.
25,000 that you said the State Department has provided information to, is that U.S. citizens who are seeking information on leaving Israel, the West Bank, and Iran?
It's information in general. So it would be a combination, I'm sure, but it's a general information, conditions, perhaps departures as well, but general information.
Okay, and do you have any numbers on the number of U.S. citizens that are seeking information on departing Israel or Iran?
Those are not numbers that I will share at this time. Just as a reminder as well, while today is a bit different than the feeling of Tuesday, we are still in a dynamic where there are still hostilities, where there are still people in bunkers, where there is still a danger. Clearly, we've heard the statement from President Trump about his posture at this point. So we're still going to be careful for national security reasons, obviously, when it comes to what we can answer. So that's a number that I won't be able to give you today.
Okay.
All right. All right. And we will not, we'll do one more, but then we will continue on here. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just on Ambassador Huckabee's tweet, he said that the U.S. is working to get military, commercial, charter flights, and cruise ships for evacuation. Have any of those organized by the State Department evacuated American citizens yet? And if not, when is that expected?
Again, I won't give details from this podium.
We are live.
But
This
we
is
know
live,
that
yes.
At each
All
embassy,
of it.
they are
This, me,
posting
everything.
actions that they're taking. We know that the Israeli embassy is doing that. So you could go to either travel.state.gov and get to the Israeli embassy, or go there directly, and you will see their statements. And I would urge you to do that directly when it comes to what the Israeli embassy is doing and what they've accomplished. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis chartered flights apparently for Americans in Israel seeking to leave, and successfully got, I believe it's 1,500 out. I was wondering if those charter flights were coordinated with the State Department in any way, or was this done on some tangent?
Well, I think that there's, and we know that there, of course, are some independent efforts to get American citizens out of those areas, and when we suggest that people take advantage of existing means, we would include, of course, the nature of other opportunities to leave, independent efforts, independent groups managing those dynamics. As far as the DeSantis effort, I would suggest you call the state of Florida, call his office, and I'm sure that they'll get you more information. All right, Nadia.
Thank you, Tammy. Since the president said there is substantial opportunity for negotiation and has given it 2 weeks, why not send in a U.S. representative to join the Europeans with the Iranians in Geneva today? And second, Mr. Grossi is worried that if Bushehr reacts...
Let me answer your first one first, if I may, and then we'll follow up with your second. First of all, Geneva is a discussion involving the Europeans. Of course, we're working on many different fronts and have from the beginning here in leading the nature of finding a solution to this problem. And we certainly continue to. The president's made it very clear, as he has, again, not just about this issue, but every other war and conflict that he's trying to stop. And also with his statement that he would allow to make a decision within the 2 weeks because of the potential. So those efforts continue on. How we're pursuing those efforts are up to the president, and he's making those decisions.
To be clear, it is 2 weeks at most. It's not a guaranteed 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks at most. It could be 1 day, could be 2 days, 2 weeks at most. And before we get into this, folks, we have somewhat of a credible reason to believe that this bunker buster is actually going to be dropped today in the next couple hours. We're going to go over that here pretty soon after this.
He is worried about reaction coming from Bushehr if it was attacked. So are you worried that as a result of these attacks on any of the reactors that actually we might have a nuclear radiation?
Well, certainly. I'm not going to speculate on the impact of the nature of what is transpiring in any country in this regard. I know that Israel has issued statements afterwards in dealing with any concerns regarding the actions that they're taking, and I would refer you to the Israeli government in that regard. But I'm not going to speculate on a hypothetical dynamic at this point. All right, yes?
With regard to the talks taking place today, or concluded today in Geneva, does the Trump administration believe that they were productive in paving the way for diplomacy?
Well, I don't I don't want to characterize what the Secretary of State may think of what has happened. I know that the government as a whole, that we're hopeful for every new opportunity, every new effort to have this come to a conclusion that is diplomatic. That is something clearly we've seen in the president's posture. So while I won't be able to characterize it about what their opinions are at this point, I think at some point we may find that out. But I do know that we do hope that every effort is successful.
Two more quick questions. Is the Secretary planning to get on the phone with any of those foreign counterparts that were in the meeting later today?
Well, I know that, of course, he's headed to The Hague next week. And so I know conversations, no doubt, will happen there about a whole number of issues. All right.
And then,
yes, sir.
Iran...
We'll move on here. We'll move on here. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
To the Secretary's Hague trip. When he was in Brussels in early April, he told us that it would take a few days or weeks, not months, certainly, for him to assess whether or not Putin was serious about ending the war. Today, we have all seen Putin's statements. So he himself made it clear that he has no intention to end the war and the killing. He even discussed, more territories to seize. I'm wondering, have you guys landed anywhere in terms of your conclusion about Putin's intention?
Well, we know that since that point, I don't think he said days at that point, but he said a matter of weeks. And in that process, we saw our posture adjust in that framework. At the same time, as I've mentioned before, during negotiations, things sometimes progress, things change. That's the whole point of negotiations and conversations, is that you signal that how long it is generally that you're willing to wait, but that you would know if someone is serious. And then again, it's not a static environment as you're moving forward through that time. At the same time, we've heard since then some very blunt comments by President Trump about President Putin. We also know that the parties themselves have met directly. And I think that that's also where we've landed at this point in comments from both the President and Secretary of State, that the only way this is going to end is for the two parties to meet and come to a conclusion and a decision and some kind of an agreement. That is where it is. And of course, we are always present. We remain concerned and issued comments a couple of days ago about the nature of what's happening in Ukraine and the death of an American. So we are there. We have been, of course, Ukraine's biggest supporter, and we continue to hope for work with and observe the nature of how the conversations are going.
Right now, we are funding not one, but two foreign wars. We are not offensively, kinetically involved in either of them, to be fair, but we are directly funding, we are paying for not one now, but two different, distinct foreign wars.
Our presence, our caring about the situation known, and that's where we're at this point.
Point taken, Tom. But in light of today's comments, as I mentioned, Putin's comments, and also his press secretary said that now we have a strategic advantage, quote, why should we lose it? We're going to move forward. So in light of those comments, why not calling them out for not being serious about the peace process?
Well, again, we're not in just a world where when we see something online that we are going to choose how we're going to respond as an individual. There are many different fronts always in every situation that we remain involved in. So it's not as simple as a single response to a single quote that came from a statement or something online. This is about dealing with certain situations in a complex manner. Only the president can make the decision about how to proceed. Only he knows all the elements about what's important and how we're going to make a difference. And that's where we have it. It is, as I term it, as I did a couple days ago, there is one guiding hand to the choices that we make, and that would include with Russia, Ukraine, and every conflict he's trying to stop.
May I
All
ask
right.
one
Yes. No.
NATO-related-
We are gonna move on here. Thank you, sir.
All right, to go back to Iran
Moving
just
on.
for
Of
two
course,
questions.
of course.
One, just for clarification, have any Americans been killed or injured in Iranian strikes so far?
You know, I don't think so. Is that? Do we have numbers, or is that something that we've been able to? Let's take that back and.
There are around 250,000 American citizens living in Israel, plus maybe tourists or something on top of that.
Or injuries of staff at embassies and consulates. But let's take that back. And again, I would caution, obviously, this is a shocking continuation of a war that affects many countries, and we'll get back to you with with the latest that we
I
have.
suppose the flip side, thank you, we would appreciate an update. The flip
Of course.
side would be if,
And again, just a reminder for people watching, when we say we're going to take it back, it means we get the answer and get it directly to the reporter and then have it, and obviously in this case, as a fluid situation, we'll continue to watch it.
Thank you. And insofar as you're looking into it, if there are American citizens in Iran, which we haven't gotten an estimate of how many Americans might be in Iran,
Sure.
if there are injuries or deaths there, we would also be interested.
Well, yes, again, the messaging is for also Americans who are in Iran, and again, urging them to go to travel.state.gov, and we're certainly aware of them. Our task force is working on all of this for every American who is in that region, which provides a different dynamic for some, whether it is, of course, Israel, Iraq or Iran, et cetera. Wherever they may be in the Middle East, we're there for them.
Thank you. The other question is on diplomacy. So we understand the Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is in some sort of contact with the Iranians.
He is.
How would you encourage us to think about that
And the
contact?
Europeans
Is
as
that
well. We're going to talk
a
about
prelude
that.
to negotiations? What's the nature of that of his engagement with the Iranians?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it at all, except there are things that we know, which is that there had been negotiations, that we had gotten Iran to the table. We'd been having those conversations, led by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. And we know that the president, from his statement, which is, I think, worth noting again, because it's very specific in its nature, and also, I must say, when I saw it, very Trump-like in his statement, as a man who is serious about everything he addresses, but in this particular kind of way, when it's existential, life and death, that he genuinely, it's not posturing. He wants to have it be solved diplomatically. He knows it can be. He knows based on what he's accomplished already in the past, and the nature of human beings, which in business you learn a lot about as well, but certainly in his governmental experience and as a leader. Again, he said, directly from the president, quote, based on the fact that there is a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
There you have it.
On that front, do you have an understanding of why there's now a 2-week window for diplomacy? Because at the same time, the White House said yesterday they understand it might be a couple of weeks before the Iranians achieve a nuclear weapon.
No, but he has his reasons, and he's the one who knows, and that is the specificity of his statement. And I'll leave it at that. All right?
Thank you.
Yes, sir, at the end here.
All right.
So on Ukraine, you said that.
Can you tell me your name and your outlet?
Oskar Gorzyński, Polish press agency.
Okay. Go ahead.
You said that you're not going to react to a single quote from Russian officials, but over the past few weeks, Russia has made it pretty clear that they're not interested in real negotiations. They killed a U.S. citizen. They struck the Boeing office in Kiev. And the president has repeatedly threatened sanctions on Russia if that happens. So why no action yet? I mean, how does that show peace through strength?
Well, this is one of the reasons why we don't have negotiations in the press, debates between people, reading things on the news, quotes in newspapers.
To be very clear, real quick, I think we don't need to hear this answer for a moment. I've had multiple people come in and say clickbait or something. Guys, I am not clickbaiting about the bunker buster thing. This is a big topic right now. A lot of people right now all over social media are talking about a bunker buster being inbound in the next several hours. We have a lot to talk about today. I understand we're starting things off kind of slow with the State Department commentary here, but we have a lot to talk about today. And there is no clickbait or anything going on. We're going to finish the official State Department press release, and then we're going to talk about a lot. Trust me, just wait a moment.
For months now, dealing with the parties directly, the leaders of countries in the world, but the most powerful leader in the world right now, Donald Trump, who would likely know a little bit more about the nature of the situation than you or I, And I think you might have to agree that he may know more. So I think it's important to not second guess the president, and to not speculate, and to not presume that what he's doing is not in the process of peace, but in fact specifically in that track. And I'm wondering for Matt Lee, who's been studious with his phone, if you do have something you'd like to ask or add.
I actually do.
I'm surprised.
My question is about
Matt Lee of the Associated Press, for those of you who don't know him. The two people in the world. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Of the 25,000, you said that you couldn't break it down.
That's correct.
How many were Israel, how many were West Bank, and how many were Iran?
That's right.
But is it correct that the only evacuation flight that has happened so far was the one for embassy staff and family members on Wednesday?
I will not characterize that or agree with you or not. I won't give you an answer to that. Sorry. It's one of those things we can't hear. In the days prior to this conflict, I might go back and forth with you, but I can't answer that.
Okay, well, because there was a comment from the embassy spokesperson about actually. So, are you aware of when these people call? I assume they're calling the number that.
Yes, they are. I've called that number. I don't know if many of you have. You called that number? You can call that number, and you'll get someone from.
You don't go on to permanent hold.
No, they're busier now. After the briefing Tuesday, they're busier.
So,
but be persistent and do the form online. That's always a good idea.
So the 25,000 people who have reached out,
Yes.
have reached out via that platform, either online or calling.
Correct.
And they, do you know how many of those 25,000 have then taken the information that they've been given or the guidance that they've been given, and then left?
There's data that I won't be sharing, and even in general, it's not data that I can share with you. The fact that we got the number from the team, I felt really excited about. Now you're making me feel like it's not so good. No, it is. It's a great number, but I will not break it down.
Okay.
I will not go into descriptions that highlight a situation or an environment within this region of conflict. I don't think it's wise.
All right, thank you.
Thank you,
we're
sir.
wrapping up here, folks.
All right, yes, sir. Back.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. Regional sources reported that Iran is using human shields to protect its military bases and forces. Same thing Hamas did in Gaza. This tactic has reportedly been employed in several areas, including Kermanshah city in Iranian Kurdistan. Do you have any information on this, and would you please be willing to comment?
What I can say, it's going to be brief. You won't necessarily like it, but I can say that we are aware of those reports, that the Iranian regime is using human shields to protect its military bases and forces.
Wow.
And I have nothing further for you at this time, but we are aware.
Not good.
Yes, sir. Well, you have one more?
Yes, one more.
All right, and then we'll come directly to you. Yes, sir.
Danny Danon, Israel's representative to the United Nations, claimed that Iran has attempted to assassinate President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. He said today at the United Nations. Do you want to comment on it?
No, I would suggest you contact the ambassador, but I have no comment on that. Yes, sir. All right, now, yes.
Thank you, Tammy. To question one on Iran and the other one on Iraq. I'm sure you may have heard from the Iranian foreign minister, which he said that we are not coming back to the table unless the Israeli stops strikes on Iran. And they are not going to negotiate with the U.S. until the U.S. will stop Israeli to attack Iranian. Are you willing to broker a ceasefire if that helps you to make a deal with Iranian?
Obviously, I can't speculate on that. I'm not going to characterize what's happening
wanna
now
know if
or the
Netanyahu
reaction
would
by the
even
president or the Secretary of State to what those negotiations might be. So,
if President Trump says, hey, Netanyahu, we are trying to work through a new ceasefire agreement with Iran. We need you to stop bombing them, though. Would Netanyahu even agree to that? I don't know.
And there's also been a reinforcement that Iran and its proxy should not target U.S. interests or personnel, and if they do, the consequences will be dire. So we can reinforce that. And of course, the ultimate red line, which has been repeated constantly, because it's what the president sees as being the most important aspect, is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That is not a negotiable dynamic.
And-
All right,
and
yes, sir.
another
at the end.
question
Saying that a
Yes,
long
sir, go
time.
ahead, please.
I have,
No, we'll keep going here.
I have a non-Middle East question.
Yes.
We're getting reports that Japan has canceled the annual
Nice
security
sticker.
talks known as 2+2 with Secretary Rubio and Defense Secretary Hegseth because of U.S. demands for them to increase their defense spending. Do you have any comment on this? And has Tokyo communicated with
No, I have
Washington?
no comment on that at this point. Thank you. Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, nobody cares.
Thank you. Tell me two questions, one on China and about the Iran and Israel war. It was reported that the Chinese cargo plane was headed to Iran. Has there been any detection of Chinese actions or cooperation to support Iran? Thank you.
Let's take that back, shall we? Get back to her with an answer on that. What is your next one, please?
One more question, please. Iran's nuclear weapons are threatening the entire world. If the United States intervenes in a war between Israel and Iran, do you think it will need support or cooperation from its allies?
Well, we've made very clear, I think there's, if anything is obvious to the world, it's that President Trump has demands regarding that situation. His concern is the fact that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We know, of course, since October 7th, Israel remains in the posture of defending itself and the existential threat that is posed in that region by Iran. Our efforts clearly reflect the president's commitment to diplomacy first, to diplomacy being the thing that he believes will and can succeed, but he's also a pragmatic man. And this is why it's probably the most transparent leader globally right now, is making it clear publicly about his positions and when he would be willing to be making decisions about that. But we are always working with our allies and our partners. It's clear, and that will be also evident when the President and Secretary of State go to The Hague for the NATO meeting next week. All right, now go ahead, in the back. Yes, sir.
Once again, one more time, folks, real quick. Once this State Department press conference is over, ladies and gentlemen, trust me, we have a lot to talk about today. There have been a lot of developments, a lot of really concerning, some bad, some good developments that we need to talk about, but I want to listen to this, and then we're going to break down every single component, okay?
These sections?
Obviously, when it comes to let's say, a White House reaction to what is occurring in another country, I would suggest you contact the White House. But for when it comes to Secretary of State and the State Department, let's take that back, and we'll get an answer for you in that regard. But what I can tell you about Bangladesh is that Deputy Secretary Landau met with Bangladesh National Security Advisor Rahman yesterday, I should say Wednesday, and discussed the interim government's efforts ahead of the national elections. They discussed the U.S.-Bangladesh relationship, including expanding trade and commercial ties. The United States is committed to working with Bangladesh to promote peace and stability in the region.
And I have a second short question on
All right.
same. What is the State Department response to the alleged fabricated charges against Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, the rise of mob killing and violence, and the imprisonment of individuals like 100 journalists without trial under this interim government? Will you condemn this and ask them to free them?
We will take that back, and I'll get you an answer as soon as we can get one for you. Yes, sir, in the middle here.
Thank you so much.
Michael,
the Turkish
thank you.
President Erdogan
you.
hosted the Armenian Prime Minister and his delegation in Istanbul today, and he mentioned that they talked regional issues, including the stability and peace in the Caucasian region and the problems or the issues between Turkey and Armenia. How do you follow these meetings?
Well, I've not spoken to the Secretary specifically about that particular instance, but I'm sure we will be able to get to you.
Okay, dude, like World War III is maybe about to break out. Everybody's on the edge of their seat, and you're here in the State Department press briefing asking about Armenia. Really, dude? You're like, come on, really?
On a day that is not our normal briefing day, and I appreciate it. Have a lovely day, and we will see you next week. Tuesday
Okay, all right.
and Thursday is my, where is it? Is security here or is security not here? Let's get this going because this has gotten a little old and inappropriate. Thank you, everyone.
Security.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, look at that. She was mad. Something set her off. I don't think we saw exactly what happened here, but she was not in a good mood at the end of that thing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for tuning in today. I'm sorry, this was kind of a weird start to the broadcast because I saw right as I was going live, it's like, oh, State Department press briefing. We got to do it. Okay, so we did that. Surprise, shocker. We pretty much got no new information. So folks, we have a lot to talk about. So first off, welcome everybody to the show. Somebody said that it was a spicy Friday today. Yeah, there's a lot of news. We have a lot of news to unpackage, so thank you all very much for bearing with me through that State Department press briefing. Let's just jump into everything, okay? Iran, first off, we're going to talk about this first. Iran seems to be getting more effective at carrying out ballistic missile strikes, and right now Israel's panicking. For the last 3 or 4 days, we had a little bit of a lull. It seemed like Iran was pretty much incapable of doing any damage with ballistic missiles. Everybody thought, oh, maybe Iran is down and out. Maybe they don't even have the capacity to really launch these ballistic missile barrages anymore. Well, yesterday and also earlier this morning, Iran has proven everybody wrong. This is now day 2 of really catastrophic ballistic missile barrages, just decimating huge portions of, Israeli towns. A lot of damage is being done, inflicted by Iran. And so we're going to go through that. I have some of this up here, but give me a moment. Folks, we also have a Tel Aviv as well as Jerusalem live cam down below my camera today. So if anything crazy happens, we're going to know about it. Of course, we are also scanning for breaking news updates. Folks, today is Friday evening. I think I'm going to be here all night. And you're going to understand why once I tell you some of what's going on here. But I think I'm going to be here all night. This will be, I don't know, 7 or 8 or something hour stream, it live broadcast. It's going to be a big day. Up next, okay, I'm giving you kind of the little brief overview. Then we're going to dive into this stuff. Peace talks took place earlier today. They ended about 2 hours ago between various members of the European Union and Iran. That ended just hours ago, and we have some massive updates between those negotiations between various European partners and Iran. Maybe peace is back on the table. Maybe negotiations are back on the table. You've heard about President Trump's 2-week timeline to work out a new deal with Iran. So maybe things are happening. However, with that being said, there are rumors swirling. We have maybe some intel suggesting that President Trump is actually going to be dropping a bunker buster bomb in the next several hours. Later today, maybe even, we might have a bunker buster bomb being dropped on this Fordow nuclear enrichment facility just southwest of Tehran. You guys, we've all talked about this a million times. This is the Iranian regime's #1 nuclear enrichment facility that we're aware of, at least. And we might have a bunker buster bomb dropping tonight. Okay, and we're going to break down all of that here pretty soon. That being said, it seems as if the pro-war American lobby, we need boots on the ground. We need boots on the ground right now. It seems like those people within the American government are getting very upset and frustrated that President Trump isn't going along with their plans. There are, as you all have seen, as you all know, there are numerous people. You've seen content creators, YouTubers or podcasters, also people within our government. We have senators and House reps and members of the deep state. They want American boots on the ground right now. They want young American men and women being deployed back to the Middle East, not today, but yesterday. They want War on Terror 2.0, total regime change, American invasion of the Middle East again. They are getting upset. They are getting frustrated, and we're going to break that down here pretty soon, that President Trump is not going along with their plans, lock, stock, and barrel. Okay, so folks, we have a lot to talk about today. So bear with me. I appreciate everybody tuning in right now. We have 10,000 people in the live chat. Thank you all very much. It is Friday. Let's start breaking everything down, and bear with me, folks. Okay, so this happened about 15 hours ago as I ended my broadcast yesterday. Normally, when I end my broadcast in the North American evening, it's normally Middle Eastern morning over there across the world. And so what happened 16 hours ago, guess what? Another catastrophic barrage of ballistic missile attacks, ballistic missiles coming from Iran over into Israel. And so this is the map. This is generally where this took place. This is Beersheba. Also, we had, you can see Gaza there as a little geolocator. Also, I think another town, maybe Haifa, got hit big time. Ticey is tuning in today. Ticey is one of my very old, longtime friends. Ticey, I appreciate that. We've been friends for years, long time. Thank you, Ticey. Thank you, sir. Real quick, every single person that receives a gifted membership, I believe, doesn't have to watch advertisements on YouTube. So those are very high value because YouTube ads suck. YouTube puts them on. That's the way that it is. Thank you very much, Ticey. Everybody say thank you. Okay, this is an image. Now, it's curious. It makes you wonder whether or not Iran is specifically targeting something in Beersheba, because now this is the second day. This is day number 2 that Iran has really just peppered Beersheba with ballistic missiles. Yesterday, they hit it with, they fired a bunch of ballistic missiles, and they directly hit a hospital and a bunch of residential areas. And that was big drama. That was big controversy. Not good. Now, this is day 2 of Iran hitting Beersheba again. What is in Beersheba? Why is this day number 2 of the Iranian regime targeting specifically Beersheba? This is smoke seen rising from an impact site in or near Beersheba in southern Israel. What is going on in Beersheba? Because for the first 7 or 8 days, Beersheba was not getting hit at all. There were no ballistic missiles fired at Beersheba. And then now, starting yesterday and also this morning, we've got a lot of ballistic missiles raining down on Beersheba. Several vehicles on fire and major damage seen to a building near the Gavyam Negev Advanced Technologies Park within the city of Beersheba in southern Israel. Maybe they're trying to hit this tech park. We have video footage here, additional footage from the ballistic missile attack, impact site at Beersheba. We can let this play here. Looks like they hit the road and blew up a lot of vehicles. Maybe they didn't directly hit any buildings, but they blew up a lot of vehicles. Damage inside of a high-rise apartment building affected by the Iranian ballistic missile impact. Well, that's a lot of damage. Not a good day to live in that apartment. Now, of course, this doesn't look like a direct impact. This, I would guess this is kind of the, not the sonic boom, but the shock wave, the blast wave. So you can imagine if a ballistic missile hits the road below your apartment, well, the blast wave is going to blast up and probably, it's going to blow out your windows and your curtains. And that kind of looks like what this is. I don't think the building got hit directly, but definitely the blast wave blew out all the windows. It appears to be that the Iranian ballistic missile may have impacted the road, just barely missing the block of high-rise apartment buildings. Yeah, well, there you have it. Seems to be what it is. And folks, this was about 15 hours ago. Okay. Rumors of war. Now, folks, I see some people posting this in the chat. I'm going to cut to this real quick because this is pertinent. This is happening right now. 30 minutes ago, we have a confirmation of a 5.2 magnitude earthquake that hit central Iran outside of Tehran. Well, this is east of Tehran. Okay, folks, Fordow, which is this nuclear enrichment facility, is more to the southwest of Tehran. Okay, so it seems like the epicenter is over here to the east. Fordow is over here to the southwest, just north of Qom, if you can see that. See that little lake right there? That's around where Fordow is in the hills there. So, I don't know. It's a 5.2 magnitude earthquake. That's a little bit weird as all of this is going on. What are the odds of an earthquake? And then the next question is it really even an earthquake at all? Or is it some type of big bomb? Is it some type of big missile? Like I've said, we're going to talk about this here in a moment. Rumor has it on the block that President Trump is considering dropping the bunker buster bomb or some type of massive bomb on Fordow later today. You know what? Why don't I just go through, you know what? Why don't we just get to the bunker buster? I know everybody is just here waiting for the bunker buster conversation. Why don't we have that conversation right now? Okay, folks, the Trump administration is allegedly has plans on Friday night to strike Iran's nuclear facility near Fordow. Reports are circulating through informed circles suggesting that President Trump is contemplating a significant military operation against Iran's fortified Fordow nuclear facility, with a potential strike scheduled for tonight, Friday, June 20th, 2025, after the United States financial markets come to a close. That's a very important component. Who here trades on the stock market? You've got money in the S&P 500 or something like that. So the general idea here, folks, is that Donald Trump doesn't want to cause mass sell-offs or to bottom out the market and then have everybody panic. So what is he going to do? If he's going to drop the bomb, the bunker buster bomb, he's going to do it on a Friday night. Today is Friday, after the markets come to a close, so that nobody can even really monitor the markets on Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. So and then the markets reopen on Monday morning, as you all know. So the idea is that he would bomb on a Friday night, so the markets are not really that impacted. And then the markets can kind of stabilize over the next 2 days, at which point they reopen on a Monday morning. According to sources familiar with the administration's discussions, the timing is deliberately chosen to minimize economic disruption, allowing markets to absorb the impact over the weekend before trading resumes on Monday. The operation is said to involve the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator, a 30,000-pound, quote, bunker buster bomb targeting the deeply buried uranium enrichment facility, which is viewed as a critical component of Iran's nuclear program. If confirmed, this action would represent a dramatic escalation in U.S.-Iran relations with far-reaching geopolitical implications. The alleged strategy hinges on President Trump's focus on market stability, with insiders claiming the strike is timed to occur hours after the closing bell to avoid immediate financial turmoil. Now, folks, once again, this is not confirmed. We have anonymous sources. Okay, that's the best thing we have, is anonymous sources from inside the Pentagon, from inside the Trump admin. Is this a guarantee? Is it a guarantee that this is going to happen? No. But I'll tell you what, as we've all seen over the last couple days or months, really, with the ongoing situation in Eastern Europe and also down here in the Middle East now, the reality is, not all the time, but a lot of the time, something that an anonymous source says from inside the whatever ends up being true and coming to fruition. Of course, do not take this as gospel. Take this with a grain of salt. But I'm going to keep reading through this. The rationale is that a Friday night operation would provide global markets a weekend buffer time zone to stabilize, potentially averting a sharp sell-off when trading reopens. While some sources close to the administration suggest confidence in this approach, citing the need to decisively halt Iran's nuclear ambitions, others warn of the risks, including fears of broader regional conflict. The Pentagon has remained silent on these reports, and no official White House statement has confirmed the timing or existence of such a plan. Once again, okay, even though we're seeing a lot of anonymous sources, a lot of anonymous reports talking about this, is this confirmed? Is this gospel? Is this a fact? No, it is not. You can kind of, as an individual though, you can kind of understand the rationale. If you are going to drop a bunker buster bomb and kind of freak everybody out and everybody's sitting on the edge of their seat, what's going to happen? Is this going to blow up? What's going to happen to oil prices? You know, if Iran is totally destabilized, oil prices across the globe are going to shoot up. I want to show you something on the map real quick here, folks. This is one of the massive concerns that President Trump is mulling over right now, is that if we take a look over here at the Persian Gulf, okay, folks, guess how much of the global oil trade goes through this strait right here coming out of the Persian Gulf? 20%. 20% of all oil in the world comes through this pass right here. It's called the Strait of Hormuz. Now, you are spamming in the chat, so please never do that again. I'm going to time you out. Okay, now, one of the doomsday scenarios, this, in fact, Iran has been saying this publicly, so it's not even speculative. We know that they would at least try to do this. Iran is saying, hey, listen, if anything too drastic happens to us, if we start getting bombed by the U.S. or et cetera, if things escalate, guess what? We're just going to blow up the Strait of Hormuz. Well, yeah, of course they can't blow up the entire strait, but they're going to do everything they can to shut it down. We know Iran has submarines. We know that Iran has underwater aquatic mines. So they might mine the strait. They might start sending ballistic missiles at maritime trade vessels going through the strait. They might use their submarines to blow up trade vessels. So this is kind of their gambit, I guess, in a way. It's like, hey, listen, if you go too hard on us, we are shutting down 20 or more % of the global oil trade that's trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Recently, about a year ago now, we saw the Houthi pirates, the Houthis, who are backed by Iran. Also, by the way, they have pretty much effectively shut down all oil trade or all trade altogether, not just oil going in and out of the Red Sea. So, you know, if you have these two maritime passages shut down by the Iranian regime and the Houthis down here, you've got a serious issue. You know, stuff is going to get much more expensive. Maybe not here in Europe, but if you're I'm sorry, here in the U.S., but if you're a European, maybe you should be considered or you should be concerned about this. Now, so that's kind of the big concern. But anyway, I'm going to continue reading this report talking about this bunker buster bomb. And I will say real quick, if you guys are new, thank you again for tuning in, and make sure to subscribe if you enjoy the show. Today's going to be a big one, folks. We have a lot to talk about. The Pentagon has remained silent on these reports, and no official White House statement has confirmed the timing or existence of such a plan, leaving the claims unverified but heavily debated. Critics argue, excuse me, critics argue that targeting Fordow could inflame tensions in the Middle East, potentially drawing the United States into a larger conflict, while supporters contend a precise strike could neutralize Iran's nuclear capabilities without ground forces. The absence of official confirmation fuels the uncertainty, with analysts divided on the wisdom of a market-timed military operation. And by market-timed, we mean drop the bomb on a Friday night, so the markets have time to restabilize by Monday morning, at which point they reopen. Now, where was I? As the financial markets approach their Friday night close, global attention remains fixed on Washington, awaiting clarity on whether the administration will act or if these reports are mere speculation. The world braces the potential consequence that could reshape. Now, folks, okay, real quick, that's pretty much the end of the report here. I'm over here on the West Coast, and things are a little bit weird over here. So I'm up in the great state of Washington. How many hours until, let's get an exact number, until U.S. markets come to a close tonight? How long do we have until markets come to a close? They come to a close every night. Okay, typically close at 4 p.m. Eastern time, but it's Friday. Okay, so it's same though. 4 p.m. 4 p.m. So time until the markets come to a close. I'm seeing 28 minutes from, is that right? 28 minutes. Some people, okay, 30 minutes. 30 minutes, 28 minutes. All right, well, folks, ladies and gentlemen, if these anonymous sources from inside the Pentagon, if these anonymous sources from inside the White House are true, if they are telling the truth, if this is credible, then at some point tonight, 28 minutes from now at the earliest, at some point after 28 minutes from now later tonight, we might be having conversations about this GBU massive ordnance penetrator bunker buster bomb. That is to say, the Ayatollah Khamenei might be getting penetrated tonight. That sounds a little bit weird. That's not exactly how I mean that. That sounded a little bit different than how I wanted that to sound. Anyway, you guys know what I'm saying though. Anyway, moving on. Okay, moving on. So we're going to put that conversation on hold because, folks, like I said, over the last couple hours, there have been a lot of updates and a lot of developments. So keep that in the back of your mind. 28 minutes from now, after markets close, there's reason to believe that maybe something is going to happen tonight. We're going to keep tabs on it, but we have other stuff to talk about. Let's move on. Now, real quick, BB needs, can I speak English today? BB needs love too. Thank you for that super chat or for that membership. Also, Ticey again and Michael again. Thank you guys very much for that support. Big time. Thank you. Thank you. We also have Dave Harvey. Dave Harvey with the super chat, thank you. He says, just tuning in, let's see what happens. Crazy times, love the live videos, man. Today we're not today, but always now we're doing it all. Now we're still making the 8-minute or 9-minute long videos. Now we're doing live streams also. We're doing live coverage. We're just all over the place. But you know, if there's ever a time to be ever present, it is now. It's when times are like this. Times are very uncertain, and there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to break down. And on that note, let's do it. Thank you very much. So we were just talking about how Iran carried out another ballistic missile strike on Beersheba. These are photos and videos coming out of Beersheba. This happened 15 hours ago. Now we know for a fact people were wondering, is Iran even able to carry out effective ballistic missile attacks on Israel anymore? Because it's been a couple days. Well, now for the last 2 days, they have. For the last 2 days, Iran has been very successfully, in fact, carrying out, you can say regrettably, it's probably not a good thing. It most certainly is not a good thing. Iran has been very successful at carrying out ballistic missile attacks, and they are now inflicting a lot of damage. Israel is panicking. Israel is freaking out, justifiably so. And we're going to talk about that as we continue on throughout the day. Now, this is something that popped up 30 minutes ago. What is up with this 5.2 magnitude earthquake that happened in Iran 30 minutes ago? This was not part of my little agenda here. I was not planning for an Iranian earthquake. Iran earthquake. Because now, of course, rumors are swirling that this was a bomb, that this was a massive bomb. Breaking right now, as of 30 minutes ago, a 5.2 magnitude earthquake has just struck central Iran outside of Tehran. What does this look like? This is a little bit weird. This is a map of where the earthquake took place, allegedly. Okay, so folks, here's the deal. That's what it looked like. This is a little bit to the east. This is the east of Tehran. On this map right here, this is to the east of Tehran. I want to show you something on Google Maps. This is kind of close, but not exactly. So if you're sitting here thinking, oh man, maybe this was a massive bomb, maybe this was a tactical nuke. Okay, well folks, this is a map of Iran. This is Tehran, the big capital city with millions and millions of people living there. Seems like this earthquake, the epicenter was over here to the east, somewhere around Lasyurt or Semnan. Okay, somewhere over here to the east in this area. Well, that's not exactly where Fordow Nuclear Enrichment Facility is. The Fordow Nuclear Enrichment Facility is just north of Qom, to the southeast of the epicenter of the earthquake. We can zoom in on Fordow. It's down right over here, somewhere in the mountains, right here. This is Fordow right here. Okay, so we are... In fact, if you want a better look here, this, folks, this is the entire world has their eyes glued to Fordow Nuclear Enrichment Facility at this moment. You have multiple entrances, tunnel. The uranium enrichment process itself is taking place 90 meters down below the surface of the earth. It's highly entrenched. Maybe you have an entrance off the back right here. It seems like I read a report saying that the entire mountainside, everything around this facility is covered in landmines. This is one of the most secure places in the world, I would imagine. Potentially each of these kind of dots on the ground is some type of bomb or explosive or landmine defensive component. I'm not sure exactly what, but right now everybody is talking about Fordow. This is what it is. So if President Trump is going to be dropping a bunker buster bomb or a tactical nuke, some people, this is another little side tangential report that we can talk about for a moment, is that there is some concern allegedly over whether or not the bunker buster bomb that the U.S. has, this 30,000-pound massive ordnance penetrator, is even big enough to take out the Fordow nuclear facility. Maybe if we're going to do it, it has to be some type of tactical nuke, is what people are talking about right now. Who knows? We're going to move on. We'll keep tabs on this earthquake situation and see what the deal is. But let's start reading through some of the news. This is this ballistic missile strike that took place 14 hours ago. Iranian missile strike on Haifa hits a historic mosque and injures a bunch of imams. Ironic. An Iranian missile that hit Haifa, Israel on Friday morning damaged a historical local mosque and injured several imams who were there. Shortly after sunrise, Iran launched a barrage of 20 to 30 missiles in 3 different waves. That's a big attack, according to Israel's army radio. Sirens were sounding in the north and then throughout the entire country. Most of the missiles were intercepted by Israel's air defenses. The missiles that hit the city port of Haifa's just north of Tel Aviv along the coast, where Arabs and Jews live side by side. The mosque was the only thing that was hit. Ironic. Israel's foreign minister Gideon Sa'ar condemned the attack on civilian population centers and a religious building in particular as war crimes. Now, it looks like we have a video of this. This is Gideon Sa'ar here. And what is his title? He's Israel's foreign minister. Take a look. Do we have a video of this? This is what that looks like. What a beautiful language. And so what can I translate this to English? What exactly did he say? The Iranian regime launched a missile attack on Haifa, hitting the Al Jarina Mosque in the Wadi Niznis neighborhood. The missile attack injured Muslim clerics inside of the mosque. The Iranian regime targets Muslim, Christian, Jewish civilians in addition to civilian sites. These are war crimes. Okay, that's the Israeli foreign minister. So that happened a couple hours. Oh, wow. Here are photos of that attack that took place earlier today. So yeah, I mean, no doubt this mosque took a lot of damage. Do I have another photo here? No. Okay, that's the entire deal. Amazing. Now, folks, like I said, this happened just a couple hours ago. In fact, it was maybe 3 hours ago that the meeting came to an end. A diplomat from Iran actually met up with various members of the European Union, various European Union leaders and negotiators. The Europeans are trying to help de-escalate this situation as well. Let's take a look. Macron lays out a broad European offer for Iran to end the war with Israel. Now, Macron, everybody knows, he has a very beautiful wife. Bridget, I believe is her name, beautiful woman. The proposal would cover uranium enrichment and ballistic missile programs and aim to end the terrorist funding. Europe is to make Iran a comprehensive offer to end its war with Israel that would include an Iranian move to zero uranium enrichment, restrictions on its ballistic missile program, and an end to Tehran's funding of terrorist groups, Macron has said. So a couple months ago, before this entire conflict had escalated to where it is now, the conversation was, Iran, listen, all we want from you is to not enrich uranium above 3%. If the narrative, if your story here is that all you want is a civilian nuclear energy program, then you don't even need uranium above 3%. So what are you doing enriching uranium up to 60%? What's up with that, Iran? Now, even that is off the table. Now, from the Americans and the Europeans and the Israelis, every party involved here is saying, listen, Iran, you don't get to have any uranium now. No, zero. You can have 0% enriched uranium, not even 3%. Now it's a total shutdown. That is the deal breaker condition going forward, as far as everybody is concerned. The proposals are surprisingly broad, spanning a range of complex issues beyond Iran's disputed nuclear program, and are likely to complicate any solutions unless an interim agreement can be agreed upon, and that would look like some type of ceasefire. Now, is a ceasefire going to happen? I mean, this is what Iran has said. President Trump or the Trump admin has acknowledged this as well. If any type of serious negotiation is going to take place in the near future, there has to be a ceasefire. Trying to negotiate without a ceasefire is pretty much impossible, as we all know. Trump is speaking in New Jersey. Well, let me take a look at that real quick. If Trump is speaking about this, then we will watch that. But if Trump is just talking about something that is unrelated, then we won't. Trump live, New Jersey. Is he?
Tariff money is coming in. But even bigger than that, you're going to have to score that your cost for...
I think this is probably unrelated. We're going to double back and take a look at the highlights maybe if he talks about this situation, but until then, we're going to keep on working through this, okay? Thank you, though. So one proposal from the European Union, from the Europeans, one proposal recently aired is for Iran to suspend uranium enrichment for the duration of Donald Trump's presidency. The concept of uranium enrichment being overseen by a consortium of Middle Eastern countries, including Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, remains on the table. Iran has insisted it cannot abandon its right to enrich uranium within its territory. I'm sorry, can you guys hear that? I apologize. The rain, there's like a rainstorm outside my window. It's coming down. I'm getting distracted. I'm sorry. Iran has insisted it cannot abandon its right to enrich uranium within its territory, but the pressure to make concessions is intense, both internally and externally. You know, this is something that we haven't really ever talked about. I would imagine that there are multiple factions within Iran. Some are saying, hey, listen, Khamenei, we got to have a deal. Listen, we got to have a deal. We got to shut it down, Khamenei. Otherwise, we're all going to be dead. And then maybe Khamenei is saying, no, we're not going to do it. Or here's a crazy idea. What if, as far as the Iranian regime goes, what if Khamenei actually is the voice of reason? What if Khamenei, nobody has considered this, what if Khamenei is the most sane person in the regime? And maybe Khamenei is saying, hey, listen, we got to work out a deal. And then there are other even more radical agents or radical individuals inside of that regime that are saying, no, Khamenei, we cannot back down. And so the point is, who really knows what the hell is going on inside of this dynamic? Who knows what that regime looks like on the interior? Who's to say? Let's keep on moving on here. Iran, okay, so Macron aired his ideas on Friday, earlier this morning, a couple hours ago, as European foreign ministers held talks with the Iranian counterpart Abbas Araghchi at Geneva. As you all know, President Trump's Steve Witkoff, one of his negotiators, has also been talking to the Iranians for the last 2 days as well. So maybe diplomacy is back on the table. It is the first time Araghchi has met Western-based diplomats in person since the launch of the surprise Israeli offensive against Iran a week ago. Diplomacy is coming back. That seems to be the case. The foreign ministers from Germany, France, and the United Kingdom have consulted the U.S. closely, but diplomatic sources said that they were going to Geneva, stressing their belief in de-escalation and the need for a dialogue. The United Kingdom Secretary David Lammy met the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Washington on Thursday to talk about the U.S. red lines. So the U.S. is really sort of calling all the shots with these European negotiations. These European negotiators are really just a proxy for America, because if they are running all of this by the U.S. anyway, based off of our demands, our American red lines, then really they're just negotiating as a proxy for us. Chris, thank you very much. I appreciate that. By the way, we had a massive super chat here. I want to pull this up. It's from Daniel D'Amico. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. He says, great news presentation, Matt. I feel personally that I should reimburse you for your great news reporting that I rely on. So here's my first. Thanks, and please keep up the great coverage. I want to say, I appreciate that a ton. None of you ever need to feel obligated ever to financially support or donate or super chat or gift memberships. If you do, I really do appreciate it. It's a big deal to me. But the show is free. You should never feel bad for watching for free. It is a free show, and that's how we like to do it. So thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot, though. Never feel guilty at all for ever just tuning in and hanging out. It means a lot. Just everybody hanging out. Now, European negotiator said he warned against the use of force, adding in a reference to Iran's uranium enrichment facility at Fordow. He said, quote, no one can seriously believe that this threat can be met with Israel's current operations alone. He's saying Israel can't take out Fordow alone. Why? Because there are some nuclear plants that are highly protected, and because today no one knows exactly where even is the enriched uranium. Who's to say all of that enriched uranium they have, allegedly, is even in Fordow? It might be somewhere else. It might be in some other bunker, in some other hidden location. Who knows? So this is actually a great talking point. Just because we blow up Fordow, let's say we bomb Fordow. Fordow is now gone. Well, what if they moved out the enriched uranium weeks ago or months ago or whatever? It might not even be there. Also, this is the other thing. I looked this up earlier today. I wanted to make sure I had my sources right. Folks, there has not been an external nuclear enrichment facility inspection in Iran in the last 13 months. The last one happened in May of 2024, when Iran allowed foreign nuclear inspectors into the country to take a look at their facilities. So that is to say, nobody has any idea what has been going on inside of these Iranian nuclear enrichment facilities or nuclear centers for the last 13 months. The last time anybody went in there to take a look was 13 months ago. So just because things were happening a certain way 13 months ago, or things were in a certain place 13 months ago, does not mean that that's how it is today. Maybe things have moved. Maybe things have changed. Who knows? But that is the date of the last inspection. Let's move on here. This is a Fox News article inside the Situation Room, where Trump and his national security team are weighing the next steps on Iran. This is an article I want everybody to pay attention to. President Trump has been meeting with his National Security Council on numerous occasions, like at least 2 hours every day for the last several days, going through all of these wartime simulations. What's the plan going to be? Can we do this? Can we do that? If we do this, then what are they going to do? If this, then that. If we bomb Fordow, then what happens? Does it destabilize the region? Can Iran levy a counterstrike? What's going to happen? So President Trump is meeting with his top guys, top advisors, for hours every single day. We have a super chat here. Ronan says, wouldn't an attack by the U.S. tonight undermine any negotiations that happened between Europe today, or even Trump's 2-week deadline? Seems counterproductive. Most certainly they would undermine negotiations. By the way, it's not a 2-week deadline. It's a 2-week at most. So just because President Trump says, 2 weeks at most to work out a deal, maybe that's actually kind of a psyop. Maybe the reason why President Trump says 2 weeks is because he wants Iran to drop their guard, thinking that they have 2 weeks to work something out, when really he was planning on bombing them in 2 days rather than 2 weeks, right? That could totally be part of the situation. It's not a 2-week guarantee. It's a 2-week cap. So bombs could be dropping any moment within that 2-week cap is really the right way to interpret that. But yes, most certainly there are peace talks ongoing, or de-escalation talks at a minimum, as we're talking about with Europe and Iran and America and Iran. China says they want to be involved and help work out a situation. So if Trump is to drop a bunker buster bomb tonight on Iran, that would pretty much that would pretty much mean that he has no faith in these talks, right? That's what that means. And I don't know. We don't know. Maybe Trump does have no reason to. Maybe Trump has no reason to believe that these talks will come to fruition or result in anything productive. Maybe he thinks these talks are pointless at this point. I don't know. Let's go ahead and take a look at this real quick. We had one more super chat from Michael P. Trump may be putting out disinformation to aid in other diplomatic discussions like China and trade. China's economy is reliant on Iran's embargoed oil to keep costs low. Many dimensions are here. A strike unlikely tonight. Could be the case. You don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. Trump, the only person that knows is Trump knows, and it's all speculation until then. So right now, what I'm trying to do is cover every single speculative angle, because I can't come to a conclusion. Nobody can. Trump doesn't even have a conclusion right now. Thank you for that super chat. All we can do is try to get all the information so we're up to speed on everything. So thank you very much. Okay, Fox News article about what has been going on inside of the Situation Room. President Trump has reported to the West Wing Situation Room multiple times in recent days as the conflict in Iran comes to a rolling boil and the U.S. considers launching its own attacks on the Islamic Republic over mounting concerns it could produce a nuclear weapon in a short span of time. Trump said, and I quote, "Yes, I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble and they want to negotiate. Iran is in trouble. and they want to negotiate. Trump told that to reporters on Wednesday 2 days ago on the U.S. potentially striking Iran as it continues trading deadly strikes with Israel. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before all of this death and destruction? Why didn't you go? I said to people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine. You would have had a country. It's very sad to watch this. President Trump gave them 60 days. The negotiations were unfruitful or unproductive after that 60 days. Iran seemed unwilling to capitulate to President Trump's demands. And then on day number 61, Israel started dropping bombs. Israel waited throughout the 60-day window. Fox News Digital spoke to previous presidential administration officials, Fox News host and former press secretary Kayleigh McEnany, who served under President Trump's first administration, and former national security advisor under the first Trump administration, John Bolton. John Bolton is one of these guys that does want American boots on the ground now. John Bolton, as you all know, there's a reason why he's not part of the admin anymore. Trump kicked his ass out. They butted heads on everything. Bolton is a war hawk. Bolton is a neocon. Bolton is a rhino. Bolton wants, if it were up to Bolton, Trump would have started bombing Iran in 2017. And I'm not kidding. You guys can look back through the history books. Bolton has been pushing for that for a very long time. Trump said, and so he's out. They kicked him out. So we are not exactly the biggest fans of John Bolton, but anyway, former National Security Advisor John Bolton from the first term, who also served as ambassador to the United Nations under President George W. Bush. They both conveyed the serious and historic tone the room and its meetings typically hold. The Situation Room is a high-tech 5,000 square foot complex in the west wing of the White House that includes multiple conference rooms. President John F. Kennedy commissioned the complex in 1961 following the failed Bay of Pigs invasion to overthrow the Castro regime in Cuba that same year, according to the National Archives. The complex was built in order to provide future presidents a dedicated area for crisis management and was revamped in 2006 and then renovated again in 2023. So this is the place where the decisions are made. The top decisions are made in the Situation Room. I often would sit there and think about the Osama bin Laden raid, said McEnany, told Fox News Digital in a phone interview yesterday morning. This is where we saw our historic special forces take out Osama bin Laden during the Obama administration. And I think we're at another point where similar decisions are being made, and even bigger decisions that may change the course of history are happening right now in that very room. Most certainly, no doubt. This is Trump in the Situation Room during his first presidential term with Mike Pence. Moving on from that, long time ago, how things have changed. President Trump held a meeting in the Situation Room yesterday morning, when he received an intelligence briefing with national security advisors, which followed a Situation Room meeting on Wednesday afternoon, another meeting on Tuesday afternoon with national security advisors, and on Monday evening. So he's just in this room all day now, pretty much every day, getting to the bottom of this situation. As you all know, President Trump left the G7 summit in Canada to come back. He went right to the Situation Room. There's Reagan, actually. Look at that. There's Reagan and Bush Sr., Vice President Bush Sr. in the Situation Room. So there's that. So that's what's going on inside the Situation Room. We're going to move on from this. Now, folks, this next part of the broadcast, I want to point out something that maybe is a little bit controversial. Maybe I'm going to get in trouble here for thinking about this a little bit too much. Hear me out. Yesterday morning, President Trump issued a public statement through his press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt. We heard yesterday morning that Trump said he's going to decide whether the U.S. will directly attack Iran within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, at most 2 weeks. That could be 2 days, could be 5 days, but within 2 weeks, President Trump is going to figure out whether or not he wants to directly attack Iran. And we talked about that a lot yesterday. This article goes through that. Here's the headline. Now, within 3 hours of President Trump saying that he has a 2-week timeline for coming to his decision about how to handle Iran, we heard from Israel, we heard from Mossad, who's Israel's intelligence agency. They said Iran is going to have a nuclear weapon within 15 days. This news from Mossad, from Israel, came out 3 hours after President Trump said 2 weeks. He's going to come to a decision within 2 weeks. Then, 3 hours after President Trump says that, Mossad comes out and says Iran is going to have a nuclear weapon within 15 days, 2 weeks. That is, as far as I'm concerned, a little bit weird. What are the odds that Mossad gets new information and new intelligence on the Iranian nuclear weapons program 3 hours after President Trump gives his 2-week time frame, and Mossad's new time frame for Iran's nuclear bomb is also 2 weeks, the same as President Trump's time frame? That sounds that's like it's a lot to believe. That's almost unbelievable. What are the odds? That's astounding. Then beyond that, I looked this up as I was getting today's broadcast ready. I said, when is the last time that any sort of foreign inspectors, any non-Iranian inspectors have been to the Iranian nuclear facilities to determine what's going on inside of these facilities? Well, like I said 20 minutes ago, it was in May of 2024, which is 13 months ago. So the last time any type of foreign non-Iranian nuclear inspectors or inspection took place, where they actually went down into Fordow, they went down into these facilities to take a look, was 13 months ago. So I'm thinking, like, what are the odds that Mossad just now has discovered new information about the Iranian nuclear weapon timeframe 3 hours after President Trump gives his 2-week timeframe? How did Mossad even get this information? Where are they getting that information from? Are they reinterpreting the old information in a different way now, incidentally, 3 hours after President Trump? I don't know. I'm going to read through this article here because I don't know the answer. Maybe this is from the Times of Israel. Maybe they have some more information here. Despite Iran's development of a large stockpile of enriched uranium that cannot serve any peaceful purpose, U.S. intelligence agencies continue to differ, with more foreboding Israel assessments that the Islamic Republic is actively pursuing a nuclear weapon, according to a Thursday report. That's this one from Mossad. 15 days. According to the New York Times, the Mossad believes that Iran could assemble a nuclear weapon within 15 days, while U.S. assessments are more conservative, estimating that it would take Tehran several months or up to a year to make a bomb, and that it is not actively currently pursuing one. So, guys, we heard 2 months ago from our Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, that exactly what this says. Tulsi Gabbard is our Director of National Intelligence. She has all the intelligence from the CIA, the FBI, everything, all the information on Iran. Tulsi Gabbard has it. She's the DNI, appointed by Trump. And what she said 2 months ago was that exactly here is that Iran is not actively pursuing a nuclear weapon, and at a minimum, they are several months to a year away from having one, even if they wanted, but that they're not actively pursuing that. That is what Tulsi Gabbard said a couple months ago. But now, once again, we have this new Mossad report saying that they're going to have a nuclear weapon in 15 days, which is in perfect alignment with President Trump's 2-week timeline. Let's continue reading this. Citing intelligence and other U.S. officials, the report said the current U.S. assessment has not changed since the issue was last evaluated in March. March is when Tulsi Gabbard gave her opinion on this that we just talked about. Even though Israel has since launched extensive bombing campaigns against Iran's nuclear facilities, research centers, and scientists, along with its ballistic missile program and other military infrastructure. Senior U.S. intelligence officials cited in the report, however, that Tehran could decide to actively break out to the bomb should Israel assassinate Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Israel has not ruled out killing Khamenei, with Defense Minister Israel Katz, that's his name, we saw that yesterday, saying on yesterday, at the site of an Iranian missile strike that the Iranian leader cannot continue to exist. Israel Katz, Israel's defense minister, issued effectively a death threat against Khamenei yesterday morning. A second possible instigator for an Iranian breakout mentioned in the report would be a U.S. attack on Iran's uranium enrichment facility at Fordow. The site, located north of the city of Qom, is buried deep underground underneath a mountain, leading experts to assess that only a bunker buster bomb possessed exclusively by the United States could destroy the facility. However, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that in an interview recently on Thursday that Israel could destroy Fordow without U.S. assistance. So we talked a lot about this yesterday. It seems like Israel is they are piecing together a plan to send in a special operations task force, a group of Israeli commandos, Israeli boots on the ground, special operators to go break into the bunker in person. Israel doesn't have the bunker buster bombs necessary. So if President Trump were to say right now, we are not going to bomb Fordow, we're not even considering it, then very likely what Israel would do is send in a commando squad. That seems to be the case. I have a super chat here from Truth. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, this is all a distraction from the deportations. It is a reaction to Epstein and the deportations. The trafficking ring is being broken up. They pressuring Trump to stop. Don't take the bait. I mean, do you really think that? Hold up. You hold up. Your opinion is that Israel has started mass bombing Iran to distract Americans from illegal aliens getting deported here in America, and that Israel is bombing Iran so people don't think about deportations. Yeah, I don't agree. I think that's a little bit ridiculous. Hey, I appreciate that super chat, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I really appreciate that. Anyway, though, not exactly my opinion. The White House said on Thursday that U.S. President Donald Trump would decide within the next 2 weeks whether or not to join the Israeli offensive against Iran. The announcement came following an intelligence briefing in which the CIA director John Ratcliffe said Iran was very close to attaining an atomic bomb, the report said, noting that he was echoing Mossad's assessments. So CIA Director John Ratcliffe, when he says that Iran is close to having an atomic bomb, he's getting that intel from Mossad. While some senior U.S. officials, including Vice President J.D. Vance, said that new information has come out since intelligence agencies declared in March that Iran was not seeking a weapon, officials were quoted as saying that Vance was, in fact, referring to a new analysis of existing information. So it seems to be what's going on here. I mean, it doesn't seem to be. This is what's going on here, is that everybody is kind of operating off of information that was gathered 13 months ago, and now it's being reinterpreted. Now we are kind of going back and reinterpreting information that was gathered over a year ago and coming to new conclusions. That kind of seems to be the case here. On June 13th, Israel launched a campaign of airstrikes in Iran to decimate its nuclear and ballistic missile programs, which Jerusalem characterized as an imminent existential threat. Iran has responded with deadly barrages of ballistic missiles at civilian population centers and military targets in Israel. And as we have seen, Iran has very effectively been carrying out these ballistic missile barrages. There was a little bit of a reprieve midweek. What is today? Today's Friday. Yeah, it was, Tuesday, Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Iran really wasn't doing much damage. They weren't even really firing that many ballistic missiles. But boy, Thursday morning, this morning, today, Friday morning, things have been a little bit crazy. People were starting to think, in fact, I was starting to think this, maybe Israel has been so effective at blowing up all of the Iranian rocket launchers, all of the missile launchers, that now Iran can't even launch missiles Well, that is not the case, as we've seen over the last 2 days. Now, folks, as it relates to all of this, I want to chime in and give you a little update. We do have a breaking news update as of a couple minutes ago. Check this out. Iran will only agree to meet with the United States for renewed nuclear talks if Israel agrees to stop striking the country. Iranian negotiators told their European counterparts at a meeting today in Geneva in Switzerland, according to CNN. So this is what we talked about earlier today. An Iranian negotiation delegation met with a bunch of Europeans in Switzerland to talk about de-escalating this entire situation. And one of the conditions for continuing these talks is no more Israeli airstrikes on Iran. We got to pause this. We need a ceasefire. We need to have a ceasefire, is what Iran is saying. That is their condition for ongoing negotiations. Now I have another super chat here. I want to take a look at this. Deja Vu, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. He says, Matt, sometimes it's okay to flush the turds out of chat. Flush the turds out of chat. Can I tell you a little side note? I've been streaming for years over on Twitch. It's only very recent that I've been over here on YouTube streaming. And what I've noticed on Twitch, it's very common for streamers to have arguments with people in their chat. That's kind of how I like to do it. I like to talk to people and maybe argue a little bit and have a back and forth. I've noticed on YouTube, I think a lot of people over here on YouTube don't like that. You guys don't like that. So that's kind of what I've gathered. So now I'm thinking, all right, you know what? You're right. I'm not going to argue with people in the live chat anymore. I'm going to try to not do it anymore, but that's how I've been doing it for years. I'm not going to do it anymore. No, I swear, no more arguing with people in the chat. It's never happening again. And hey, thank you. Thank you for that. Now, folks, as it relates to this entire situation, this is from Steve Bannon's War Room. We have a couple clips from Steve Bannon's War Room I want to play for you guys. Take a look at this. And the reason why we're listening to Steve Bannon right now, Steve Bannon was summoned to the White House yesterday. I'm not making this up. For the first time in years, Steve Bannon met one-on-one personally with Trump. Trump invited him out to have lunch. Why did Trump invite Steve Bannon to the White House to have lunch yesterday afternoon? It's because Donald Trump is trying to weigh out his options. This is why we love Donald Trump. Donald Trump is trying to weigh out his options. Trump wants everybody's opinion. He has a bunch of people telling him different. He's got Lindsey Graham telling him something. He's got all types of people telling him different things. Trump wants to know, what do people think? Okay, so he actually called out Steve Bannon. He flew him out to the White House, had lunch with him. They sat down, and that's good. That's exactly what we want. That's exactly what we want. Now, this is from this morning's Steve Bannon show, The War Room. So let's take a listen to this. Oh, I need to turn on my headset. My headset turned off automatically. In the meantime, I'll read the super chat real quick. The reason the strikes are more effective is that Israeli interceptors are running out, and Iran used their short-range and middle-range missiles to deplete them. I think you're right, Douglas Shannon. That's a great opinion. That's a great assessment, and we're going to talk about that specifically soon. Israel right now is stressing out. But let's take a look at this. Thank you for that super chat.
Before the Iraq war, we probably had a good year plus, maybe 15 months where they were beating the drums, they were building their case. It was new stuff every day, but it was a fairly deliberate, long, drawn out process. I think it was a terrible idea in hindsight, but you had congressional approval for it. This right now feels like they're speed running the entire Iraq war propaganda campaign and trying to compress it into a week and a half, and are using social media to create a hysterical hype cycle. So much of these mobs are obviously false. They're run by bots, and they're meant to create this sense of chaos and panic to force you into an emotional decision right now, because they don't want to give you time to think about the ramifications of any decision you might make. And to me, this type of increased tempo and pace in the propaganda suggests that they know they're in real trouble, that they know they have a problem. And you could see that in how angry they got yesterday when that 2-week pause was announced, because they had built up this hyper frenzy campaign and it clearly didn't work, thankfully.
President Trump said, listen, President Trump, this is what I love about President Trump. President Trump actually does listen to his base. if you guys yell and scream and you're active on social media, you're tuning into streams and watching on videos and whatever you're doing, all of that actually condenses that sentiment from the America First MAGA base. It does get condensed down and it trickles its way up. I don't know. It makes its way up to Trump. Trump has people on his staff that scour social media to figure out, how do people feel if I do this? What's the reaction? What's the consensus here? Trump does care about us and what your opinion is. Now, a lot of people, like this individual said, Sean Davis from the Federalist, a lot of people are, probably rightfully so, drawing comparisons, making comparisons between 2003 and the events that led up to the invasion of Iraq and what is going on right now. We were all whipped into a frenzy and a hysteria after 9/11, before the invasion of Iraq. Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. Saddam Hussein personally carried out the 9/11 attacks. He's got WMDs. He's got yellow cake. He has massive reserve of chemical weapons. He's going to start genociding everybody. We got to go in. Well, by the end of 2004, about a year later, we knew that none of that was actually true. Where did the intelligence come from? Where did all of that intelligence come from? Where did that information come from that Saddam Hussein in Iraq had WMDs and had massive stockpiles of chemical weapons? Where did that intelligence come from? A lot of it came from the same place we're getting intelligence right now, Mossad. Now, no hate against Mossad, really. They do their thing, and sometimes you get bad intelligence. But we must acknowledge it was a lot of bad Mossad intelligence that got us involved in the 2003 war with Iraq. Our entire invasion was predicated on it. And also, Mossad, listen, if we're going to have conversations about this, we need to be adults here. Let's have an adult conversation. Mossad, on October 7th, had what I would consider to be the most egregious intelligence oversight or intelligence catastrophe since 9/11 in over 20 years. How in the hell did Mossad not see that attack coming and preemptively stop it? That was a massive attack on October 7th. It was terrible. It was violent. It was deadly. It was a terrible attack. How did that make it through? So here's my opinion. I am a little bit suspect of Mossad intelligence. No hate on Mossad. No hate against Israel. I'm a little bit like, okay, well, listen, we need to vet this. We need to make sure that this intelligence is corroborated. And right now, the dynamic is intelligence we are getting from Mossad is not congruent with intelligence we have from our own American Director of National Intelligence. The American intelligence community is saying one thing, and the Israeli intelligence community is saying another thing. As far as I'm concerned, the Israeli intelligence community has a tumultuous history as of late. They've gotten some big things wrong. Okay, so I think it is proper for every single American that is being told that we need to go invade Iran or topple the Iranian government to say, hold up, wait a minute, where is the intelligence coming from and how trustworthy is it? Because right now, like I said, American intelligence says one thing and Israeli intelligence says another thing. A little bit different. Who do you trust? We got to trust President Trump. All we can do is trust President Trump. Okay, now I want to take a look here. Ali Summers says, we have a super chat. Thank you. Thank you for the daily live updates lately, and TY to Mrs. Moore. Can I tell you, you guys are so nice to my wife. You guys are always saying, thank your wife for letting you do these broadcasts. Thank you very much. Hey, I appreciate that. And my wife is in the chat. She sees these comments also. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. We have another video from Bannon's War Room earlier today. The reason why Bannon is pertinent right now is because, like I said yesterday, he had a private lunch with President Trump. So I do want to hear what Bannon has to say, given he just met with Trump yesterday afternoon. Let's take a look at this.
One thing you can see is that he gave him another couple of weeks. He's trying to get a deal. And if they're at all interested in the deal, something could be struck. But if they're not going to have a deal, if they're just going to set, President Trump said you're not going to have a nuclear weapon, he may go another alternative. But he will come back and explain that to people. But even then, it's not easy. It's quite complicated. These strike packages are complicated. It's not just the pilots' lives you're putting in jeopardy. It's also the United States, because then we're a combatant. We're a combatant. We are a combatant in another war, and maybe we can limit it. But President Trump, I will tell you, will look through every alternative, and he will make sure it's 125% that, hey, this thing can happen. It's not one swoop. It's very complicated. So that's why.
So what is he saying here? He's saying, listen, it's not just as simple as dropping a bomb. It's not just dropping a bomb. What is it? It's dropping a bomb. Maybe you blow up the bunker. Then what? What if Iran has the equipment to make a dirty bomb located somewhere else? What if Iran is able to put together hastily a dirty bomb or some type of small tactical nuke? Who knows? And they've got the equipment to do that stored at another facility. So you blow up Fordow. That's great. You break out the bunker buster. What if Iran has some type of egregious or very deadly retaliatory strike prepared that they can carry out? What if Iran, deploys a bunch of submarines and naval mines to totally lock down the Strait of Hormuz, shutting down 20-something% of global oil trade? What happens then? What if Iran has sleeper cells in America and they start carrying out domestic terror attacks all across our country? What if they've got sleeper cells, Iranian sleeper cells, terrorist cells inside of Israel? Okay, so we say, listen, yeah, we just bombed Iran, or we just bombed Fordow and blew it up. But what if there are 300 Iranian terrorists inside of Israel right now that start wreaking havoc? Okay, these are the questions that President Trump is asking and considering. Thank God he is, because it seems like so many people on social media, other YouTubers, other broadcasters, you see influencers all over the place that are saying, go in, we need to go in, we need to bomb, we should have bombed a week ago, we need boots on the ground, we need regime change, we need all this, we have to go in now. You see a bunch of that. I see it at least everywhere right now, in fact, but nobody is talking about then what? If we do this, then what happens? What type of terrible spiral do we find ourselves in? And maybe there is no terrible spiral and we go ahead and go in and we carry out the bomb attack and it's all fine. Maybe that is a possibility, right? But all of these options and consequences need to be considered. And so thank God President Trump is. It sounds like he is. And that is the purpose of this 2-week time frame. Now we have another one of these here. This is another one from Bannon. Let's take a look.
I'm a supporter of Israel, and I believe in Israel first to do what they think is necessary. And they've done a pretty magnificent job recently with Hezbollah in southern Syria. I think even in Gaza, although it should be done a lot quicker and get it over with. But this is different scale. This is different level. And in history, scale matters. And this was rushed. This was rushed to try to suck us into a military operation and get us entangled in regime change. That is obvious. The urgency last week, which still hasn't been explained, why they had to have a Pearl Harbor type attack last Thursday night and Friday morning, right? As we said, what did we say in the show, Jack Posobiec? On Friday morning, we said this was just not to get, it was obvious, it was just not to get the nuclear program. It was a decapitation move at the highest military command. They were bragging about it. And that's fine. But if you're going to do that, don't do it where you then got to upsell us for regime change or bring us in to do the coup de grace. If the coup de grace is needed by the United States of America, you should discuss that. And the American people need to be prepared for that. What did Lincoln say? If you have public opinion on your side, if you have the public's support, you can do anything in this country. But to get the public support, you got to be straight with the public. We were dealt from the bottom of the deck in Iraq. And I might note, Kayleigh McEnany, if you learned your history, Iraq today is, 50% Jack controlled by Persia, for the simple reason is that the buffoons over at Fox that dangerously promoted into the Iraq war, right, had not thought it through.
There you have it. Sorry, I saw the super chat pop up. Let me get to that here in a second. Once again, thank God President Trump is going slow and weighing out the options. He's giving it a 2-week at most time frame here, considering the options. Thank God diplomacy is back on the table. It seems like Iran is maybe potentially willing to de-escalate this entire situation, but as far as they are concerned, these negotiations are predicated on Israel stopping their airstrikes. Iran is saying we cannot negotiate if our senior ranking military members and negotiators, leadership structure is being bombed to high hell. We need a ceasefire before we can have negotiations. That is what Iran is saying. Maybe we might see President Trump call up Netanyahu and say, listen, Netanyahu, we're trying to de-escalate. You got to stop bombing. In fact, that call might have already been made. Once again, though, the question then is Netanyahu going to respond to that? Does Netanyahu say, okay, Trump, we're going to stop the bombing campaigns? I don't know. I doubt that. I seriously doubt that. Now, let me take a look here, but I hope they would if he does call. Scott says, no move to Idaho, move to Southwest Missouri. We're moving to Idaho. Sorry, brother. We are moving to Idaho someday. Not yet, but someday. And hey, thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Now, take a look at this, folks. This is what I want to show you. Okay? This is information coming out of Israel. We have a couple more articles to read through to get a really, really good comprehensive grasp on this entire situation. Can I pause this video? Thank you. Israel signals a protracted war with Iran, and Trump says he won't push for a ceasefire. This is from earlier today. I want to see this. As the conflict enters its second week, talks in Geneva between European and Iranian officials failed to break an impasse. Can I zoom in? The text is a little bit small here. Everybody's old. We all have bad eyes. That's good enough. Okay. Israel's top general warned on Friday, that's earlier today, that the war with Iran could be lengthy. This is Israel's top general, says the war with Iran could be long, calling it the most complex military campaign in the country's history. And President Trump said that he isn't inclined to press Israel to stop the airstrikes so negotiations with Iran can continue. He said, if somebody is winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody is losing. Meanwhile, talks in Geneva between European and Iranian officials failed to break an impasse this Friday morning earlier today, as Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi continued to insist to the right on the right to enrich uranium. Arab and European officials briefed on the talk set. Trump said Friday that Iran wants to talk to the U.S., not Europe. That's so Trump. I'm going to read that again. President Trump said earlier today that Iran wants to talk to the U.S., not Europe. He says, this is Trump saying, nobody cares what the European delegation has to say. This is, we are in charge. America is calling the shots here. That's what he is saying. The Europeans can talk to Iran all they want, but really it's inconsequential. Trump on yesterday, said that he would decide whether to strike Iran, quote, within 2 weeks, according to the White House. Trump had earlier told senior aides that he had approved of attack plans for Iran, but was waiting to see if Tehran would abandon its nuclear program, people familiar with the deliberation said. Israel and Iran continue to battle. Now, this is something that I want to make note of real quick here. I've seen, in fact, we had reports of this yesterday. I'm sure you guys have seen the same thing, suggesting that Israel only has another 10 days at most worth of interceptor missiles. So you guys have seen that when Iran fires over the ballistic missiles, Israel has a missile interception system. They fire up, they intercept, and they knock them out of the sky. Well, every time they fire one of those, their ammunition is being depleted. Some of these they can make domestically in Israel, but they are using these interceptors faster than they can domestically manufacture them. So the question remains, if they run out of these interceptor missiles around 10 days from now, then what? Then does the U.S. give Israel a bunch of new interceptor missiles to replenish their stockpiles? Or does Iran just start blowing the living hell out of Israel because now Israel can no longer intercept the ballistic missiles? I would guess that America steps in and starts giving Israel a bunch of interceptor missiles. That would be my guess, that we get even further embroiled in this. Trump on Thursday, okay, we read that paragraph here. Israel and Iran continued to battle. Israel said Friday, earlier today, that it had used a drone to kill another nuclear scientist and that its army has destroyed about half of Iran's missile launchers. About half of them, they say. A projectile landed in the Israeli city of Haifa, injuring at least 21 people. Moving on, we have another article here that is kind of closely related to this. These freaking ads are just massive. Iran's Islam... This, I know, is going to be a controversial discussion. I know it is. I think a lot of people are in denial about this. This ties back to the conversation, is Khamenei really the most radical person in the Iranian government? Or if he dies, would somebody even more radical take his place? And then piggybacking on that, what percent of the Iranian population supports the Iranian regime? What percent of the Iranian population hates the Iranian regime? I think that's really hard to know because I don't think we have any reliable data coming out of Iran. I don't think we can trust anything coming out. Any poll or survey you have, 20% of Iranians think this, 75% of Iranians think that. We don't even have the data. I think it's all complete and total speculation. Here's a question. If 90% of Iranian civilians hate the regime, then why now, given the current circumstances, have they not overthrown it? America has been calling for it publicly. Israel has been calling for it publicly. Israel has been telling the Iranian civilians that if they overthrow the regime, they will be welcomed or accommodated or rewarded for doing so. You might note it hasn't happened. The Iranians have not overthrown the regime. It hasn't happened, even amidst all of this chaos. So the question is, what percent of them support the Iranian regime? I don't know. Let's read the article. And also, is there somebody next in line that is even more radical than Khamenei? Let's take a look at this. Israeli strikes have taken direct aim at the backbone of its enemy's military power, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. But the attacks are also increasing the chance of a change in leadership that would concentrate power in the hands of the elite military force, potentially resulting in a more hawkish and anti-Israeli Iran. Wow. Recent Israeli strikes killed many senior guard personnel, including its top commander and the architect of Iran's ballistic missile program. The Revolutionary Guard has responded with daily missile barrages over Tel Aviv, including at military sites and a hospital on Thursday, and they have warned the U.S. to not get involved. The war has dealt the most severe blow to Iran in 4 decades and thrust it into existential peril. Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's rule depends to a large extent on loyalty from the IRGC. In turn, he has empowered the military force to the extent that it is likely to outlive the Supreme Leader. If Khamenei were toppled or killed, the Revolutionary Guard would most likely step in and dictate a new ruler, and in doing so, assume unprecedented power. So this article is saying that if Khamenei dies, things probably get even worse. Here's a map detailing all of these reported airstrikes carried out by Israel within Iranian territory. You can see kind of where the hotspots are. Take a look here. The balance of power within Iran in the aftermath of this will shift in the direction of the military, in the direction of the Guard, said Rhetoric, an Iran expert and senior fellow with the Council of Foreign Relations. Those in charge will be the men with the guns, and they will try to bring back some sort of clerical leadership, religious leadership. After all of this is an Islamic republic. Since its formation in 1979, the IRGC has been the most powerful branch of Iran's armed forces and is separate from and more powerful than the National Army. It has its own ground forces, Navy, Air Force. I'm sorry, my dog. I think someone is at my door. I apologize, folks. Give me 1 minute here. Is everything fine? Okay, we are good. No home intruders. Anyway, I apologize about that. Okay, let me get back on track here. Okay, so since its formation in 1979, the IRGC has been the most powerful branch of Iran's armed forces and is separate from and even more powerful than the National Army. It has its own ground forces, navy, air force, intelligence, and special forces totaling roughly 125,000 people personnel. It is also deeply embedded in Iran's economic system, political affairs, and social fabric. The Islamic Republic isn't a one-man rule, but a constellation of powers centered, coalescing under the supreme leader's authority. In a fragmented country, the Revolutionary Guard has over time emerged as the single most powerful actor, partly due to an expansive economic empire. I see somebody in the chat, they said, are you really reading the Wall Street Journal? You need to get better sources. Listen, here on this channel, I like to read everything. I want to know what those guys are saying. I want to know what these guys are saying. I want to have the most comprehensive overview I possibly can. Okay? For better or for worse, if you only get your news from one source, you're getting some bias. Even if you agree with the bias, even if it's on your side of the aisle, still you're getting slanted information. I want to see all of it. I want to know what everybody has to say. And then I can do my best to form my opinions. Okay, Michael McKeon. That's a massive super chat. Wow. Thank you very much. Let me actually pause here and do these super chats. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Massive, massive. Also, Truth. Steve Bannon, thank you. Steve Bannon questions the timing of the attacks on the heels of failed No Kings riot. Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society surging the southern border. Trump says 2 weeks, and then Mossad says Iran nuke ready in 15 days. Happy to donate to your channel. Hey, thank you, Truth. I appreciate that super chat a lot. That's a massive super chat. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much for that. The support goes a long way. Okay, let me take a look here. Can I pause the video so this is not playing? The Islamic Republic isn't a one-man rule, but rather a constellation of power centers coalescing under the supreme leader's authority. In a fragmented country, the Revolutionary Guard has over time emerged as the single most powerful actor, partly due to an expansive economic empire. The U.S. has sought to curb the influence of the Guard by designating it as a terrorist organization in 2019 and targeting it with economic sanctions. In 2020, during the first Trump presidency, the U.S. military strike killed Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Guard's International Quds Force, and its most prominent commander. So anyway, listen, we're gonna continue reading this here for a minute. We're not quite done, but what is the overall point here? This kind of harkens back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier, is that if Khamenei dies, maybe the situation gets even worse. That is entirely possible. I think to say, oh, if we kill Khamenei, then everything is going to get better. Not only is that ignorant, not only is that just very presumptuous and based on no information or intel at all, but on top of that, we have every reason to think the opposite based off of the last 20 years of historical precedents. What happened to Libya after Gaddafi died? It got worse. It got more radical. It got more deadly. What happened in Iraq after Saddam Hussein died? It got worse. What happened in Afghanistan after we tried to depose the Taliban's rule? Well, we failed. After we left, the Taliban is now back in control. What happened in Syria? Okay, well, after Bashar al-Assad was weakened and now he's gone, you've had ISIS and ISIS affiliate groups running amok throughout the country, through the entire region, genociding Christians. They've killed tens of thousands of Christians over the last several years. Is that worse or better? Is that worse or better? So, oftentimes, these situations get worse. In fact, there's another example. You look up at Russia. I think this is common sentiment. People say if you assassinate Vladimir Putin, there are people that are next in line that are even more radical than he is. Okay, so listen. Oftentimes, these situations are much more complex than just killing somebody, because then you have to ask the question, what happens after you kill the person? Okay, we could kill. Here's the reality. America could kill any world leader at any time, any moment, on a moment's notice. We could kill anybody we want. But then what? The killing is the easy part. The blowing up the regime leader, whatever regime it might be, that is the easy part. Okay? then what? Then what happens? That is the real problematic part. Also, by the way, there was another massive super chat. You guys are at risk of being too nice to me again. It's getting, I'm feeling you guys are too nice. Leon Smith with the big time super chat. He says, thank you very much. Keep up the good work. God bless you and your family. Can I say, Leon, I want to broadcast that back on you and also everybody else and everybody else's family. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Back at you. Back at you. Thank you very much. D Summers, also with the super chat, thank you, says, I'm enjoying these afternoon streams. Great work. Do you think Epstein was a Mossad agent? Anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Now, let's go ahead and finish up this article. Thank you all very much for these super chats. I appreciate it. The Guard dominates, the IRGC dominates all major infrastructure sectors, including oil, gas, construction, and telecommunications. It trades in consumer goods and benefits from parastatal charities, operating hundreds of subsidiaries in everything from agriculture to tourism. So the IRGC has their hands involved in everything. It seems to be the case. Millions of people depend on the economic empire of the Revolutionary Guard, said Ali Alfani, an expert on the IRGC at the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington, D.C., that is, and author of a book about the IRGC. In a sense, he said, Iran's Revolutionary Guard is similar to the military in Egypt, which has dominated the state since 1952, or in Pakistan, where the armed forces have exerted control since 1947. Another example of this, if you go back a little bit further, this was also the case with the SS in Nazi Germany, the Schutzstaffel. They were very intertwined in not just military aspects of Nazi Germany, but also the German economy. They had, what's the word for them? They had kind of like shadow corporations established. They were embezzling money, siphoning money in and out of the country. The SS was very intertwined in almost every aspect of the entire country for over a decade. Very, very well intertwined and connected with everything. Had a lot of control. So it's not surprising that this is also the case with the IRGC, and as they say in Egypt as well. Not surprising at all. This kind of seems to be status quo, I guess. Now, I want to hear, we're going to segue over and take a listen to what Jack Posobiec has to say. Jack Posobiec was also on Bannon's War Room yesterday after Bannon had a private lunch with President Trump. Now, Jack Posobiec is a former naval intelligence officer, so maybe he has a little bit of insight into what is going on here. But real quick, I do have maybe a breaking news update. Take a look at this here, folks. I want to make sure that my live cams live? Is everything actually live? We're good. Okay, so folks, of course, we have the Jerusalem and the Tel Aviv cam down below in case anything crazy happens. Keep an eye on those. But breaking news update: the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, has released footage showing the launch of Imad and Qatar medium-range ballistic missiles toward Israel during the 7th wave of Operation True Promise 3. So what does this show? This shows an escalation from the Iranian side. Now, Iran, we had a super chatter point this out a minute ago, that Iran isn't even firing off the most impressive ballistic missiles. They've been using the small missiles, the weak missiles, the slow missiles in order to overwhelm and deplete Israel's missile defense battery. So now it seems like I'm not a part of the IRGC. Anyway, it seems like Iran is kind of kicking things up a notch here. Let me take a look. 7th, sorry. Yeah, that seems. Oh, my headset flipped off here. Anyway, yeah, I think you're right. I think it is 7th, not 17th. Need to turn my headset back on. And okay, I think we're good. Those are some missiles. Oh wow, look at that. If I full screen that, what does that look like? Now I saw somebody in the chat say that this is an old video. So at this point, folks, I want to kind of tell you how I do things. I have, can I show you this? Yeah. Okay, guys, I have a 24/7 live tracking military intelligence news feed. I've got the IDF, various OSINT posters. I've got reporters on the ground. I've got people. I've got this is the Iranian feed, and then I have a monitor over here. I have 6 more live news feeds over there to my right. Okay, so these are feeds that I have come to trust over the last couple of years. It seems like they're trustworthy, reliable sources. Okay, so that's kind of, if I say breaking news update alert, that is where I'm getting this stuff from. There are live on the ground reporters, all types of stuff. And so that's where we're operating from. Now, also, we haven't seen this yet. We have this. This is President Trump 23 minutes ago. Take a look at this. This might be a little controversial. Take a look at this.
So you have that Iran is building a nuclear.
I want to turn up the audio here. Audio.
So you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon. Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
So you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon. Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
There you have it. So as we've talked about a lot now, about 2, actually maybe 3 months ago now, our DNI, Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, came out. This was in front of Congress. She said that Iran is not actively pursuing a nuclear bomb. In fact, she said that they have not been pursuing a nuclear bomb since 2003, 22 years. And so Trump is just flat out saying the DNI, the American Director of National Intelligence, is wrong. Okay, then that begs the question: where is he getting his? If he's not getting his intelligence from the DNI or the American intelligence community, where is Trump getting his intelligence from? Israel. That's where, from Mossad, from Israel, from the Israeli intelligence community. And so that is what President Trump believes at the moment. That is what President Trump believes at the moment. Okay, we're going to move on. I think we had another thing here that I wanted to show you guys. Okay, this is actually talking about Israel's very quickly depleting ballistic missile interception system. We were just talking about this a moment ago, and let's get some more information here. The U.S. races to defend Israel as it burns through missile interceptors. Short supplies of high-end defenses could lead to rationing as Iranian attacks continue. The U.S. is racing to reinforce Israel's defenses, sending more warships capable of shooting down ballistic missiles to the region as Iranian attacks drain Israel's stocks of missile interceptors. An additional U.S. Navy destroyer arrived in the eastern Mediterranean on Friday, that's earlier today, joining 3 others in the area and 2 in the Red Sea. So right now, we talked about this yesterday, we have had a major naval vessel relocation over to the eastern Mediterranean and also down on the southeast side of the Gulf states in the region to help blow missiles out of the sky. Most of the United States Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers are armed with a range of interceptors known as the SM-2, SM-3, and SM-6 that can shoot down ballistic missiles and other aerial threats. SM-3s, first used in combat last year to counter an Iranian attack, are designed to intercept missiles above the atmosphere in the middle of their flight paths. Wow. The U.S. has also replenished stocks of ground-based interceptors for the THAAD anti-missile system it set up in Israel last year. Formerly known as the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, the THAAD, the system is operated by the U.S. Army and designed to intercept missiles inside or outside the atmosphere during their final phase of flight, known as the terminal phase. The surge of seaborne and ground-based missile defenses underscores the concerns of Israel's dwindling supplies and armaments. Israel risks exhausting its supply of high-end Arrow 3 interceptors in the coming weeks if its conflict with Iran isn't resolved in the coming weeks. So they might be out of ammunition here in the next couple of weeks if the problem is not resolved due to continuous ballistic missile volleys from Iran. So really, here's the question. How many ballistic missiles does Iran have? Do you think that Iran has enough ballistic missiles to just keep on lobbing these? Iran might run out. Who knows? Maybe Iran totally runs out of ballistic missiles tomorrow. And then this thing is over. Who knows? Who knows? Got to keep reading. The Arrow 3 is the, quote, crown jewel designed to intercept missiles above the Earth's atmosphere. It can neutralize threats before they cross into Israeli airspace and give other systems time to act if the first shot misses. Without Arrow 3, it's problematic, said Timur Kadyshev, a researcher at the University of Hamburg. That is so pathetic that once again you have the Europeans copying American culture. Americans invented the hamburger, and then the Europeans named a town after something we invented. That is so embarrassing for them. Anyway, who has studied the Arrow system? You have less time to shoot down an incoming missile because you're shooting them only in the terminal phase. So the higher up they try to intercept it, the more time they have to employ backup options. Makes sense. Now, Israel Aerospace Industries, the company that makes Arrow interceptors, didn't respond to requests for comment. Israel's armed forces also declined to comment on interceptor stockpiles, but they said the military is ready to handle any scenario. Well, I mean, what do you do if you just run out of ammunition? How do you handle that? I guess, what does Israel do if they totally run out of ammunition and Iran continues to fire ballistic missiles? Then they ask us for help. Then they are asking us for ammunition and for help with intercepting these missiles. And so that is why right now we are repositioning a huge amount of military technology, U.S. military technology, cruisers and all types of stuff over to the Middle Eastern region. I think we are probably anticipating that Israel is going to need our help. Otherwise, we wouldn't be there. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in an interview Thursday with Israel's public broadcaster KAN, declined to answer whether Israel was running out of Arrow 3 interceptors. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Of course, he's not going to say that they are almost out or however many they have left. I would always like more and more, he said, Netanyahu said. He estimated that Israel has destroyed around half of Iran's missile launchers since the current conflict began, thereby diminishing the threat posed by Iran's missile arsenal. Now, before we continue with this article, I'm going to pause. I'm going to take a look at this massive super chat from One Hairy Guy. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. He says, and I quote, "Time has passed, technology has advanced, but human beings have had little change. We are still going by nature's guidelines. Only the strong shall survive. Only question we have to ask ourselves is, do we support the strong for good or for evil?" I mean, you're right about that. The book I'm reading right now is about the Trojan War. History, hey, humans have always been at war with each other. They always have been. That's the way it goes. They say the Trojan War lasted for 10 years. In 1200 BC, it was a 10-year-long war, according to Homer at least. Bloody, brutal. That's how it's always been. We've always been doing this stuff. And hey, once again, thank you. That's a massive super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Huge super chat. Thank you very much. Let me continue with this article here. The Wall Street Journal reported Wednesday that Trump had approved attack plans from Iran, but was holding off on giving the final order to see if Tehran would abandon its nuclear program through diplomacy. Well, maybe these avenues of diplomacy are reopening. These pathways towards diplomacy are reopening, it seems. They met in Switzerland today with the Europeans. Steve Witkoff, on behalf of the Trump administration, has been communicating with Iran also. What Iran is saying right now is they need a ceasefire. But it seems like maybe that ceasefire is not going to happen. We read in the last article, it said that Trump is actually Trump isn't telling Israel to stop bombing. So not even Trump is pushing for a ceasefire right now. Trump is saying, listen, you need to, Trump has taken a hardline stance. This is my opinion. It seems like Trump, the negotiate to which Trump is willing to negotiate. Did I say that right? The degree to which Trump is willing to negotiate is this. Iran needs to completely shut down everything and also totally agree to shut down every single nuclear site they have. Otherwise, the bombing is going to continue. And also, Iran needs to agree to this while the bombs are still dropping. There will be no ceasefire. America might get involved. Israel will continue bombing. And Iran needs to completely surrender and completely capitulate in the full capacity of that word. Otherwise, they're just going to keep on getting bombed. I think that is the case. And if they don't do that, then the bombs will continue dropping, and maybe America will continue dropping, or will start dropping bombs. Israel is using its control over the skies over Western Iran to take out more missiles before they are launched. Its air superiority could also force Iran to fire from farther away, which means using liquid-fueled missiles that take more time to get ready, making them more vulnerable to attack. We have a massive super chat here from Michael P. What does he say? Israel has its own nukes. If it runs out of interceptors, then Israel can make a decision whether it should deploy a nuke to secure its existence. Israel started this battle, so why would we be impelled to stop it? I have a feeling that Israel does not want to use its nuclear weapons. We all know Israel has nukes, but also Israel's official narrative is that they don't have nukes. Israel publicly denies having nukes. They have never publicly acknowledged even having them. We all know that they do have them. But also, I think it would be a pretty rough narrative if Israel were to be the first country. Okay, let me put it this way. For better or for worse, regardless of whether or not you agree with this, there are already a lot of people in America and Europe and everywhere in the world that don't like Israel. A lot of people don't like Israel. A lot of people view Israel, like I said, for better or for worse, regardless of your opinion or what is right or wrong, a lot of people blame this entire situation on Israel. A huge portion of people are not backing Israel. In fact, they blame Israel for all of this. It would be a pretty, and by the way, Israel knows that. Israel already knows that. Israel knows the perception. They know that there are a lot of people all over the world that do not support them in this ongoing endeavor. And so I think it would be an incredibly incompetent optics move. Meaning it would look bad. It would look terrible if Israel were to use a nuke in any of these circumstances. They would be the first country to use a nuke in a warfare scenario since 1945. They would break that sort of armistice on dropping nuclear bombs. Nobody else has done it. They would be the first ones to do it. The amount of global scorn and hatred and blame that they would receive, I think it would be catastrophic for them. I think it would be very bad optics for them to do that. A lot of people are already mad at this situation between Israel and Iran. A lot of people already are blaming Israel for Gaza and all that stuff. Like you guys have seen that stuff. If they were to go dropping nukes, if they were to be the first country to drop a nuke since 1945, just like public perception, their reputation would be destroyed. That's my opinion. And so I think they wouldn't want to do that. I think they know that. I think they're smarter than that, and I think they will not do that. And that's kind of the case. Now, Israel is using its control of the skies over Western Iran to take out more missiles before they are launched. Its air superiority could also force Iran to fire from farther away, which means using liquid-fueled missiles that take more time to get ready. Now, earlier, I don't think I have it on hand right now, but earlier we saw an IDF Air Force strike map detailing the location of every single strike that has taken place. I'm trying to find this. I think it was in one of these Wall Street Journal articles. And what we have noticed is that pretty much every single one of these Israeli airstrikes, here it is, has taken place in Western Iran. So this article might be true here in saying that Israel has very effectively battered Western Iran, and so now Iran is being forced to fire ballistic missiles from eastern Iran, which means they take longer to get to Israel. Which therefore also means that Israel has more time to intercept them and shoot them down. That is also a part of this equation. We have the map right there to show that. And so that's that. But anyway, what I wanted to do was take a look. Jack Posobiec had a long write-up, a long diagnosis of this entire situation. And also he was recently on Bannon's War Room earlier this morning. Jack Posobiec is a former naval intelligence officer, and on the Bannon podcast, Bannon yesterday afternoon had lunch with President Trump. So all of this ties in. I want to see what's going on here. Let's play the clip. Well, my headset turned off again. I need to get a new headset. Every time I try to play some audio clip, I've got to turn on the headset. Otherwise, I can't hear anything. Okay.
These interceptor missiles that Israel is shooting up, by the way, same issue that Ukraine had. The interceptor missiles are extremely expensive, and they are not unlimited. You're talking $50,000 to $100,000 each time one is fired.
$50,000 to $100,000. These interceptor missiles are very expensive.
That doesn't even mean if it hits. When it's fired, if it malfunctions, when it goes off, $50,000 to $100,000. That's U.S. dollars. And so you're talking about an extremely expensive air net. And of course, they're doing that because they want to protect civilians. They want to protect infrastructure. Absolutely. But we're just talking about order of battle here. And so, yes, Iran's munitions, they're not as precision guided. Their ordnance, their missiles, a lot of this is old material. There was a missile, one of the ballistics that landed, and there were some images circulating on social media yesterday, and you could see this thing was built in 1981, a Shahad 3. This was a very old piece of ordnance. This was Cold War material. But from Iran's perspective, the only way that you can beat the Iron Dome and the way you can fight back against it is by overcoming it and overwhelming it, and again, draining those military resources and financial resources because of the great expense of the shoot-down interceptors that Israel is having to use. And this, of course, is what creates the sense of urgency. It's urgent for Israel to have someone come in and potentially knock the Iranians out through a regime change operation, or get one of the bigger power players in to backfill them, to backfill the ammunition, because otherwise they're going to run out. They can't keep this up forever.
This is, I think, like the most fair thing to say about this entire dynamic. I understand why Israel wants regime change in Iran. I also understand why the majority of Americans don't want to be involved in it. I understand both points of view. I get why the Netanyahu administration and most Israelis, I would assume, want an overthrowing of the Khamenei regime. I get that. I understand that. But I also understand how the majority of Americans are saying, this is not our problem. We do not want to be involved in yet another Middle Eastern regime change operation where we are spending American money and shedding American blood. It's not our problem. That's the overwhelming sentiment of Americans right now. So I understand both sides of the equation. I get it. I get everybody's angle. Now, I happen to be American, and I happen to not be Israeli. I happen to not be Jewish, and I happen to not be Israeli, and I happen to live in America and not Israel. So me being American kind of influences my personal opinion about how this entire operation should unfold. Everybody has their bias, and my bias is America. My bias is what is best for America and Donald Trump's credo, America first. That's my bias. I'm gonna let that be clear. But I think I understand everybody's point of view here. Now, speaking of point of view, like I said, Jack Posobiec posted a long write-up, a detailed write-up of this entire situation, and I want to read through all of this with you guys. So, strategic assessment, Iran contingency operations. Subject: operational considerations and strategic questions regarding potential strike on 4-down nuclear facilities. Summary: the American public, as well as senior leadership, maintain high confidence in President Trump's handling of the Iranian nuclear issue. His approach has thus far balanced strategic restraint with credible deterrence. Before initiating another kinetic operation in the Middle East, the following strategic and tactical questions must be addressed. Key intelligence questions. Need to fix one thing real quick here. Okay. All right. Okay. Hold up. I see something in the chat. I really like your coverage, but enough with the clickbait, please. This isn't the first time you've used it. Thank you, Sia. Wait, what exactly am I clickbait? Listen, we're doing a multi-hour long broadcast. Just because we're not talking about the thing that you want me to talk about at this exact moment does not mean it's clickbait. We're talking about all different types of things, okay? You go back and check the video. We did talk about the thing you're saying I'm clickbaiting with. Anyway, moving on. Get over it. The point is get over it. Okay, key intelligence considerations. 1. Target effectiveness. If the Fordow nuclear enrichment facility is struck using precision-guided, deep, penetrating ordnance, e.g. the GBU-57 MOP, what is the assessed probability of complete destruction of Iran's nuclear weapons development capability? What percentage of confidence do our technical estimates provide regarding total neutralization? If we're going to drop a $20 million bomb, are we confident that it's going to be effective? What if it doesn't actually work? Okay. Also, I do want to say real quick, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe to the channel. If you're new here, please hit the subscribe button. It helps a lot. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay. Casualty projections. In the event of an Iranian retaliatory response, e.g. ballistic missile strikes, proxy attacks, naval engagements, what are the modeled U.S. military casualty estimates? Now, the question here is, if President Trump calls the shot and he decides to drop this bunker buster bomb on Fordow, let's say we blow up Fordow, the operation is successful. Well, is Iran going to be able to kill 20,000 American military personnel in the Middle East? Keep in mind, right now we have 40, some people say 50,000 American military members stationed in the Middle East right now. 40 to 50,000 of them are there at this moment. And that's not even counting all of the new naval vessels that have moved in the area, okay, in the surrounding area. So is it possible that if we drop a bomb on Fordow, we get directly offensively, kinetically involved? What if Iran is able to pose a serious, deadly retaliation against America or the Americans? That would be a very bad thing. These are the questions that President Trump must consider right now, and this is why he's holding off so far. These questions have to be figured out. We're going to move on here. In the event of an Iranian retaliatory response, e.g. ballistic missile strikes, proxy attacks, or naval engagements, what are the modeled U.S. military casualty estimates? Are we looking at negligible losses, 0, light casualties, 100, or significant combat fatalities, over 1,000 people dead? Now, I want to take a look at some of these super chats here. I think I'm getting behind here. We saw that one, and thank you very much again. This is Derek Rogers. What is wrong with the bread smacker dude's problem? Please, dude, chill. I'm not sure. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not looking at chat a whole lot. I'm just kind of doing the show. So if you have a problem with another person in the chat, maybe I would just tell you to block them. You should probably block them on your own, but I'm not sure. Thank you very much. We also have another from Zezala, longtime viewer. Thank you very much. That's a massive super chat. Zezala, you do not need to do this, Zezala. You really don't. I know I missed Sophia's birthday. It's Will's birthday soon. 50 for her and 50 for him. From Raven, Paul, and I, happy birthday. Zezala, thank you. You do not need to do that. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate that. My daughter turned 4 recently, and my son turns 2 soon. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot, Zezala. Much love to you and your entire family. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. We also have William here, who says, actually, it is our problem. The CIA put the Ayatollah in power in 1979, then turned on America. They've occupied Iran ever since. Shouldn't we help the Iranian people take back their country? That's accountability, isn't it? At what point you have to ask the question, when is enough enough? At what point you have to ask the question, yes, we have been complicit in causing issues around the world, but now we need to stop interfering. I think that is a valid question for Americans to ask. Yes, America has caused a lot of issues or caused a lot of change all around the world. To what degree do we need to be involved going forward? At a certain point, do we need to say enough is enough? We're nipping it in the bud. It's time to step away. As you all know, America has been really deeply complicit in what is going on in Eastern Europe. After the fall of the Soviet Union, America has been involved heavily in NATO and the eastward NATO expansion towards Ukraine and towards Europe and towards Russia. Does that mean that we need to continue giving hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine? Or do we say, listen, we can acknowledge we've made mistakes in the past, but going forward, the best we can do is to stop making mistakes. So now we're done. Now we're pulling out. All right. I think these are valuable questions. Just because we've engaged in bad geopolitical maneuvers in the past does not mean that we need to continue engaging in bad geopolitical maneuvers going forward in the future for all of eternity. At a certain point, we got to say enough is enough. And thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that, folks. Let's continue reading through Jack Posobiec's write-up here. Thank you very much. Okay. We talked about the casualty projections. Let's talk about the strategic outcomes. What are the realistic assurances, if any, that such a strike will result in the long-term dismantlement or abandonment of Iran's nuclear program? If not, what additional measures would need to be required to ensure complete cessation? So once again, this is back to the point, he actually brought this up a moment ago, is that if we drop a bomb, meaning we are now directly offensively involved, is it even going to work? Is the plan even going to be effective? Is it worth it, right? If the goal was to blow up the facility, if we drop the bomb, can we be certain 100% that that facility is going to be inoperable at the back end of that bomb attack? I don't know. These are questions Trump is asking right now. Damage recovery timeline. If the program is only temporarily disrupted, what is the estimated Iranian timeline to reconstitute enrichment and weapons development capability? So if we blow up Fordow, how long is it going to take Iran to work back up to enriching uranium at some point in the future? Let's say we drop a bomb, okay? Is it possible that 2 years from now they've got a new Fordow? They've got a new subterranean nuclear uranium enrichment facility? How long would it take them to recover? And if we think they're going to be able to recover quickly, then is blowing up Fordow even a good option? If it is or isn't, maybe we need to overthrow the regime altogether. Is that worth it, overthrowing the regime? What would that take? What are the consequences of that? Is that American boots on the ground, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Okay? Anybody that is saying that this entire situation is just as simple as dropping one bomb in and out, and that's it. It's going to be real easy. You fly a B-2 bomber over there, you drop one bomb, maybe two, and then you fly back home, and we're sipping margaritas by the time the sun sets. I think that's probably not the case. I think this entire situation is much more complex than that. Weaponization timeline. Assuming Iran proceeds at maximum speed towards nuclear breakout following an attack, what is the estimated time to bomb threshold? This is another great question, okay? We talked about this earlier as well. Is it possible that Iran has enough enriched uranium to make a dirty bomb or maybe a nuclear bomb, and this uranium, enriched uranium, is stored, it's being siloed somewhere else in the country? So if you blow up Fordow, what if a couple hundred miles away in a secret bunker that maybe we don't even know about, they're able to put together a nuclear bomb and then retaliate? But what if blowing up Fordow causes them to actually launch a nuclear warhead at Israel? And let's say that nuclear warhead actually lands and does damage. And what if us bombing Fordow is what instigates them into doing that? These are all the questions. And by the way, all of these questions I'm asking here, I'm not saying this is going to happen or that's going to happen or this is my opinion and this is 100%. But I'm saying these are all very important questions, right? And these are there's a reason why President Trump has been in the Situation Room for 2 or 3 hours a day, every single day for the last several days. He's meeting with his top intelligence officials, with the National Security Council team to figure out, I guarantee you, all of these things they are talking about. If this, then what? If that, then what? Okay, so if that, then this, then what? All of these little offshoots, and then every little offshoot you have, if this happens, then that happens, then these two things could happen. Then what if you go that way? And then there's another two things. So many options, and they need to have a contingency for every single one of them. They got to have a plan for every single possible outcome within the realm of possibility. So all of these things they are thinking through right now. It's, once again, it's not as easy as just Go in, drop a bomb, come home, it's over. Easy. Easy. Okay, and then we have this. This is another question here. Escalation risk, regime change trajectory. If a limited strike fails to achieve permanent effects, is there a risk that political and military advocates will shift towards calling for a full-scale regime change? What would such an operation entail in terms of ground forces, air dominance, stabilization requirements, and duration? This is a question we've been talking a lot about as well. If we kill Khamenei, if we decapitate the regime, once again, then what happens? Maybe there is a sort of like an Arab Spring type of revolution. Who knows? Maybe within a month there's a beautiful, healthy, functioning democracy. Maybe there's a democracy and everything is peaceful and happy in Iran. I think probably not. I would guess the IRGC will take over, and maybe they'll install someone that's even more deadly or more violent and hates America and Israel even more, if that is believable. Who the hell knows? This could go any way. This is what happened in Libya and Afghanistan and Syria and Iraq. Is after we decapitated or deposed their leadership structure, well, a power vacuum was created and an even worse situation manifests. Everybody says that, you know, if we kill Khamenei, then Iran is just going to immediately become a much better place. Well, like, what are you basing that opinion on? Why do you think that? Because actually the exact opposite thing happened in Syria and Afghanistan and Iraq and Libya. So I'm not exactly optimistic about what happens in Iran, a country with 92 million people, and all of them have been propagandized, mind-controlled, and radicalized to hate the West, to hate Israel, and to hate America. They've all been in this environment, this highly radical environment, for 50 years now. I don't really think that a beautiful democracy is going to sprout up out of the ashes of the Khamenei regime. I'm not exactly optimistic about that. Okay, so let's go down that route. What happens? Do you have some type of more radical, you know, let's talk about what happened in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. You had ISIS pop up in this power vacuum that formed in the mid-2010s. ISIS, they, for the next 10, actually still to this day, for the next 10 years, they started genociding Christians. How many Christians have had their head cut off over the last 10 years because ISIS stepped into the power vacuum? Things became even worse. It's tens of thousands. There's been a Christian genocide. Anybody that's not a member of the radical Islamic cult, whatever you want to call it, they get decapitated. You guys have seen the videos. It's terrible, right? And so you need to be aware of these things. It's not good. I'm not exactly optimistic about Iran's long-term prospects, to be honest with you. Let's keep on reading here. Okay, so post-regime scenarios. What is the most likely successor political structure in the event of a regime collapse? What are the probabilities of prolonged civil war or insurgency? I would say 100. My opinion is 100. Okay, I'll say 99. My opinion here, I'm just a guy on the internet who cares what I think. My bet is 99% chance of prolonged civil war or insurgency. That's my approximation here. Are there credible refugee flow projections based on recent analogs? Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan. Jack Posobiec is a smart guy. He has been paying attention to history for a long time, Middle Eastern history for a long time. A lot of us have. Okay, what happened in 2015? Around the time ISIS stepped into that power vacuum in the Middle East. Well, you had, they call it the European refugee crisis. You had tens of millions of Middle Eastern refugees, as well as refugees from North Africa, as a consequence of Libya, that came flooding into Europe. And also many of them came over here to America. We've got millions of them here in America as well. They found their way here. Okay. This has not just regional consequences, but global consequences. Iran is a big country. There's 92 million people. If there's massive regional destabilization, then do people stay there and grit their teeth and bear it out? Or do they flee? They want to go somewhere else. They're going to go to Europe. They're going to try to come here to America. That's a problem. Why? Because we don't want them. We don't want them. And also America doesn't want, also Europe doesn't want them either. Let's move on to police credibility. Policy credibility. Given the performance of what the hell just happened there? My bad. Given the performance of prior interventionist architects, what steps have been taken to restore institutional trust? Are we repeating known strategic errors under a new pretext? Here's the question. What's going to be different this time? That is a very fair question. American Middle Eastern foreign policy has been terrible for like 20 years or more, for over 20 years. You need to convince the American people, if you really want to do this, you have to get the American people on board and convince them that it's going to be different this time. Did what we did in Libya benefit America? Most Americans say no. Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria. In what way is this actually America first or helping America? We've lost thousands of American soldiers. We've spent trillions of dollars trying to foment regime change and topple governments in the Middle East. Has this helped our country? This is not just it is my opinion, but it's more than that. The overwhelming majority of Americans do not want to get embroiled in another Middle Eastern war. Whether or not you do or you don't, the overwhelming majority of Americans do not want to get involved in the Middle East again. We know that. We've got the polling data. We know this. It's an incredibly unpopular position. It's like 100% of people on the left don't want to get involved, and over 50% of people on the right don't want to get involved. And so this is it's not a popular thing, right? If we are talking about deploying American boots back on the ground in the Middle East and trying to create regime change, it's not popular. Okay, now I want to take a look at some of these super chats here. Let's see what people are saying. Let me take a look here. Some of these. Oh, okay. These ones are new. Before I miss these. One hairy guy, Matt, you're a great guy. Thanks for what you are doing, promoting common sense. God bless America. Since we are so successful, why don't other countries follow our model? Listen, America is a very unique country. America was made of exceptional people from an exceptional place, and our shared collective American history has reaffirmed those beliefs. We're a very unique country. We're a very unique country. Most countries are never going to follow. In fact, like I think it's fair to say that, listen, if you have the dream or the vision of every single Middle Eastern country having an American style democracy, I think it's a pipe dream. I think it's never going to happen. And also, even if your dream is for Afghanistan to be a functioning democracy, it's not our job to spend American blood and money to help them get there. Okay, that's their job. If they want to get there, they can get there. But it's not our job to project democracy across the entire world at the cost of the American people, at the cost of American lives, and at the cost of American money. That's not our job. Our job is to put America first. And also, I thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, let me take a look at these super chats here. Iran is so far along because of the $150 billion Obama and Biden gave them. We have a responsibility to help fix this. Hey, agree to disagree. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Let me take a look at this here. Truth, thank you very much for that super chat. 2016 Trump, Mueller investigation, failed impeachment, riots, 2020 COVID economy, Trump assassination, closes, border deportations, World War III, very powerful people lose money with Trump presidency. Thank you for that, Truth. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that. We also have Al with the $5 super chat. He says, Iranians are the most successful minority ethnicity in the U.S. Most of them are highly educated and business owners. That's a good fact. That's good. Although, if that could be true, I kind of doubt that's true. I would bet like Jewish people are probably the most successful, or maybe Indian people, or like Asians do very well also. I would be surprised if it's Iranians. No hate on Iranian immigrants in the U.S., but I would probably lean more into like probably Eastern Asians or Jewish people. Also, like I said, Indians seem to do well, the ones that make it here. But also, listen, there's something that needs to be kept in mind. We can call this like let's call this immigration bias, okay? And I'm going to use Indians as an example, okay? No hate on Indians. Just because Indians in America tend to do very, very well does not mean that that is representative of all Indians, okay? It is fair to say the smartest, most intelligent, hardest working Indians are the ones that come to America. The other ones stay in India. So just because you look at the Indian demographic here in America, say, wow, they're all so smart and they're high performing, and or whatever your opinion is, they're making this much money, whatever, does not mean that that is emblematic of the majority of Indians. Okay, there's an immigration bias. The best ones came here, and this is also true for Chinese or whatever. The best ones came here because they deduced they would have the most opportunity here. The other ones that are maybe more representative of the aggregate as a whole, they stayed over there. So do not be influenced by we can call it immigrant bias or whatever you want to say. I'm not exactly sure what the term. It's a invented term I just came up with. Anyway, that's the point. Though you get the point. And also Captain Patriot. Thank you very much. I say glass parking lot size of Alaska. I think that's a very bad idea. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Okay. Let me read the conclusion here from Jack Posobiec, then we can move on. Okay. Conclusion. This operational planning is not merely about a strike on a hardened target. It carries massive second and third order consequences. The complexity of the Iranian theater demands clarity, precision, and trusted leadership. President Trump has demonstrated the judgment required for such high-stakes decision-making. This is what I tweeted earlier today. I want to show you this. And this is also an excuse to get you guys to follow my Twitter page. I'm going to link this. If you're not following on Twitter, take a look at that right there. Thank you very much. Okay. Even if President Trump does end up bombing that bunker, we must acknowledge that he has shown more deference and willingness to negotiate than any other president in decades. Had anyone else been in the White House right this very moment, we would have had boots on the ground in Iran, in the Middle East, months ago. You know that's true. I want you to imagine, if Lindsey Graham was in office, if Nikki Haley was in office, if Kamala Harris was in office, if anybody else was in office right now, not only would we have already been dropping bombs, haphazardly and recklessly, by the way, without fully weighing out all of the options and looking at the entire dynamic, by the way, but we also would have had United States military deployment back in the Middle East. It would be a war on terror 2.0. That's what would have happened. So once again, thank God that we have somebody with the patience, with the intelligence, with the deference, and with the wherewithal that President Trump has that is guiding us through this entire situation. If you had a Ted Cruz in office, you're exactly right, Lady Lux. Thank God we have President Trump in the White House. Now, folks, total disclosure. First off, I want to say something. If you are new to the channel and you have not subscribed, please do me a favor and subscribe to the channel. I need to take a quick 90-second break. We have powered through all of the prepared content I had for you guys. It was, about 3 hours worth of yapping. I think today I'm going to remain live. We're going to continue doing live breaking news coverage because I really do think crazy things could be happening tonight. So we are going to continue live breaking news coverage tonight. I need to take a restroom break, though. And I was going to say one more thing. Once I'm back from the bathroom, we are going to talk about this bunker buster bomb. Okay, you might have noticed the title of today's broadcast, Bunker Buster Inbound. We are going to talk about what that means and why that is the title of the broadcast. We talked about it earlier, but we probably have some new viewers or people could use a reminder. So we're going to talk about why I said Bunker Buster Inbound, but I need a quick break. I'll be right back, folks. And, while I am gone, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to find I'm going to see if I can find a nice, Tel Aviv live. This is Jerusalem. Maybe we can let me find Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv live. Somebody in the live chat said 420 break. I know you're not going to believe me. I know you won't. I have never, ever partaken in the 420. And I live on the West Coast up here. I think I probably am the only person in my area of the world that has never smoked weed. But it is true. Hold up, is this? This is not live. This is fake news broadcast. Can I just find a nice live? This is live. Okay. All right, folks. I'll be right back, and then we're going to keep the broadcast going. I'll be right back, gentlemen. And ladies too. All right, folks. Like I said, I think at this point, we are kind of segueing into the cozy hangout breaking news live update segment of the stream, because we have effectively powered through all of the prepared. We've powered through my entire monologue. Now, there was something that I wanted to show you guys that we have not gotten to yet, though. It just popped in my head. We have Alex Jones talking to Steve Bannon about this entire situation. This is a 7-minute long video clip from earlier this morning. Alex Jones with Steve Bannon. So I'm sure this will be a bombastic little video to watch. We can do that here in a moment. But yeah, so folks, the reason why the title of today's stream is Bunker Buster Bomb Inbound is because for the last couple hours, there has been major big-time speculation and discussion all over the internet about how President Trump has been waiting to drop a bunker buster bomb until after the markets close on Friday night. As you know, the markets, as in the stock market, is closed Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, and then it reopens on Monday morning. Well, the idea is that President Trump has been holding off on dropping a bunker buster bomb until after the markets closed on Friday night, because if he drops that bomb, then the markets are going to take a downturn. No doubt, people are going to panic. They're going to freak out. That's the way it's going to go. So if he drops a bomb on Friday night, then the markets have 2 days to recover. Public sentiment and consensus, people can say, okay, actually, it wasn't that big of a deal. It's fine. Okay, everything's going to be okay. And so, yeah, as I'm seeing in the chat, folks, the markets actually closed a couple hours ago, maybe 90 minutes ago, something like that. And so right now, there are a lot of people I'm seeing speculating that President Trump is going to drop the bunker buster bomb. President Trump might, that President Trump might drop the bunker buster bomb tonight. So there's a reason why we're going to have a special extended edition of today's broadcast, because these things might be happening. Now, take a look at this. This was President Trump just maybe 2 hours ago. Let's see what he has to say. This was on the tarmac as he was flying around taking care of business.
Mr. President, the Iranian foreign minister this afternoon said if the U.S. is serious about negotiations, that you would call up Israel and request that they stop their airstrikes. Will you make that request?
Well, I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens.
Is it fair to say that Israel's winning right now? I think it's probably fair to say that. I think so. Now, who knows? That could change. We talked a lot earlier today about what happens after Israel runs out of their missile interceptors. Maybe they're running out of ammunition. And then who knows? Maybe Iran does flip it back. Maybe they flip it back. Some of you seem to think that Israel is already losing. I think Israel's kind of on top in this situation right now, but who knows how things go long term. We also have breaking news as of just a moment ago. The government of Pakistan has officially recommended that President Trump receives the 2026 Nobel Peace Prize. 2026 Nobel Peace Prize. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pakistan. I see this in the chat. Can I ask a question? With the way Tulsi Gabbard has been acting and the things that she says, could she be a Russian plant? I just want to say something real quick. The only reason anybody has ever spoken ever about Tulsi Gabbard being a Russian plant is because that is what Hillary Clinton accused her of being in 2016. Tulsi Gabbard was early on in the Democratic primary in 2016, was campaigning against Hillary Clinton. And Hillary Clinton, in order to defame Tulsi Gabbard, Hillary Clinton accused her of being a Russian plant. Hillary Clinton also accused Trump of being a Russian plant. So if you want to try to find the source of that Tulsi Gabbard, Russia, Tulsi Gabbard, you are, I'm not blaming you. I don't think you knew this. You are repeating a Hillary Clinton talking point. that talking point goes back to Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton just made that up out of thin air in order to tear down her political opposition in 2016. So that is Hillary Clinton bullshit, pretty much is what that is. So I would steer clear of that one. Oh, okay. There was somebody in the chat earlier today that was requesting that I play the entire Tulsi Gabbard monologue about Iran's nuclear program. Okay, I have the entire video right here. In fact, Tulsi Gabbard incidentally posted the entire thing, well, 2 minutes of it, 5 minutes ago. So, speaking of Tulsi Gabbard, the alleged Russian collaborator, allegedly from Hillary Clinton, let's go ahead and play the entire video. Let's see what she has to say.
Iran continues to seek expansion of its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict. Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs, including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region.
To be fair, to be clear, this is Tulsi Gabbard in front of Congress 3 months ago, 2.5 months ago. Okay, this is very recent.
Tehran has shown a willingness to use these weapons, including during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024. Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003.
When she says the IC says they don't have a program or whatever. The IC is the intelligence community. She's the director of national intelligence. She is speaking on behalf of the United States intelligence community. That's where this is coming from.
The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons. Iran will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, and helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorists and militant actors, which it refers to as its axis of resistance. Although weakened, this collection of actors still presents a wide range of threats, including to Israel's population, U.S. forces deployed in Iraq and Syria, and to U.S. and international military and commercial.
So this is what we hear from Tulsi Gabbard 2.5 months ago. Our director of national intelligence speaking on behalf of our intelligence community. What she says is that the intelligence community has no reason to believe that Iran is pursuing nuclear weapons. In fact, the American intelligence community has no reason to believe that they have been pursuing nuclear weapons since 2003. But we also know, this is what she says, the American intelligence community knows that as of 2.5 months ago, Iran has their largest stockpile of enriched uranium that they have ever had, and it is totally unprecedented for any country to have that much enriched uranium that does not also have nuclear weapons. So it's a curious situation. It is a curious situation. And now, so folks, there is a little bit of drama here. You might be wondering, why did Tulsi Gabbard post this 5 minutes ago? Why did she do that? And the answer comes from President Trump himself. I'm going to pull this up. The answer comes from Trump himself. Trump threw a little bit of shade at Tulsi Gabbard a couple hours ago. Take a look.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
She's wrong. Trump says, our director of national intelligence is wrong. and the American intelligence community is wrong. So this happened about 2 hours ago. Trump said this about 2 hours ago. And so this is why Tulsi Gabbard 5 minutes ago made this tweet. Maybe we are butting heads behind closed doors. Maybe there was some drama behind closed doors. Maybe there is a disagreement on how to handle the ongoing situation with Iran right now behind closed doors. Seems like there's a little bit of drama. That's what it seems like to me. Now, so we're going to keep tabs on that. I'm keeping tabs on everything that is going on. I'm seeing another report come out right now. Breaking news, folks. This is from Tulsi Gabbard. 3 minutes ago, breaking. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard says the U.S. has intelligence indicating that Iran is at the point where it can produce nuclear weapons within weeks to months. Iran is capable of producing nuclear weapons within weeks to months. This is a breaking news report that just came off the press. Now, we have another. Where's that breaking news page? Do I have that open still? No. One moment. I've got another new clip from Donald Trump here. I want to show you this. Okay.
Mr. President, the Iranian foreign minister this afternoon said if the U.S. is serious about negotiations, that you would call up Israel and request that they stop their airstrikes. Will you make that request?
Well, I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, so we saw that one. We're gonna wait and see. This is the one we haven't seen.
If there is an attack on U.S. assets, will you promise to conduct a full investigation and make it transparent with the American people before blaming Iran for such an attack?
Well, if there's an attack, we'll know almost immediately with modern equipment who made the attack, and those people will be very, very unhappy.
Prime Minister,
I want to get you people out of danger. You're in danger standing.
So this question is very curious. The question is, President Trump, if there is an attack on America or American personnel, will you conduct a full and thorough investigation before blaming Iran? Why would somebody ask that question? I think I just closed the tab I wanted to have. Why would somebody ask that question? And the reason why is because the concern is over a false flag. The concern is over an attack that is staged. Somebody is attacking America or Americans and framing Iran, but that it actually wasn't Iran. That is the axiom of that question. False flag. That's why somebody is asking that. Now, why don't we go ahead, folks, and play the Alex Jones? Let's go ahead and play the Alex Jones and Steve Bannon clip. But you know what? Just to be, well, no, we'll do it this way. And once again, thank you everybody for tuning in today. What a just crazy day today. Any moment something could happen. I have a feeling something will. Let's go ahead and play this.
If you walked into the Oval Office this morning, Alex Jones, and had 5 minutes with the commander-in-chief, go ahead and roll. Tell me what Alex Jones tells him right now.
Mr. President, I absolutely agree with you that the mullahs want to destroy Israel and that they're unpopular and that they are a serious danger to world peace. But if you look at all the different assessments that I know you've been given, and I know that most of your advisors have told you, it will bare minimum cause oil prices, which you already see going up, to explode. The Iranians, in most assessments, will easily block the Strait of Hormuz by sinking their own ships, much less ours or others. 20% of the oil of the world goes through there. The low estimates are 110. Higher estimates go as high as 200
Lady
or
Gunsmith,
more.
thank you.
Just $110 a barrel will double the CPI.
Real quick, Derek Rogers says earthquake in Iran. The earthquake in Iran was a couple hours ago. Thank you, Derek. Thank you very much. That earthquake is a little bit suspect, but that was a couple hours ago. Thank you very much.
Inflation, and then that will raise interest rates. And then if you look at the numbers that Lutnick and Bissett have put out that were very accurate, it will definitely derail your entire economic recovery plan that's so critical, not just for us, but for the whole world. And I know from talking to my sources in CENTCOM over the years, but also from open intelligence, and Netanyahu, remember, said 24 years ago, they're 2 weeks from a bomb. From my information, for about 15 years, we know from surface sensors with our agents on the ground, and also from satellite and aircraft, that they picked up the signatures. And if you haven't been told this, please go talk to your people at the Pentagon and the CIA, and that they do have weapons-grade fissile material, and a lot of it. And if you just look at basic strategy, they've already moved the delivery systems, and the ingredients for these bombs are undoubtedly not there where it was constructed and developed.
At Fordell.
And in my view.
And that's a good concern. We've talked a lot about that also. So here we have another person, Alex Jones. He is saying exercise caution. He's saying President Trump, consider all the options. Is it even worth bombing them? Is there even anything still there at the Fordell site, or have they moved their ballistic missiles and payloads delivery systems and nuclear warheads? Have they moved them elsewhere? Are they even at Fordell?
That is just a distraction to make people think that that's the only place for the UN inspectors to go look. And you have Russia, threatening that this could trigger a nuclear war. Pakistan, as I know, says that they're not going to intervene for now. I know you've talked to them wisely, but there's just so many variables here. And then you've got the issue of a failed state and an ongoing civil war there. And the Israelis talking about commando raids, and what happens if they get pinned down and killed. And then the U.S. would probably be obliged to go in, and it would look like the Delta Force in their failed raid with Jimmy Carter in the late 70s. This is just a Pandora's box, and that's why I know, because it's a fact that the majority of the Pentagon advisors and intel people are telling you not to do this, and that our focus is not the Middle East. That's been a distraction. China is everything. Winding down this Ukraine war is everything.
I want to read through the super chat here real quick. To anyone who doesn't know, Iran has enriched to 60%. Last we knew, that is 90% of the work. Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State, said exactly that yesterday afternoon. Now, once again, though, like I feel like all of these conversations are predicated on the idea that if we drop a bomb on Fordell, that it solves all of our problems. Who's to say there's not another Fordell facility, or another 2 or 3 Fordell nuclear facilities? Who's to say that's the only place that can enrich uranium? Who's to say they don't already have operational nuclear warheads or dirty bombs outside of Fordell? And if we bomb Fordell, then they will start using them against Israel or against American personnel in the region, right? One of the I'm not saying you're saying this, but I'm just saying one of the narratives that is out there right now is that if we just drop 1 or 2 bombs on Fordow, that then it's over and all of the problems are solved. But I think that's a little bit optimistic. I think that is probably not the case. I think things are a little bit more complex than that. Seems to be the case to me, at least. And thank you for that super chat.
You've done a great job through soft power, not just with these trade deals, ending our surrender to the WEF and the globalists and the UN, but actually getting countries to align with us politically and culturally through these trade deals. And you're winning faster and quicker and better than I thought. And this is a blessing from God. Why God, I believe, spared you in Butler in July of last year. And so I just pray that you will continue, as I know you're doing, to just get as many assessments from as many people as you can, and just know that there are some people giving you limited information. They're not lying to you, but they're being deceptive through omission. And there are a lot of other scenarios that are also very, very, very dire that go from bad to worse. I mean, I've read in the news, I don't know if that's accurate, but it fits in with information I have in closing, Mr. President, that U.S. intelligence has told you that attacking Iran directly, they probably won't fall very quickly, and that would accelerate them to go ahead and finish the bomb, and they're telling you there, sir, that they believe that they have all the ingredients, which they do from my information. And if you haven't been given that information, I would beg you to please go investigate it and find out if you find any information that that's true, because they've got an ace up their sleeve, and if they are cornered, they are a Shiite hereditary dictatorship, and they are crazy when cornered, and it's part of their messianic belief system that by trying to nuke Israel, this will bring in the Mahdi or their Messiah. And I know, in closing, Mr. President, it sounds like I'm arguing for Netanyahu now, saying they're about to get a bomb, and here I am saying I believe they already have a bomb.
Okay, I'm going to regret doing this, but I want to ask a biblical theology question because I am just unfamiliar. In order for all of these biblical prophecies to come true, does Israel need to get destroyed? Is that a part of the... And I just like, there's like a Bible question, I just don't know. Is part of the prophecy that Israel has to be destroyed in order for all of these things to happen, whatever it is, the end days or the end times, or whatever the expectation is? I'm asking because I don't know, but I see sometimes people talking about it. The prophecy is happening or something like that. I'm not sure, but but anyway, is the destruction of Israel a component of that? Yeah, pretty much. No, yes. Okay, this is why I'm confused, because it seems like maybe 50% of people are saying no and 50% of people are saying yes. Huh. Yeah, it's 50-50. Okay, and so now I'm just even more confused because I genuinely don't know, and that's why I asked, and now it's 50-50, and now I don't know even more. Can I ask, this is going to be controversial. I apologize to anybody in the chat. That was not my intention. I really am just ignorant, and I'm trying to learn. Somebody said ask Grok. Okay, I don't even know how to phrase that question. In order for the biblical end time prophecy, I apologize if I'm phrasing this poorly. In order for the biblical end to be fulfilled, does Israel need to be destroyed? Let's see what Grok says, I guess. I don't know. Okay, hold up. While this populates, I'm going to look at the super chat here for a second, real quick. Waffle Salter, that's a massive $50 super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. He says, Iran would be retarded to keep their already enriched materials in that facility. Surely Trump understands that. Dig the content, by the way. I agree with you on that. I think they've got, if they have that stuff, seems like probably they do. Trump seems to think they do, at least, that they would have it spread out in multiple locations. They say, don't put your eggs in one basket. In Farsi, they say, Hekmala, shugamala, hamala, is what that means, is how you say that. And that's true. I agree with that. So don't keep all your eggs in one basket. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, what is the prophecy? Can I get back to the prophecy? Because once again, I apologize if I offend anyone here. I really am just ignorant and I want to know. I just am trying to learn. Diverse theological views. Okay, you have multiple views on this. Zionist Christian view. Many evangelical Christians believe Israel's preservation is central to God's plan, citing Genesis 12:3. Yeah, I know that. Those who bless Israel shall be blessed. Yeah, I've heard that before. And Romans 11:26, all of Israel will be saved. And then you have replacement theology. Some Christians believe the church has replaced Israel in God's plan, so the modern state of Israel fate is irrelevant to the... Yeah, I've heard this as well, that... some Christians believe that everybody that follows Christ, all of Christ's followers, they are really the people of Israel. So it's not like Jewish people living in modern day Israel that are Israel. It's all of the followers of Christ that are the real Israel. I've heard that opinion before. I've heard that as well. And then you have a different Jewish eschatology here. This says, Jewish interpretations focus on redemption and restoration, not destruction, with the Messiah ushering in an era of peace, centered in, and so this is what Jews think, is that Jesus was not the Messiah, and they're still waiting for a different Messiah, but it was not Jesus. So I guess these are the three predominant views. You've got the like evangelical Christian view, the non-evangelical Christian view, and then the Jewish view, I suppose. Okay, well, hey, there it is. Okay, was there? Oh, here it was. By the way, Ranger is what my friends call me. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. No, the rapture is what sets off the end. Israel gets hit bad, but not destroyed. Okay, all right. Well, hey, once again, thank you guys for bearing with me and coming along as I try to learn things. I don't know everything. I don't know. In fact, most things I don't know. I guess in the big picture, I really know very little. I don't know how many miles it takes to get to the sun. How many miles is there between the moon and the sun? I don't know that. I don't know. Most things I don't know. So thank you guys for helping me as I try to know things. Let's finish the Alex Jones opinion piece here. Alex Jones, take it away.
That's the point, is the genie's already out of the bottle, and if cornered, that then accelerates the probability that they will try to smuggle one into Israel. They may already have one in Lebanon. They may already have one in Gaza, or they may be able to deliver one on one of these missiles. Instead of firing 100 missiles at a time, they could fire 200, 300 at a time. And in amongst that could be two of these ballistic missiles with atomic bombs on their nose cone. And it's sad that they probably have it. So does North Korea. So do a lot of others. So that's where we are. So I would just ask you, I'm not going to tell you what I think you should do. I would just ask you to please take your time on this, sir, and not be stampeded into anything that could potentially not just derail your agenda to save America and the West and the world, but could trigger the end of the world as we know it.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. We do not want to trigger the end of the world. I think that is a bad thing. Oh, we have a breaking news Alex Jones update here also. Folks, by the way, I want to say this second half of the stream here is going to be a little bit more kind of all over the place. Now we are doing breaking news coverage for the rest of the evening. We have reason to believe that something big is maybe going to happen tonight. So I'm going to be here all night with you guys, covering everything as it happens. There might be high points, there might be low points, slow points, and fast points. But if you are here, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for giving me your time and your attention and for being a part of the community. Make sure to subscribe to the channel here if you have not already. That helps a lot. It goes a long way. We have, I guess, another breaking news Alex Jones update as of 20 minutes ago. Let's take a look. I'm going to zoom in on this here, folks. What is it?
I've had enough of the ignorance. How many times have I broken news before anybody else? How many times have I been right? I told you 15 years ago, I learned directly from the people that saw the evidence in CENTCOM that they've got ground sensors, let's just leave it at that are in Iran. They can drive around and fly around and scoop up everything in the air and know what level of uranium enrichment and other things they're enriching, other radioactive compounds.
Okay, let's stop there. Folks, do you think that is true? Does America have robot sensors in Iran filtering the air, measuring the uranium radioactive isotopes, determining to what degree it has been enriched? Is that something that we can do? Maybe. I guess it wouldn't surprise me, I suppose. Maybe we can.
Fissile material. And then I made calls and talked to people over the years, and they're like, yeah, how do you know that? You're not supposed to know that. So you got Netanyahu 25 years ago saying they're 2 weeks away. They weren't really 2 weeks away, but within 15 years ago, they got it. And now you see the CIA going, oh, Mr. President, if you go to full war with them, they'll go ahead and finish their bomb. Then Mossad said today they're 2 weeks again out. So the Iranians didn't go the route of North Korea bragging they got nukes and showing it off. They've had them for a long time.
And people go, well, wait, you're now saying Israel should strike them if they got a bomb. No, that's why they shouldn't. The same reason we don't attack North Korea. We can beat them in a nuclear war, but everybody loses, and it creates a chain reaction. Tulsi's great. She's doing off the official assessment she's got. She's only been in there, like 80, 90 days or whatever. And she's going off official assessment she has, not off all the hidden intel. Official assessments are the worst information there is. So when Trump says Tulsi's wrong, they're building a bomb and they're about.
Can I just say this real quick? It really bothers me that he is filming this video while going like 70 miles an hour down the freeway. He should not be. Listen, dude, it can wait. Pull over at the gas station, stop driving, and then film your video about the Iranian nuclear bomb. You should not be doing this while on the freaking freeway, right?
Not to have it. No, they got it. When they demonstrated last year that they can hit Israel and get through their defenses with those ballistic missiles, it means they can hit them with a bomb. Israel's argument is take them out then. No, you don't do that, because if you put them against the wall, they'll launch their atomic weapons, and Israel will obliterate them with better, more high-tech systems they've had since the 60s, but it won't matter. It's like the War Games movie from the 80s, a strange game. Only way to win is not to play. Only way to win is not to play. So that's where we are. And again, this is out of control. I'm glad Trump put a 2-week moratorium on striking Iran. Iran's very belligerent because they can block the Strait of Hormuz and drive up oil prices massively and tank the world economy and kill Trump's recovery. So I don't know what we should specifically do, but everybody should take a deep breath here that's got war fever and just understand this is dangerous. Bannon literally.
So by the way, in case you've been kind of tuning out or something, Alex Jones' argument here is that Iran already has an operational nuclear bomb, and that is why we should not attack them. His argument kind of goes the other way. He says, folks, they already have a functional nuclear bomb. They can deliver it. They can blow anybody up they want in the region, at least. And that's why we need to leave them alone. That's why we need to not instigate them, because at a moment's notice, they could blow everybody up. That is effectively what he is saying.
Literally doesn't brag about it, but it's admitted from sources that's what happened. He went in there and talked Trump down yesterday from striking him basically today. So we need more of what Bannon did and less of what Netanyahu's pushing. I don't want Israel to be blown off the map. I don't have some existential hatred of Israel. This is all interconnected. But I do not like the leadership of Israel, and Netanyahu is in political trouble and wants to continue to use crises to stay in power. Same thing with Zelensky and NATO and the EU is collapsing. So they want a war with Russia to prop themselves up. I don't hate the people of Europe, but I don't like their leadership. So I've been vindicated again. Hopefully we got a reprieve at least a week or so. But more aircraft carriers are showing up at Gerald R. Ford and others. So this is spiraling out of control very, very quickly. Pray for peace, and people better research this. It's not just, are you for Iran, are you for Israel? No, if you look at the different ramifications of this, there are so many. But now the CIA is like, whoa, we shouldn't strike Iran. They'll finish their bombs. They'll be cornered and use them. Finish their bombs. Maybe they're not all put together, but we know they've got the fissile material and a lot of it. Got it? Once you have the fissile material, building a A-bomb, 1945 style, it ain't hard, okay? All right, Iran's got the bomb. Now let's have a real discussion.
So, I've been hearing over the last couple of, all of us have over the last week, we've tried our best to hear everybody's opinion. On every side of the equation, I want to know what everybody has to say. Alex Jones is the only one that I have heard, at least. He's the only one I've heard say that Iran already has a bomb, and that's why we need to not mess with them. Nobody else has said that, not that I've seen. Maybe you guys have seen that, but so this is a brand new opinion, a new take, a new assessment that I have not heard yet. Could it be true? I don't know. I don't know if it's true. I don't know. Maybe it is true. Do they already have a functional, deliverable nuclear bomb that they could use to blow up Israel at this very moment? And then the argument is, and that's why we need to not poke them. That's why we need to not mess with them. President Trump, you need to be incredibly careful about this. Okay. Now, folks, let me zoom out here. I believe we have some type of breaking news updates I want to share, but first we have the legendary Super Chats. First, we have 2 new Super Chats. The first one is from Derek Rogers. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you very much. Derek says, and I quote, "What is your opinion on World War III Monitor on X? Do you trust them?" Well, I don't know them. Let me take a look. It's called World War III Monitor. Is it, are you talking about this guy? This looks like it's a page. It's a World War III Monitor page. Looks like it's being run by an Eastern European 12-year-old. I track Ukraine, Russia, war, also Israel, Gaza, Yemen, Lebanon. No offense, but I've never seen this. I've never heard anything about this, so I don't really know. I'm not really sure. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. I'm not sure. I don't really have an opinion. Thank you for that super chat, though. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Now, next up, we have Carl Reeves, who said this. He said, "The Taliban using the American equipment left behind to push their influence into Iran, if the regime is toppled, is a major concern. Plus, we have satellites that can track surface radiation levels." Most certainly, I think both of those are true. Yeah, it could be the Taliban, could be any number of groups. It could be the IRGC remains in power, and now they're full of even more hatred. Could be the people that are already there, kind of, in a way. Could be ISIS or ISIL, who are still kind of floating around. I don't know. There are so many variables. There are so many ifs, if, and there are just so many unknowns. At least for me. Maybe somebody knows these things, but you know, I don't know a lot of things. That's my problem. It drives me crazy. There are so many things I don't know, and it really pisses me off sometimes how little I know about everything. So hey, thank you. So I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. I need to get rid of some of these tabs because I'm going insane. I'm sorry. Let me delete some of these. Okay. I'm losing my mind. There's too many tabs up here. I'm going crazy. Okay, so there was a breaking update that I wanted to show you guys. It was right here. IRGC intelligence forces arrested Merrick Kaufman, a dual national of German origin who was posing as a tourist while cycling near restricted nuclear and military zones in Iran. Kaufman admitted to filming and transmitting coordinates of sensitive sites, including missile tunnels, air bases, and drone routes, under the cover of tourism. Officials stated he was remotely directed by a U.S.-based handler, with his route deliberately altered by cross-military zones. So who knows? This could be Iranian propaganda. This could be a lie. Totally could be. At the same time, folks, excuse me, we know that Mossad is on the ground in Iran right now, carrying out ground operations. We know that is a fact. And maybe also American special forces are on the ground also. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not really sure. I don't know. A lot of you guys probably know more about American special forces than I do, so I'm going to put this one on you guys. Folks, is it possible that there are American undercover special operators in Iran right now? Do you think that is happening at this very moment, that we have Delta Force or whoever on the ground in Iran at this very moment? I don't know. I like, maybe I'm going to have the unpopular opinion here. I would guess no. Okay, everybody says yes. Everybody says yes. I see that in the live chat. I want to say no because that's a big deal. Like if Iran realizes that there are U.S. special force operators, if they catch them, if they, like, that would be a very bad scenario. I don't know. Would also, at this point, would President Trump want to put American lives at risk in that direct of a way on the ground? I don't know. Okay, everybody's saying yes. Maybe I'm revealing how ignorant I am about this. I don't know. We'll got to see. The unit. Okay. You guys are saying CIA, but not Delta. Okay. CIA. Okay, there you have it, I guess. That's amazing. Let me take a look here. Almost certainly, we had special forces and CIA in 2014 training and arming, giving intel to Ukrainian forces. Since okay, yeah, that we know, the Maidan revolution in 2014 when there was the coup and the overthrow in 2014 in Ukraine. We know now, yeah, most certainly that was put together by the U.S. So hey. Is it happening? But also, you know, Ukraine in 2014 is a little bit different than Iran in 2025. Ukraine in 2014 was not a country that was like effectively at war with us or that we were super hostile with. I think it was like easier maybe and safer for American intelligence assets to move about Ukraine. In Iran, I think it's maybe a different dynamic. Things are much hotter. Things are much hotter on the ground for Americans in Iran right now. Maybe. Well, you know what? How about this? Give me a 1 if you work for the CIA and you are tuning into the stream right now. If you are a CIA operative tuning into my chat right this very moment, tuning into my live stream, please type a 1 in the chat. And we're going to see how many, I don't know how many are in Ukraine or in Iran, but we can figure out how many of them are in the stream at this very moment. We'll take a look. Could be a lot, could be a little. And as you see there, we have a lot of them. Wow, there's maybe hundreds of them. There are hundreds of CIA. Oh, you know what? We never actually played the video here. So we have a video of this that I was going to play and then I totally forgot about it. Okay, what's going on?
سربازان گمنام امام زمان در اطلاعات سپاه استان مرکزی دوچرخه سواری را رصد می‌کنند که وارد منطقه ممنوعه شوند. حفاظت نیروگاه اتمی برای شناسایی سوژه را تعقیب می‌کند. با شخص آلمانی مواجه می‌شوند که خود را گردشگر نامیده. گردشگری که گرچه در مسیرش تابلوی ورود اتباع خارجی و گردشگران به این منطقه را دیده.
For entering here, it's essential for dear tourists to have permission from Markazi Province Cultural Heritage Organization.
اما راه را کج کرده به نقطه حساس منطقه
there he
وارد
goes
شده.
down the path. Shouldn't have done that.
Round gray thing. So to be honest, it was definitely this, but in my memory it looked different than this. I thought that it was some military place.
So this is the German. He's a dual national. Well, hold up. Where is his other national? We say he's a dual national of German origin. What is the other country that he has nationality with? Can I ask Grok? Maybe the internet knows this. Grok. Hold up here. Who was caught in Iran? What were his two nationalities? Need to figure this one out. Oh, no way. Okay, it's German and Israeli. He is a dual national tourist on a bicycle during an active war, riding his bike through the countryside of Iran outside of nuclear bases. And he's a dual national with German and Israeli nationality. That's a little weird. Okay.
I also wrote that it was some military place. I only knew that it is forbidden to take videos and pictures or give information about it away.
مارک کافمن یک یهودی دو تابعیتی جاسوسی بود که در لباس توریست وارد ایران شده بود. در بازرسی او مشخص می شود مختصات و لوکیشن برخی مناطق حساس نظامی و هسته‌ای را سر راهش ضبط و ارسال می کرد.
I know that I sent one location to a friend.
در نقاطی که مسیریاب آدرس آنجا را نشان نمی داده.
اینها پوشش گردشگر و توریست وارد کشور میشن.
He really is just out there. He's just like what type of tourist is just setting up a camp in the middle of the Iranian countryside outside of a nuclear facility as there is a war, as there is an active war. Like, why are you doing this? Unless you are a spy. Unless you're an agent of Mossad.
اطلاعاتشون رو تکمیل میکنن.
Unless.
تا الان پرونده ها نشون میده که محل تونل های موشکی ما، موضع پرتاب موشک ما، مسیرهای پروازی ریزپرنده ها برای کارهای خراب.
I don't know what that guy's saying.
به بهانه استراحت از جاده دور می شده و به تونل موشکی مسیر پروازی پهپادی نزدیک می شده.
Wow.
After they were gone, I went here again to get the good connection.
شروع به اندازه‌گیری مختصات منطقه، عکس برداری آنجا و ارسال لوکیشن می‌کرد. مثل اینجا که لوکیشن مسیر انگشت اشاره‌اش را که در فیلم نشان داده ارسال هم کرده. یا اینجا در منطقه با فاصله بسیار زیاد از یکی از شهرهای شمال شرق کشور.
Hold up, we have a live broadcast here, JD Vance.
Department of Defense, it's because we've got to enforce the law. The president takes that very seriously. I'm happy to take a few questions, but before I do, I just want to send a message to all of the law enforcement, local, state, and federal, who frankly I think are suffering from a bit of a morale problem because they've had the local government in this community tell them that they're not allowed to do their job. I just want to let you know, from the president, the vice president on down, this administration stands with you. We're grateful for the job that you do every single day. We know that we wouldn't have a border were it not for your hard work and for your efforts, and we're going to keep on fighting for you and keep on standing with you every step of the way. I heard today Border Patrol officials tell me that they feel like the local government is sicking violent mobs on them when they go out to the community to enforce the nation's immigration laws. Can you imagine what it's like to be a federal official doing your job, doing the job the President of the United States ordered you to do, and have a mob come after you for following orders and for enforcing the American people's laws? I think it's disgraceful that we've ever gotten to this place in this country, but thank God we've got a president and an administration that is pushing back against lawlessness. We're going to keep on doing it every step of the way. So thank you to the Border Patrol. Thank you to the soldiers and Marines. Thank you to the U.S. attorneys. Thank you to the FBI. Thank you to all of you for doing what is necessary to enforce the laws of the American people. We are grateful to you, and we'll keep on fighting for you. Now I'll take a few questions.
Would you say that Gavin Newsom is endangering law enforcement here in California, and what should he be doing if he was protecting them?
Yes, look, I would absolutely say that Gavin Newsom is endangering law enforcement. The law enforcement officials themselves tell me as much, that when they go out, let's say you have a Border Patrol official who needs to go out and arrest somebody, maybe a violent criminal who's also an illegal alien. When that Border Patrol agent goes out to do their job, they said within 15 minutes of them trying to do their job, they have protesters, sometimes violent protesters, who are in their face, obstructing them, preventing them from doing their job, and endangering their lives. Why do they have that? Because those people have been egged on by local officials. Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, by treating this city as a sanctuary city, have basically said that it is open season on federal law enforcement. Yes. They have treated Border Patrol and border enforcement as somehow an illegitimate force instead of what they are, which is the American people's law enforcement trying to enforce the American people's laws. So when Gavin Newsom encourages violence and rioting, when he encourages people to get in the face of our great Border Patrol officers, he is absolutely endangering the lives of federal enforcement. He's absolutely endangering the lives of mothers and daughters and fathers and sons who have been sent here to do a simple thing, enforce the law. And thank God they're willing to do it despite the fact that the local leadership of this community has made it harder on them and has in fact endangered their lives as they go about to do their important work.
President, your reaction to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, their decision yesterday, I just want to get your reaction to that.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that for the past couple of weeks, Gavin Newsom has said that there's an illegitimate effort to send federal resources to secure a city that he refuses to secure. And what the Ninth Circuit said yesterday is that that was a completely legitimate and proper use of federal law enforcement. The president has a very simple proposal to everybody in every city, every community, every town, whether big or small. If you enforce your own laws, and if you protect federal law enforcement, we're not going to send in the National Guard because it's unnecessary. But if you let violent rioters burn great American cities to the ground, then of course we're going to send federal law enforcement in to protect the people the president was elected to protect. And I think what the Ninth Circuit said very clearly is when the president makes a determination that you've got to send in certain federal officials to protect people, that determination was legitimate, and the president's going to do it again if he has to. But hopefully it won't be necessary. We don't want to send these great Marines to cities like Los Angeles. We only do it if we have to protect federal property and to protect the lives of our great law enforcement folks.
Protesters, some of them funded by Democratic groups who were releasing the addresses of ICE agents in hotels around here.
Well, you know, it just drives home. I was actually shocked to hear this, and I didn't realize this until I was in the command center earlier talking to some of these great officials, that oftentimes you have far-left agitators who are posting the names, the addresses, even the family members of some of our law enforcement in an effort to harass them, antagonize them, and even threaten their lives. And what do I take from that? What I take from that is that you have a very small group of people who are so against the idea of border enforcement that they're willing to threaten and endanger the lives of their fellow Americans who are enforcing the law. And something else I take from it is that Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass have got to stop this craziness. Every single law enforcement officer I talked to today, every single one of them said they feel like the local leadership, the mayor and the governor, are encouraging these far-left agitators.
They are.
What is the justification for this? What is the reason for this?
I'm going to show you guys a bunch of footage coming out of Portland from just last night. It's bad, and they are. He is right.
Far-left agitators, egged on by local officials who are encouraging these agitators to harass and to threaten our Border Patrol. You have it because of a lack of common sense. These people need to be stopped. These people need to be told that if you threaten a law enforcement officer, you're going to go to prison for it. And that's exactly what the Trump administration, that's the message that we're sending. But look, we could do so much better, and we could have such an easier pathway for these federal law enforcement officers if the local leadership wasn't egging this on. And I think that's the great tragedy. What I see here today is the great tragedy when a mayor and a governor encourages their citizens to harass and endanger the lives of our police officers and our law enforcement officers. It's heartbreaking to see, and thank God we've got great people who are willing to persevere despite it.
Just another question, Mr. Vice President. There's been back and forth about whether raids will be going on in agricultural businesses and restaurants. Could you tell us if that's going to continue or not?
Well, the president's made 2 points on this that I think are very worth emphasizing. Number one, if you are in this country illegally, you are at threat of deportation, because that's what it means to enforce the country's laws. If you've come here illegally, the policy of the Trump administration is that you shouldn't be here. You should go back and then come through proper channels if you so desire. But the president has also said that he wants to focus our critical and short supply law enforcement resources on going after the really bad guys, on the violent criminals, on the rapists, on the drug cartel members. We've still got a lot of those people in our country, and that's where the president wants to focus law enforcement resources, and that's what he'll continue to do.
Democrat lawmakers who keep getting handcuffed. The New York Times just did a story. They keep getting handcuffed, suggesting that the Trump administration is cracking down on Democrats. Can you comment on that?
Well, I was hoping Jose Padilla would be here to ask a question, but unfortunately, I guess he decided not to show up because there wasn't the theater. And that's all it is. You know, I think everybody realizes that's what this is. It's pure political theater. These guys show up. They want to be captured on camera doing something. They want to be able to go back to their far left groups and to say, look, me, I stood up against border enforcement. I stood up against Donald Trump. When all they're really standing up for is for drug cartels to run rampant over our country and sex traffickers to be able to continue to traffic little kids into our country. That's what you're doing when you stand against border enforcement. So I think these guys, we ought to laugh them out of the building. We ought to call them out for doing what they're doing, which is grandstanding. And if they want to work seriously on border enforcement and on keeping their communities safe, the Trump administration's door is wide open. But they're not doing that. They'd love the grandstanding. They hate law enforcement because they hate the idea of the United States of America having a border. It's a disgrace, but it is what it is. We'll do one more question.
Sure. Just another thing. Do you think that the administration has been too aggressive with the deportation efforts? Like, are non-criminals getting caught up in the dragnet as well?
We should be more
No, look,
aggressive.
I don't think that we've been too aggressive at all. I mean, first of all, any time that a mistake has been made, we correct that mistake very quickly. But the unfortunate reality is that Joe Biden let in 15 to 20 million illegal aliens into this country, and there is no way for us to actually get those unlawful, illegal immigrants out of the United States of America without some serious law enforcement. And that's what we've been trying to do. It's not too aggressive. It's not, not aggressive enough. It's just the right approach to make sure that we're enforcing our country's border laws. We have to remember, 100,000 Americans die of fentanyl overdoses brought in by the Mexican drug cartels. We've got a terrible sex and human trafficking problem because of what these cartels are doing at the southern border. The president deserves great credit because after 45 days, you saw illegal border crossings draw to a small fraction. Illegal border crossings down over 99% under President Trump's leadership. But unfortunately, because Joe Biden was president for 4 years, we've got a lot of bad people in the United States of America that we've got to do the job of getting out of our country. That's what these guys are doing. We ought to support them, and we ought to have local leadership that empowers them to do their job of making Americans safer. Instead, Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, they've decided to go to war against the people trying to keep our communities safe. That's a disgrace. That's a terrible commentary on their qualities as leaders, but the Trump administration is going to keep on standing for the American citizens and for American law enforcement. Thank you all. Great to be here. And thank you to you guys.
Good.
All right, as you see there, that very brief news conference wrapping up there in Southern California as Vice President J.D. Vance arrived there in the L.A. area to tour a federal law enforcement operations center, as well as meet and greet with some of those Marines who were there on the ground. So,
all right, folks, I have a shocking video. This is going to show you really just how bad the problem has gotten in this country, and this is why we need to stop the issue. This was posted by the Department of Homeland Security official Twitter page earlier today. On June 18th, Portland rioters violently targeted federal law enforcement. 250 rioters launched fireworks. They were shining lasers into the eyes of officers. Take a look at this. Can I zoom in here a little bit? There we go. Okay, watch. Okay, so I think we don't have audio for this, but look, there's over 250 people here standing just outside of the gates of the Portland, Oregon ICE field office. And now the officers are coming out. They're coming out the left side. And they're pushing out the front here also. And now people are throwing fireworks. They brought shields. They brought gas masks. They're covering their face. They are here to agitate. They are here to cause problems. This is Portland. Yeah, no, they're tossing fireworks. Look at that. These freaking people. They're trying to make an arrest there in the middle. They pushed him out at least. But anyway, here's the deal. None of these people get arrested. Oregon has a very progressive governor. Portland, Oregon has a very progressive mayor. And nothing is going to happen. If this is all some giant CIA psyop to make me want a police state, it's working. I think, listen, maybe I have some conspiracy theories. I like conspiracy theories. They're kind of fun to think about. But not everything bad that happens in our country or our society can or even should be dismissed or written off as some type of conspiracy. Listen, folks, this is real life. This is what happens when this is what happens when 50 million illegal aliens invade the country. This is what happens when you have radically progressive state legislatures and governors and mayors that don't hold any of these violent provocateurs accountable. This is not some conspiracy. This is how these people behave. In the absence of law and order, this is how these people behave. And this is why it's such a problem. I feel like if we dismiss a lot of this behavior, like the LA riots a week and a half ago, or this stuff in Portland, we say, oh, these are all CIA agitators, or oh, all of them are being paid to be there, then you're actually downplaying and not giving credit to the actual very serious, legitimate issues we have. We have serious, legitimate issues that are real and not fabricated and not fake. Most certainly, have there been CIA or FBI agitators doing things in the country? Yes, of course. Are some of these protesters being paid to be out here at certain times? Yes, of course. The vast majority of them are real. These are real people. These are real people. We have a real problem. We have a serious problem. And it's very important to acknowledge that, deeply understand that, so that we can do something about it. Not everything bad that happens in this country or on our streets is fabricated or being paid for or whatever, or some government conspiracy. We have really dangerous, serious problems in the country that we have to solve, and these are real issues. They're not fake. Some are, but most aren't. And that's why it's an issue. That's why it's a big time issue. And then there was something else. In fact, you want to hear about big time issues? Right now, there are still, actually, this is footage from the other day. There are no kings. This is footage from the No Kings protest a couple days ago. Do I have audio? Yeah, I do.
There is a dictator in the White House, and we are allowing him to basically destroy our democracy. And I think many people out here are very worried about how this can go, that people can start being locked up just for opposing Trump's political views, and that Los Angeles and the taking of people.
Who is Trump locking up that has political opposing views? Who exactly? If Trump was arresting everybody that had different political views, then he would have arrested 45% of the country or whatever it is, right?
People off the streets is just the beginning. The ICE raids are just outrageous. I am completely for all different types of people being in this country. I'm for immigrants having rights, whether you're documented or undocumented. And the fact that people are being taken off the streets and put in detention centers and sent to El Salvador is just beyond.
You're right. Yeah, we should take in every single person from everywhere in the world. All 8 billion people in the world we should allow into our country. True. We have a big time super chat here from Michael P. Thank you very much. Imagine a U.S. Air Force vet was shot on the 1st of January, but not these masked thugs. We must be more aggressive toward these so-called protesters. First off, who was the U.S. Air Force vet that was shot? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, January 1st. Ashley Babbitt. Yeah, Ashley Babbitt. Listen, violence is not, we should not flip violence back on anybody. Violence is not the solution for any of this stuff. I don't think so. Maybe that's not what you were saying, but anyway, I just want to say that. And thank you for that super chat. Thank you. Listen, just apprehend, detain, deport. Apprehend, detain, deport. Get these people out of the country. You guys need to understand, listen, this far left radically progressive ideology, this is a dying ideology. They are losing. No, we don't have to do anything to them. They are slow, not even slowly. This far left radical progressive ideology, this is losing on its own. There's a reason why the congressional Democrats right now have a 19% national approval rating. Not a single one of these far left radical policy points is popular. These are all 80-20 issues. 80% of Americans already don't agree with this. In fact, there's a reason why the far left radical progressives decided to open up the border. It's because they realized they don't have any voters. They said, man, Americans don't want to vote for any of us. I have an idea. Why don't we just replace the American voters? If the American voters are not going to vote for our far left radical progressive policies, why don't we just open up the border? Why don't we just import tens of millions of new voters and make them beholden to our government? You'll get them loaded up on Social Security and Medicaid and food assistance and all other type of government entitlements. We're going to make them effectively slaves to us, right? And then they're going to have to vote for us. Otherwise, we'll cut them off. And so that was the plan. There's a reason why they imported these people. It's because they know they're losing. They know they have lost. They know they're losing. They know they have lost. And so now that Trump is back in the White House, they're, being mass deported. Now they're losing even more. Now it's over. So that's why they're all so mad. We don't have to do anything to them. They're doing it to themselves. They're losing.
My grandfather actually fled from fascism in Spain, and then my mother fled from fascism in Cuba. So for me, the real issue is We're approaching a tyranny. It's an issue of the centralization of power, and it's very sort of predictable. I don't want to have to leave my country, which is a country I love, the United States, for the sake of another rise of authoritarianism. It's not looking good, and there's obviously terrible things happening around our country. The way people are sort of being sort of deported is completely without any cause. But the fact that so many people are here, even
a bunch of people being deported without any cause. Okay, well, counter argument. Might the cause be that they are here illegally? Might that be the cause? Might the cause be that they have illegally invaded the country, and that is why they're being deported?
Even in the rain, even as he has his military parade in Washington, I think it really means that our democracy is still strong, and as long as we actually preserve it, we're going to be okay.
No dictators in the USA. This is Secretary Noem. Well, we're going to see if this is worth tuning into here.
Sadly, we need closer ties and more seriousness from our Canadian neighbors with regard to...
Real quick, I have a big super chat before we let this play here for a minute. Matt, I saw you on the Whatever podcast a while back, been following since. Is there anything Trump can and should do regarding Iran that anti-intervention warmongers would support Trump or total non-intervention? I'll tell you what, it seems to me like 70, I had a survey up the other day, it seems like 75% of Americans actually support President Trump dropping a bunker buster bomb on Fort Dow. Seems like Americans generally support his endeavor to do that. But now the question is that worth it? Okay, people maybe agree or support him if that is the right move, but maybe that's not the right move. Maybe, and the reason I say that is because maybe dropping a bunker buster bomb on Fort Dow doesn't actually even solve the issue. Maybe it would be good if it does solve the issue, but is it even going to solve the issue? And the issue at hand is crippling the Iranian nuclear enrichment program. Is it even going to work? Or do they have maybe they have other bunkers, and maybe they already have nuclear warheads hidden out elsewhere across the country. So it's like, if it is a kill shot, if it is a guarantee solution, I think Americans like it. If not, then maybe it's the wrong move. We have somebody spamming the chat. I'm going to ban that guy. Okay, yeah, so that's that. And by the way, thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Getting Mexico to surge 10,000 troops
up
to our southern border.
I'm going to look for some breaking updates here, folks.
And now border apprehensions on the southern border have plummeted. So President Trump kept his promise. He secured our southern border and got Mexico to pay for it. Now next, we need to secure our northern border. And we need a less than laissez-faire approach from our Canadian neighbors. We need them to take our border security as seriously as they want us to take their sovereignty. We need to use every tool at our disposal, and President Trump is using that. It is absolutely appropriate to use tariffs as a negotiation because the USMCA, the U.S.-Mexico-Canadian agreement, needs to be more than just economic, but it needs to be the security of our nation. The first line of defense for our nation is not our border, it's the last. And we need our very good friends and partners in Canada to take this as seriously as we do. Someone who takes this extremely seriously is our secretary. And I'm not going to say, it would be reductive to say that you are the most successful woman in politics. A business leader.
We have a breaking news piece here from Alex Jones again. This is a concerning one, folks. Take a look at this. Back to Iran here for a minute and Israel.
Fox News is reporting that President Trump, according to White House sources, is considering using a tactical nuclear weapon on the main Iranian nuclear facility because the bunker busters might not be able to take it out. Iran's already said they'll attack our carriers, our ships, and U.S. bases if the U.S. directly strikes them. That will lead to the Strait of Hormuz being blocked by Iran, gas prices exploding, massive inflation, and the destruction of Trump's economic agenda. All the economists agree. But it just gets worse from there. The U.S. already dropped the only 2 atomic weapons on Japan in 45, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The whole world will turn against us if Trump nukes a nuclear site they claim is full of all this highly enriched uranium, which
I do have to say, if anybody nukes, if anybody drops a nuke, pretty much in any circumstance, if we do it, if Iran does it, if Israel does it, if anybody is dropping nukes, it is a very bad look. we have now a 70 or 80 year precedent of no nukes. Nukes are off the table. We are going to do our best to not use nukes. In fact, one of President Trump's big talking points for 10 years now has been nuclear de-escalation. In fact, a couple months ago, he was, during an interview with Fox News, he was talking about actively talking to China and Russia about reducing our nuclear stockpiles, about getting rid of nukes, trying to get all these nuclear superpower countries to come together and, you know, get rid of a lot of the nukes we already do have. If we start dropping nukes, I think it would be an incredibly unpopular thing globally. I think here in America, but also globally, it would not be popular.
Which will make Chernobyl look pale and insignificant, according to all the physicists and scientists. So, is it true, or is that a lie out of the White House? Is Trump talking about using tactical nuclear weapons against Iran's nuclear sites? And as General Flynn said, there's no such thing as a tactical nuclear weapon. Have people thought this through? We need clarification right now from President Trump.
U.S. intel warns Trump that a direct attack by the U.S. on Iran will push the regime to finish their bomb and use it.
There has to be a...
Is this an entire Fox? No, this is Alex Jones. Can I pull up the Jesse Waters? Can I pull that up? Because I would like to see... To be fair, I haven't even taken a look at anything that Fox News is saying about any of this. Maybe I can kind of see what is going on here. What does Fox News have to say about all of this? You know, this might be the play here. I have exactly what we want to watch. Okay. Yep, right here, folks. All right.
New wave of missile strikes rocking the Middle East as the Israel-Iran conflict enters a second week. President Trump met with his national security team today at the White House, and then he spoke with reporters after landing in New Jersey, where he doubled down on his 2-week deadline for the mullahs to come to the negotiating table.
We've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens. Israel's doing well in terms of war, and I think you would say that Iran is doing less well. Sometimes you need some toughness to make peace. I would say 2 weeks would be the maximum.
Peace through strength. And President Trump also reminding...
And also, he says 2 weeks is the maximum. A lot of people are saying it's a guaranteed 2 weeks before he starts dropping bombs. Could be 3 days. Could be later tonight. And we have reason to believe that it might be later tonight. We talked about that. We've talked about that twice so far today.
Reporters that Iran is not their friend.
Are you concerned that Iran or its proxies would wage terror attacks against American targets abroad if you order military action?
We're always concerned about that, and we have to take them out and be very strong. You're even in danger talking to me right now. Do you know that? You are in danger talking to me right now. So I should probably get out of here, but you guys are actually in danger.
Now, all of this comes as Iranian negotiators held talks with European officials in Geneva, and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu hinted that he might not wait for that 2-week deadline.
President Trump will do what's best for America. I trust his judgment. He's a tremendous friend, a tremendous world leader, a tremendous friend of Israel and the Jewish people. And we will do what we have to do, and we are doing it. We are committed to destroying the nuclear threat, the threat of a nuclear annihilation against Israel. We're able to do it, and we, of course, will make our own determination.
So here's how the posture of the negotiations began. We all remember the Truth Social post, unconditional surrender. Kani responded saying, "We will never surrender." Greg, the readouts that I'm getting from these European negotiations, they've rejected talks with the U.S. Not only that, when asked about zero enrichment, Iran said, undoubtedly we reject this, especially now under Israel's strikes. That's according to Reuters. So sounds like it's going great.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I love Trump saying you're in danger if you talk to me right now. I say that after I have a burrito for lunch. Today's 5 is...
Speaking of lunch, I wonder if my wife has any plans for lunch today, because it is almost 4 in the afternoon. I wonder if my beautiful wife, who I love very much, who's the most beautiful woman in the entire world, I wonder if she has any plans for lunch today. That would be crazy.
This is my last one for a week. I'm going on vacation, so I'm really kind of upset you asked me first because I kind of checked out already. But I do. The one thing I like talking about, not the things that are going on in there, because I don't trust half the stuff I hear, and I have a feeling this is going to go on for a while. I like watching people talk about it. And there's these factions on the right, both pro and con, who thinks that someone can easily influence Trump, as if he isn't in control of his faculties, like he's Joe Biden, and he could be easily swayed by a Lindsey Graham or a Laura Loomer or a Mike Johnson. It's like, oh my God. And that directly contradicts your inherent faith and trust in the guy. I mean, in every issue, I see Trump kind of doing his own thing.
What we've seen so far, and by the way, this is exactly what he should be doing. President Trump is calling everybody over. He met with Laura Loomer. He's been talking to Lindsey Graham. He called over Steve Bannon yesterday for lunch. President Trump is meeting with everybody that knows what they're talking. Everybody has different opinions, how to handle the situation. He's going to all of his national security councils. President Trump is getting feedback. This is a very difficult situation. He's getting opinion, feedback, knowledge, insight from every single person he possibly can, from all different sides of the aisle, pretty much, right? Before he actually comes to a conclusion. That's the right move. That is what he should do.
Which completely jibes with America's thing, whether it is crime or border or even tariffs. I mean, it's like.
And real quick, I do apologize for pausing. I want to get this super chat here. Texas Grown, he says, I'm a control center manager at ERCOT, Texas. The executive director of the EMP task force, David Payne, alerted us a while back. Iran has 2 super EMP satellites in orbit. It could take out our grid for at least a year. This is I'm very happy you said that, because this is something we haven't even been talking about. Does Iran have some sort of punchback mechanism, EMP satellite, like you said? I'll take your word for that. Or something else that's crazy, that who knows, right? That we just can't even predict, right? That is another part of this equation. You need to be able to predict the unpredictable. I can't do that. Hopefully President Trump can. He's got the intel. You have the intel. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You're probably right about that. You're probably right. Thank you very much. The average gamer says, do you think Trump's nuclear threat was him being hyperbolic as usual? I don't know if we've heard Trump threaten a tactical nuke or if other people are talking about it. I think it's other people, anonymous sources inside the Pentagon or the White House, whatever, right? I don't think he has himself mentioned that. Thank you. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you.
He believes that helps Americans. He's going to do it. There's no bug in his ear unless that bug is American voices. I don't see him being swayed. The isolationists think, somebody's doing this. The interventionists say the other thing. But my guess is that he listens to everybody, and then he does what he does. He goes with his gut. It's kind of how you saw him adjust to the deportations. Goes all in, and then he lifts pressure in certain industries. There's no shame in that. So I think he's not under the spell of anybody. I'm hopeful that he does the right thing and that he knows what he's doing and that he's finding a path that isn't necessarily the paths that we keep hearing about. I mean, how do we get rid of Iran without putting boots on the ground? Does anybody know? Nobody seems to care about what's next.
True. Thank you, Gutfeld. Thank you. He is right. Nobody is talking about, okay, you have killed Khamenei. Then what? Victoria, thank you. I appreciate that, Victoria.
Including Jesse. He doesn't care.
I just care that you're okay on your vacation. A week in Iran is dangerous, Greg.
I know.
I don't know why you booked that.
That's why I'm dressed as the Ayatollah.
Yeah, good timing on that one, Greg. Jesse, Trump, to Greg's point, he goes with his gut. And he knows what to do and when to do it. And sometimes that gut is last minute. He said, we're going to give this 2-week negotiation period. He said today, maybe the strike on Fordo won't be necessary. But he often will make that call in the moment. I remember 2019, there were jets in the air ready to strike Iran. and then he pulled back because it wasn't the moment. He knows what to do, and he's going to do it when the time's right.
Yeah, he's like the guy that hands in the term paper at the last second. But he likes the pressure of it. He has these self-imposed deadlines, and I think it makes him think better. But the 2-week deal is smart because it gives you more military options. You can bring in another carrier to the region, and then you can also let Israel really soften up Iran. I mean, they could hit more targets. They could hit electrical transmission sites around Fordow. They could assassinate more commanders. And the hope is from the administration is that the Israeli bombing campaign could be so effective, you could bring the Iranians to their knees and say, fine, I'll give up the enrichment, whatever you want, just about.
Real quick, we have a super chat here. This says, Trump is supposed to be the main representative of the American people, and I strongly disagree with taking any military action on behalf of Israel. Can I, if you give me a minute, can I show you something here? Okay, yeah, I have this. Okay, so there's the first thing I want to show you. I actually used these images in a video I made the other day is why I have these on hand. Okay, couple surveys, couple polls that have come out. This one is from the 16th, so 4 days ago. Most Americans think the U.S. military should not be involved in the conflict between Iran and Israel. This is from YouGov. 16% of Americans think the U.S. military should get involved. 60% of Americans say, no, we should not get involved. 24% say, I don't know. But, however, there is another poll I want to show you that came out a couple days ago, and it's going to really highlight why this entire situation is so complex. This is from the Trafalgar Polling Group. You guys have heard of them before. Okay. What is your opinion of President Trump's position that Iran must be prevented from developing a nuclear weapon by any means necessary? 74% of Americans agree with that. 74% of Americans agree with President Trump's stance that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon by any means necessary. So you have 74% of Americans that, at least according to these polls, you can always argue about the polls if you want, but 74% of Americans say no nuclear weapon for Iran under any circumstance. They cannot have it by any means necessary. But also at the same time, we have 60% of Americans say U.S. military should not get involved. And so obviously these two stances are potentially a little bit in conflict, right? Because then you have to ask, okay, well, what if diplomacy with Iran fails and they just continue to try to make a nuclear weapon? Well, then you have to send the military in, I guess. What do you just let them get the nuclear weapon? Who knows if they use it? It's a risky gamble. What if they start blowing everybody up? This is just a testament to how complex of a situation this is, right? President Trump has a big burden on his shoulders right now. Very difficult situation.
Regime survival at that point, but it doesn't look good. Because you're right. What they're saying in Europe is that the negotiators from Tehran are not going to give up enrichment. So that doesn't speak well. The pump fake could be tomorrow. He could say, I'll give you 2 weeks and the bombs can rain down tomorrow. We have to remember, though, air wars are not always completely effective. North Vietnam, Kosovo. I mean, they're great because you don't risk anybody, but, you know, you're not really there. But no one wants to be there. That's the problem. The concern is that if you knock out the nuke site and a lot of the other ballistic missile sites, you leave the Ayatollah in power. And then what? How do we know he doesn't have a clandestine nuclear program where they have, you know, they're spinning some centrifuges somewhere else that the Israeli intelligence hasn't discovered? How do we know he doesn't just spin these up all of a sudden?
Could be
and
the
then
case.
Where are we now? We're in a worse position. Or if he falls to a coup, then you have 30,000 zealots who are running the country, the clerics, and they're going to back the guys with the guns. And the guys with the guns are the army. So then the army takes over. So what do you have then? You have a military dictatorship backed by religious zealots. Is that better? Is that worse? Nobody knows. Nobody knows anything, but I do know that the Saudi crown prince is meeting with American politicians to find out what a post-Ayatollah Iran looks like. So they're already planning for the Ayatollah gone. It's moving pretty fast.
Yeah, and he's drawn that red line, no nuclear weapons. So we'll see how he has to enforce that. Jessica, I wanted to bring in another voice, and this is very frighteningly Obama's Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs. Let's listen to him.
They chant death to America. I went to Iran in 2014. I was sitting at a rally. These young guys were chanting death to America. They finished the chant, and two young men came over and said, "Are you American?" I said, "Yes." Says, "We want to welcome you to our country. We love American culture and love American movies." They wanted to talk about all these things. Iran is the most Western nation in the whole Middle East. We have much more.
Do you think that's true? Iran is the most Western nation in the entire Middle East. I don't know, but I guess we're not counting Israel. I guess we're not counting Israel for this. I don't have, maybe, who knows? I don't know.
More in common with them than a lot of countries that we do have alliances with.
I don't think Iran's the most Western country in the Middle East. And he began by saying, why is it a foundational issue for Trump that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon? Maybe that philosophy is what got us here.
Definitely anti that philosophy. I don't think we should have a nuclear Iran by any means. I do think he's making an important point about civil society within Iran, that these are people who want to be free, who want to be able to dance in public and to drive cars, and for women not to be have to be covered and to be able to be educated and all of that. But you obviously have a tremendous problem here, and we're not safe, and our strongest ally in the region, Israel, isn't safe. And that's what this is fundamentally about. I very much think that Bibi gave up the game in that little presser that he had, where he said, Donald Trump is going to do what's best for America, and he's our great friend, and I'm going to do what's best for Israel. And since Operation Rising Lion began, Bibi has been doing what Bibi wants to do, and we're following along. I don't know where that leads, but this idea that Donald Trump adheres to deadlines is absolutely ludicrous. The man promised us a health care plan over 450 weeks ago. It has been infrastructure week since I was born. Russia's sanctions are supposed to be coming in 2 weeks. A tax plan. 2 weeks is meaningless. Jesse might be right. It may happen tomorrow.
Have you guys noticed that? That always is the timeline. 2 more weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks until this, 2 weeks until that. Everything is always 2 weeks out. Doesn't matter what it is or at any point in history. Doesn't matter. We are always 2 weeks away from everything. Everything is over in 2 weeks.
It may happen in 2 weeks. It may happen in a year. I don't know. But they're going to have to deal with the fact that there is a contrast within the intel community right now. Caroline Levitt from the podium is essentially parroting Israel or Mossad's assessment of the risk from Iran, saying that this could be a couple of weeks. Our intel community is saying that it could be several months to a year, which is what Tulsi Gabbard testified to in March. And apparently the intel community is completely split on this. Donald Trump is going to have to pick which camp he's in on this. It seems like he's leaning towards Bibi's assessment of it, that this is impending doom and that you need to decide within, the fake 2 weeks. But that's some really tough stuff, because what is the plan for afterwards? I don't see how you do this without trying for regime change.
Okay, I have to say this because this is hilarious. President Trump just posted on Truth Social 20 minutes ago, as he was watching this. This woman's name is Jessica Tarlov, and President Trump just posted on Truth Social, why does Fox News allow failed personality Jessica Tarlov to soil the five? Her voice, her manner, and above all else, what she says are a disgrace to television broadcasting. I've had the best poll numbers that I've ever had, and she is constantly saying the exact opposite. The just out, highly respected Rasmussen poll is at 56%, Insider Advantage is at 54%, and many other are 56 and 68%. Sadly, the audience has to listen to her spew off that I'm doing poorly in the polls while I'm beating the Democrats by 15% points. And more importantly, I just won an election against two candidates, Sleepy Joe and Kamala, in a landslide by winning all 7 swing states and the popular vote by millions, with records broken everywhere. So Trump is a hate viewer. Trump is watching the five with us right now, and he's like, I hate her. She's terrible. That I'm not going to finish that, but that's funny. That is funny.
I would say it's preposterous to say that Trump is not a man of action. He took out Soleimani,
It's
took
not
out
about
al-Baghdadi. Hold
action.
on, I listened to the whole minute and a half long. And I didn't interrupt because I know you don't like that. He took out Soleimani.
Well, no one likes it.
He took out al-Baghdadi. He acted in Syria, all things Biden did not do. He did not act. Secondly, with regard to the intel community, I would just say this. I spoke to General Jack Keane today. He said for 25 years they've been building a nuclear program out in the public, 12 sites, their entire enterprise pointing towards nuclear weapons. So there's that. And I want to ask you, Mary Catherine Ham, Rahm Emanuel said last night, I think he's spot on. 1994, Bill Clinton had an opportunity to bomb North Korea's nuclear reactor. He didn't take it. Now we have a nuclear North Korea.
I would also note that the last deadline was 60 days of negotiations, and on day 61 is when the bombings started from Israel. So that's an important deadline. He's in a unique situation right here. He has a very tough decision to make, but he's in this situation where you could get.
Hold up. This presumption, I don't like this. I don't agree with this. Saying that, well, we didn't bomb North Korea in 1993 or whatever she said. So therefore, and now we have a nuclear North Korea. Well, what if, hear me out. I know this might be hard to believe, but hear me out. What if that is the better of the two options? What if having a nuclear North Korea in 2024, I mean, are they really like doing anything? Are they really bothering anybody? Not like they haven't nuked anybody. They haven't nuked anybody, right? They're not attacking anybody. So what if having a nuclear North Korea in 2025 actually is better than having bombed them in 1994 or whatever? What if bombing them actually would have created a worse situation than the situation that we have now? Just to play devil's advocate here, right? Because we have no way to know that. I don't think you can make that assumption.
Get more peace. As he says, toughness is needed for peace. I like it how it's his spin on peace through strength. And he has to make this decision. But as you point out, he has a record of having gone after people. I call it occasional bellicosity, whether it's Soleimani or it's moving the going after the Houthis, taking shots that work and then pulling back. And Israel has done most of the work here. And he has a chance at a real historic moment, I think.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Well, we will see when that moment comes. He said 2 weeks. Could be sooner than that. Ahead, Democrats never learn. Rising star.
It could be tonight. And once again, folks, we have somewhat of a reason to believe that there will be a bunker buster dropped tonight. Is it 100%? No, it's kind of the rumor mill that is talking about this all over Twitter. But I'll kind of double back and explain the situation. Rumor has it, of course, when I say rumor, it's like all of these anonymous sources from inside the Pentagon, anonymous sources from inside the White House. So that's what I mean when I say this, is that rumor has it, one of President Trump's concerns with dropping a bunker buster bomb on Iran, is that it will destabilize the markets, that the stock market is going to crash, people are going to panic sell, oil prices are going to go sky high, et cetera, et cetera. What is the economic fallout? What is the damage to the global economy? President Trump is concerned about that allegedly. Well, so if you're going to drop a bomb and you're worried about the market, when do you do that? You drop it on a Friday night because the markets are closed Friday night after 5 Eastern time. Saturday, Sunday, they open up Monday morning. So you've got 2.5 days of market downtime for things to kind of stabilize, for people to come to their senses, to say, maybe it wasn't that big of a deal. You've got a 2.5 day window to sort out your issues before the markets reopen, and then people can see what the damage is. On Saturday, Sunday, you don't really have an idea of where things are at. So anyway, rumor has it, all these anonymous sources from inside the whatever, they're saying, Trump is going to drop it on Friday night, because then he has a little bit of an economic window here during the market downtime. And, okay, that's a reasonably compelling argument. Is it a guarantee that he's going to drop a bomb tonight? No. But I think the argument has some merit to it. So where did I was looking for something else.
Several times our city.
That's not what I wanted to show you guys. I apologize. But anyway, that was one of the ideas. Now, folks, I need to go take a 60-second break. There is another, this article just came out. Yeah, wow, this is going to, okay, you guys are going to want to stick around for this. Khamenei has given some thoughts on the ongoing diplomacy talks or de-escalation talks. We hear some input from Khamenei about this. He has some concerns himself. There's a new article going through this. I want to read it with you guys. But first, I need to take a 60-second break. Okay, so folks, I will be right back. I'm going to let you take a look at the Fordow nuclear enrichment facility. Where did our... Hold up, what is wrong with our Jerusalem cam? There it is, I apologize. Okay, folks, I'll be right back here in just a minute, and then we've got to... We're going all night. I'll be right back, though. All right, folks, we are back. We are live and we are back. And I think we're going to be here all night doing live breaking news coverage. My wife, I have some breaking news for you guys. My wife is making quesadillas with homemade guacamole. So that is very exciting, frankly, if you ask me. Now, if you guys would do me a favor real quick and make sure you are subscribed to the channel. We are very close to 532,000. We're well over 500,000. So if you would consider subscribing if you're new, folks, we have a breaking news report going over some of Khamenei's concerns about these ongoing de-escalation talks. This is coming out of CBS News. Diplomacy's last shot to de-escalate the Israel-Iran conflict. Take a look at this. Can I make the text a little bit bigger here? Perfect. Diplomacy will have a, quote, last shot within the next 2 weeks to bring the Israel-Iran conflict to an end, according to one American and one European diplomatic official, a window set by President Trump this week as he decides whether or not to involve the U.S. in Israel's offensive against Iran. Those efforts were underway Friday as Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi met with this morning, by the way, with European foreign ministers in Geneva and Switzerland in the face of Israel's ongoing bombing campaign and the U.S. military buildup in the region. French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot, UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy, German Foreign Minister Johann Vadeful, and the top European Union diplomat Kaja Kallas attended the Geneva meeting with Araghchi. This was this morning, just a couple hours ago in Europe. They met with an Iranian negotiator. Lammy had met with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff at the White House on Thursday. The Geneva meeting lasted nearly 4 hours this morning, twice as long as scheduled. And afterward, Barrot indicated there would be further talks and told reporters, quote, the problem of Iran's nuclear program cannot be solved by military means alone. Lammy said, we were clear, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Araghchi is the Iranian diplomat, said, Araghchi too spoke after the meeting and said Iran supported continuing discussions. Iran is ready to consider diplomacy once again, he said, adding, quote, I stress that Iran's defense capabilities are not negotiable, but I express our readiness to meet again in the future. What does that mean? He said, Iran's defense capabilities are not negotiable. So now there are two things that are being pushed on Iran right now. Now it's not only total nuclear disarmament, shutting down the uranium enrichment facilities, but also what is being asked of I almost said Ukraine, of Iran, is that they get rid of all of their ballistic missiles. They need to relinquish all of their ballistic missiles. Well, as far as Iran is concerned, it seems to be they view those ballistic missiles as a key component of their defensive capabilities. They don't want to get rid of the ballistic missiles. Maybe the nuclear disarmament is on the table. Maybe they would agree to that, but it seems like they don't want to get rid of the ballistic missiles. Supreme Leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, remains the ultimate decision maker, and it's not yet clear whether the ongoing Israeli airstrikes and impending threat of U.S. involvement will move him any closer towards a diplomatic off-ramp than when Witkoff last offered a proposal a few weeks ago. The United States offer, which is still on the table, would have allowed Iran to have a civilian nuclear program if it agreed not to enrich uranium on its soil. So the offer that America made to Iran was, you can have a civilian nuclear power program, but you need to have enriched uranium from other countries. You need to get your enriched uranium from America or from France or from other countries that actively enrich it, but you're not allowed to enrich uranium on your own. That was the deal. Instead, Iran would be able to purchase enriched fuel from other countries. Exactly. One suggestion involved an Omani idea to establish a regional consortium that would allow enrichment for civilian purposes under monitoring by the IAEA and the U.S. Khamenei, who's 86 years old, is thought to still be battling cancer and is hiding from the Israeli airstrikes. He has not responded to overtures from multiple countries seeking to help de-escalate the conflict. 86 years old. He's been in power. He has been the supreme leader, I believe, since 1989. Before him, it was a different guy named Khomeini, who was there for around 10 years. Khomeini and now Khamenei. It's not entirely clear how functional the Iranian government is at this moment. Internet connectivity and international calls into Iran are difficult to complete, according to sources in the region. Cyber attacks have paralyzed the banking system, and as of Thursday, multiple diplomats acknowledged factors like these have made it more difficult to arrange in-person talks with Araghchi. It's hard to talk and communicate and have diplomatic efforts if the internet is down or the phones don't work. The ongoing Israeli assault may also make Khamenei fearful about communicating, given concerns about avoiding signals, intelligence intercepts that could be used to target him, one diplomatic source suggested. Anything Araghchi discusses with the West will ultimately need the Supreme Leader's approval, and U.S. expectations for a breakthrough during this meeting are low, but it's a start. It remains to be seen if the conversation in Geneva produced some indication of whether Iran is still open to direct talks with the United States, not just the European nations, which is what Witkoff has also been trying to initiate through his own personal outreach, one U.S. official has said. Turkey and Oman, as well as European countries including Italy and Norway, have offered to host direct or indirect talks between the U.S. and Iran if Tehran were to choose that path, according to two European diplomatic sources. Maybe the U.S. and Iranians meet up in person officially. The Italian foreign minister said Rubio told him Thursday that the United States is ready for direct negotiations with Iranian counterparts, and a French diplomat also said Rubio had also conveyed the same message to Barrot, who is the French representative. The French foreign minister and secretary of state are expected to speak again at the Geneva consultations. Mr. Trump has expressed frustration in recent weeks that although Iran has come to the negotiating table, its leaders have shown no willingness to actually negotiate. This is another conspiracy. Please, hey, folks, do me a favor. Stop spamming in the chat with all caps. Please stop doing that. It is a little bit annoying. Nobody likes that. In fact, I'm going to time out some of these. Let's just go ahead and stop doing that. Okay, thank you, though. Also, while I look at chat, there was a super chat here. What does this say? Keep in mind, people aren't ready for this kind of stuff. People are not built like the people in the 1930s and 40s anymore. They would go nuts. Yeah, I don't know exactly what you mean. Nobody wants war. War is bad. Here's my hot take of the day. Nobody likes war. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. Oh, I see this one also. This is irritating me. Anyone remember the name of the project where people involved with making a nuke after World War II hired by someone capable of paying? I am also not exactly sure what you're hinting at. I'm going to keep reading the article, though. Thank you for that super chat. Mr. Trump has expressed frustration in recent weeks that although Iran has come to the negotiating table, its leaders have shown no willingness to actually negotiate. Iran offered no response for 2 weeks to Witkoff's most recent U.S. proposal and neither declined nor accepted its terms, a U.S. official familiar with the efforts told CBS News. What did Iran think was going to happen? Do you think Iran expected the Israeli airstrikes? I mean, you have to assume. If you are Iran, you know Israel is just gunning to kill you, to take out your leadership. You know they're looking for every excuse to do it. They had to expect it. So then you go conspiracy route. Why did Iran stall for 60 days through Trump's sort of peace talk window or negotiation window? Why did Iran what did Iran think was going to happen? Maybe they were stalling. Maybe they were like, okay, you know what? Hey, listen, it's coming down to the wire. We're making the nuke. Things are looking bad for us. The writing is on the wall. Trump has given us 60 days. Are we going to make a deal? Hell no. Instead, we're going to make a nuke. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to use this 60-day window to go ahead and make that nuke. We're going to get it together. We're going to make several nukes. And we've got a 60-day window to do it. Who knows what was in their mind during that time frame? But they sure did not decide to come to an agreement. Kevin Brooks, hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has openly questioned whether Iran's leaders were playing with Mr. Trump and used that uncertainty to justify his unilateral decision to launch military strikes about 10 days ago now. Multiple U.S. and foreign diplomats indicated that Mr. Trump did not bless the strikes or explicitly tell Netanyahu he should proceed. So Trump didn't greenlight them explicitly. Netanyahu just kind of did them. Diplomatic sources acknowledged that Iran's leaders may also be wondering about the degree of coordination between the U.S. and Israel and may also be uncertain about whether the U.S. initiated diplomacy was a ruse to justify the use of military force that Netanyahu has long advocated for. But one U.S. official maintained that Mr. Trump's interest in diplomacy was genuine. Okay, question. Folks, do you think President Trump's diplomatic efforts, and by that I'm talking the 60-day window, do you think Trump was sincere? Do you think Trump actually wanted diplomacy and de-escalation? Or was this all part of Trump's plan to justify the Israeli airstrikes? Was he sincere? Yes or no? I think he was sincere. I think he was. I don't think this was all part of the plan to pave the way for the Israeli airstrikes. I think Trump was sincere. I think Trump wanted peace. That's what I think. In the meantime, the president still has the option of choosing to use military force, including a potential of using the first time in history the MOP, or Massive Ordnance Penetrator, the 30,000-pound bunker buster bomb. Everybody knows about that. In theory, President Trump maintains the ability to launch a strike while he's out of town at his golf course at Bedminster, New Jersey on Friday and Saturday, sources said. Trump could be playing a hole of golf and he could call in the bunker buster. That bunker buster bomb could land at the exact same moment that Trump scores a hole-in-one on the Bedminster golf course. Could be. It could all line up perfectly like that. Who knows? He could do it anywhere he wants. Let me take a look here. Oh, okay, a little fun history fact. while at his Florida golf resort, Mar-a-Lago. That's where he actually ordered the strike on Syria in 2017 and on an Iranian general in 2020. So Trump has a history of calling in, military strikes from the golf course, from Mar-a-Lago. Could be. He's done that before. In the meantime, the U.S. intelligence assessment remains that Khamenei has not ordered the resumption of the nuclear weapons program that Iran suspended in 2003, but Iran has accumulated a quantity of enriched nuclear fuel that could potentially be matched with an advanced missile or a more rudimentary weapon. That's right, in short order of the Supreme Leader ordering it. Now, folks, here's the deal. My food has just entered the room. Thank you, dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, could I have paper towels and a drink, please? Okay. So, folks, what we're going to do here, I have a very nice wife. We're going to do something incredibly controversial. I know it's going to make you guys mad, but I think it would be kind of a fun idea. Folks, I want to know, what is CNN saying about all of this? I haven't heard one time from CNN about any of this situation. Thank you, dear. Thank you very much. I want to know, what does CNN have to say about this? Now, do I endorse CNN? Do I love CNN? No, before somebody gets mad. But I want it. What are they saying over there on the other side of the aisle? I want to know. Let's see what they're saying.
The first face-to-face meeting of Western and Iranian
Oh, I already regret it. Why are we doing this? Why did I decide to do this? I already regret it. It's too late. We got to do it. We're doing it.
diplomats just wrapped up in Geneva. Perhaps it comes as no surprise that Donald Trump is not impressed.
Did the Europeans help at all in talking with the Iranians?
No, they didn't help. No. Iran doesn't want to speak to Europe. They want to speak to us. Europe is not going to be able to help in this one. It's very hard to stop. When you look at it, Israel's doing well in terms of war, and I think you would say that Iran is doing less well. It's a little bit hard to get somebody to stop.
That's right.
So ahead of the talks today, one diplomat called this moment a window for diplomacy after President Trump set that big 2-week deadline yesterday. The U.S., though, is not involved in these talks, nor is Israel. And as the president underscored right there, the fighting continues to go on. At least 23 people injured by Iranian strikes across Israel today. This was Israel's foreign minister speaking to CNN from the site of one of those attacks.
I was always skeptical with regard to diplomatic talks with the Iranians because they are misleading. And even until now, we hadn't heard anything from them which hints they want to change direction. And they are even close to the American demands.
All right, our panel is here. They're going to weigh in. We're going to start with CNN senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes and CNN chief global affairs correspondent Matthew Chance, who is in Geneva in Switzerland. Kristen, I want to start with you because the president just landed in New Jersey a few minutes ago. He spent quite a bit of time talking to reporters. It struck me that he was very reluctant to say that Israel should stop doing what they're doing. And of course, that's some interesting context, considering he said he's going to make his big decision within the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, and one of the things he was responding to was the fact that the Iranian foreign minister said today that it would take nothing but a phone call from President Trump to Benjamin Netanyahu to put this back and forth, this missile exchange to arrest, so that there could be diplomatic talks. And
I don't think so. I don't think Israel. Let's say I don't think Netanyahu would stop the bombing, even if President Trump said pretty please. I think it's too late. I don't think Israel's going to stop. Now, Kevin Brooks, let me take a look here. We have a big time super chat. He says, you can play what it for a time. In the end, you have to go with what you know. Trump will do the right thing. Semper Fi. I agree. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Trump has the intel. He's the decider. That's why we put him in office, to handle situations like this. Thank you.
When he was asked if he would be willing to do that, he essentially said no, because he said that the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, it's hard to tell him, no, you have to stop when you're winning the war. So that was an interesting point of context there. Now, the other thing that I want to point out to is something you just mentioned was his disillusionment, it sounded like, with the European talks. First of all, that's not the readout that we got from that meeting. I mean, Iranians came out of it saying that they were more welcome and more interested in a diplomatic solution because of that sit down. And the other part of that is that the United States is incredibly invested in those talks that just happened between these European leaders and Iran, to the point where Steve Witkoff, the Middle East envoy, was meeting with the United Kingdom foreign minister yesterday ahead of him traveling to Geneva for those talks. They've been in constant contact about what a diplomatic solution would look like. So not surprising that President Trump would get out there and insult them, but also a little bit, it seems, off message from what the White House was saying and how they were interacting with these foreign ministers. Now, the other part of this is he was asked, why 2 weeks? What do you think is going to happen in 2 weeks? And this is what he said.
2 more weeks.
What was the thought process behind 2 week timetable? Just a time to see whether or not people come to their senses.
We also asked for reporters, on the ground, also asked questions about what would happen at the end of 2 weeks. He said 2 weeks was a max, but he wouldn't really get into what exactly is going to play out over that time frame. And then, just as you mentioned, because this is something we have been reporting, is Donald Trump's lack of confidence in his own intelligence community, and particularly thinking that his director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, is off message. He said that today when asked specifically about her March testimony, in which she said that they believe, the intelligence community, that Iran was not near to developing a nuclear weapon. And he flat out said, she's wrong, and I guess my intelligence community is wrong as well.
I do think what's been going on is the media, they are mischaracterizing what Tulsi Gabbard has said in order to try to bait him into being mad. And regrettably, he kind of has taken the bait twice now. But I guess the point is, I don't really think Tulsi Gabbard and Trump are in disagreement. Tulsi Gabbard actually posted, we looked at this a minute ago, Tulsi Gabbard is totally with Trump. They're lockstep. The media is trying to break them up. That's what's going on here. Now, we do have a little bit of a breaking news update I want to show you folks just real quick. It's just media bullshit. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Now, a little bit of an update. Folks, this is 8 minutes ago. Heavy strikes are being recorded at the sites of IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It's at a missile base in southern Iran, with multiple fires being seen burning. So what this means is Israel, right this very moment, is carrying out airstrikes in southern Iran, blowing up ballistic missile storage sites, is what's going on here right now.
Right.
They're still doing it.
Pretty remarkable split there. Matthew Chance, you, of course, have been covering those talks between Iran's foreign minister and his European counterparts. As we've noted, the Israelis, the Americans, not part of those conversations. What did we hear from them today, and how do you think that's going to shape what happens next?
It's interesting to hear what you guys are talking about because, actually David Lammy, who's the British Foreign Secretary, basically flew directly from Washington to these talks in Geneva to deliver a straightforward message. And, I've spoken to diplomats and officials who are inside these talks here in Geneva that have now sort of come to an end. And those officials tell me that, look, that message was delivered directly to the Iranians by the UK and other delegations as well, basically saying a couple of things. Firstly, there would be no deal with the United States unless there was an end to all uranium enrichment by Iran. And that's...
I see the question in the chat. What do you think Hitler would do in this situation? I think Hitler, he would probably invade Poland. Yeah, no, if I had to bet, he would probably invade Poland right about now.
Problematic in itself because the Iranians have, said publicly that that's a red line. They reiterated that to me earlier today as well, diplomats inside the meeting. The second message that was delivered from Washington to the Iranians is that Washington wants direct talks between Iran and the United States. And the Iranians said in this meeting, look, we're not going to do that so long as Israel continues to bomb Iran. But at the end of it, both sides sort of broke up with these talks, agreeing to go back to their various capitals to see whether there could be influence brought to bear by the United States on Israel to suspend or pause its military campaign, and by the Iranians to see if they would agree to a pause as well. If both of those things happen, and of course it's a big if, then there is a possibility, if there's one positive out of this, there is a possibility that there could in the future be direct talks between the United States and Iran. Casey.
An if, for sure, although you can also see, Matthew, in what you laid out, just how these things end up getting escalated because each side digs in, can't back down from the position that they have, and don't really have anywhere to go. Kristen Holmes, Matthew Chance, grateful for both of you. Thank you very much for being there. Our panel is here.
I'm happy we're watching this because, like I said, it's important. I like to do this at least. I want to know what everybody's saying. Even the people, look at her face. Oh my gosh, Anyway, I want to know what everybody's thinking. I want to know what my opposition is thinking. I need to know what my opposition is thinking so I can know how to counter them or whatever, right? And so what have we learned from CNN here? CNN, well, people on the left, seems to be the case. People on the left side of the aisle here in America, they actually are kind of blaming President Trump for what Israel is doing because President Trump has not reigned in Israel, right? So the people on the left, they don't like that Israel is bombing Iran, obviously. Who do they blame? Do they blame Israel for bombing Iran? No, they blame Trump for not controlling Israel. That's kind of the sentiment we're hearing. So this is classic Trump derangement syndrome. Doesn't matter what's going on. Israel's bombing Iran. Well, it's Trump's fault because he didn't get them to stop. Everything always has to be Trump's fault. Doesn't matter what it is.
CNN contributor, New York Times journalist, and podcast host, Lulu Garcia-Navarro, the host of the Chuck Toddcast, Chuck Todd, former Democratic congressman from South Carolina, Joe Cunningham, bringing the Friday style today, and CNN political commentator and Republican strategist, Shermichael Singleton. Thank you all very much for being here.
Just making Shermichael and I terrible. We didn't make any effort. We're just a couple of plain guys. I went gray, you went black.
I feel insulted personally. I like my shirt.
You always bring the style, I have to say.
That's all the substance I can add here. That's it. That's all the substance.
You got great hair, too. Chuck Todd, this is a big moment for President Trump. And in fact, he was asked about that, whether this was going to be the biggest decision that he has made. He wouldn't really answer the question. He said, ask him again in a year or 5 years. Right. Kristen Holmes was mentioning what he said about his intelligence community in that assessment. I want to play what he said, and we'll talk about it. Take a look.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Chuck, I mean, it is very difficult not to flash back to the run-up to the Iraq 100%. War. And the fight over the intelligence, because right now that's exactly what we have. The president of the United States disagreeing with his intelligence community about the information that he has and how he's going to use that to make decisions. What does it tell you?
Well, look, The Economist had a pretty good scoop about what it was. What did Israel have? What new intelligence, actionable intelligence that they've been sharing? And the Israelis seem to have gotten some indication that there is at least an attempt by the Iranians to try to at least have a team ready to speed up the building of a nuke. But this is...
Folks, what happens if Iran nukes Israel? Could you imagine? God forbid. Let's say in the next couple days, Iran actually puts together a nuke. They put it on top of a ballistic missile, a supersonic, hypersonic, gigasonic, light-speed ballistic missile, and they actually blow the living hell out of Tel Aviv. What happens? I saw someone say World War III. With who? With who? Obviously, we blow the living shit out of Iran. We kill everyone. We kill everyone in power, at least. But is it World War III? In order for that to be World War III, China has to be involved. Russia has to be involved. Is anybody going to come to Iran's defense if they nuke Israel? Is Russia going to come in and say, hey, Russia here, hey, Putin here, I know that they just nuked Israel, but we're still, we're still defending them. I don't think so. Is China going to do that? Hey, Xi Jinping here, Xi Xiao, ni hao ma. We know that Iran just blew up Israel, but U.S., you better stay away, U.S. You're not allowed to do anything. I don't think so. I think at that point, Iran is on their own, and they are getting blown the heck out. It's over for them. The U.S. gets involved, and we just start killing everybody that we even think was related to it. So, even then, I don't think that's a World War III scenario.
I felt the same way. You're like, wait a minute, we've been here before, where are folks looking for the intelligence that makes them feel better about the decision rather than just simply assessing the intelligence? Look, there's a couple things here that I've gotten some indication from some folks I've talked to that what he's waiting for is assurance that the bomb will work. And, you know, because if you do this, he does not, if he acts, he does not want it to be a long-term thing, right? He wants it to be like it's an in and out.
We're talking like,
yeah, good luck with that.
The first Gulf War.
That's right.
Not the Iraq invasion.
That's right.
I don't know if this is going to be a Gulf War type of scenario. I think it's a lot more complex. It's difficult, a lot more difficult than that right now. Jay, we have a massive super chat. What does he say? Jay says, I have a feeling that Trump and the cabinet found out the hard way Iran has had nukes and getting involved means retaliation. I've had a recurring nightmare for years that San Francisco gets nuked and I can see the mushroom cloud from my backyard. Well, Jay, I have bad news for you. I want to show you something real quick. This is going to ruin your day. San Francisco has already been hit by a nuke, but it is a poop nuke. This is a map. This is a real-time map, I kid you not, of every time a homeless person has pooped on the side of the road. Every single brown dot on the map. This is downtown San Francisco. Every single brown dot is a recorded instance of human street defecation. That's right. There is a poop map of San Francisco. So San Francisco has it's everywhere. It has already been hit by a poop nuke, dude. It's over. You need to escape. This is a quarantine zone. I would rather have my town get hit by an Iranian nuke than by a San Francisco poop nuke. That's bad. Anyway, thank you very much. You know, we had a super chatter here about an hour ago, and he said that Iran actually has satellite EMP devices, 2 of them. Is that true? I don't know. I guess I don't know. I can't confirm it personally, but anyway, what he said is that Iran has in orbit right now 2 satellites that are capable of knocking out the entire U.S. Electrical grid effectively, or at least parts of it. They've got 2 EMP satellites in orbit right now. Is that true? I don't know. But anyway, that's kind of a segue. Is it possible that Iran would be capable of carrying out some type of super serious, super drastic retaliatory strike? It's EMP, it's a nuke, it's a sleeper cell, it's a domestic terror threat. Could be, yeah, I think to some degree, probably, yeah. Is that necessarily satellite EMP? No, but it's something, right? They most certainly have the capacity to retaliate in a way that would be very bad. I think so.
Or think Libya, the way Donald Trump thinks, is think Libya in 1983, right? Like, meaning, like, he wants that kind of, you know.
You always have to go back
the
to
killing of Qasem Soleimani.
Right.
You know, you come in with a drone. It's,
right.
You know.
And
people cheer.
He's not been reassured that these bombs are going to work, because what happens if you drop it and it doesn't work and it doesn't take it out, right? Then that's a problem. Look, you know why he picked this? Says 2 weeks. 2 weeks, we know this. It's a crutch. When he's not ready to make a decision, he throws it out 2 weeks because he's hoping maybe the facts change, maybe things on the ground change. Now,
ladies and gentlemen, we have some breaking news. I hate to say it. For the first time in today's broadcast, Israel has detected the launch of ballistic missiles inbound by Iran. Okay, folks, here's what we're going to do now. We're going to pivot. We're going to segue a little bit, folks. Give me one moment. We are going to go ahead and put the Tel Aviv cam on the full screen. That is what we're going to do, folks. This is Tel Aviv. This is our first instance of ballistic missile attacks all day. It's been a long day, no ballistic missiles. Well, guess what? Now they are inbound. And, you know, I think actually maybe I can go ahead and leave that Jerusalem cam. I think I can leave that up. Why don't I do that? I'll put that there. And Tel Aviv, you got to go. Oh, folks. Don't hear any audio. So I don't hear any air raid sirens or anything like that. But keep your eyes peeled. Allegedly, there are ballistic missiles inbound. We are looking at the Tel Aviv skyline at the moment. You know, maybe I'll make my camera a little... You know, I'm just going to get rid of Jerusalem. That's fine. I think we'll be fine without that. It's always Tel Aviv. It is always Tel Aviv. I'm looking for more updates here. I'm seeing if we have any anything else coming out about this. This is from the Iranian propaganda outlet. They have just posted, enemy media monitored an Iranian missile attack on the Zionist entity. So they are also saying that an attack is coming. Give it time. Give it time here. You know, while we wait for the ballistic missile attack, now is a great time to remind everybody tuning in to go ahead and subscribe to the broadcast. It really does. It helps a lot. It means a lot. It really, really does. In fact, a little fun fact about YouTube: the more you guys like the stream and subscribe to the live stream, the more YouTube actually promotes and recommends the broadcast. So if you guys really want to help, that's a great way. It doesn't cost any money. Like the broadcast, subscribe. Here we have our air raid sirens, folks. Everybody, pay attention. Now we have the sirens. Here we go. Look alive, folks. We're looking up in the sky here. We say in German, we say, was haben wir hier? What do we have here? Something is coming. Something is happening. Maybe. Uh-oh. What if the missiles come from where I'm blocking? Good opinion. Good comment. I'm going to move my webcam down there, okay? How about that? How's that? Maybe I should be on the bottom right. Let me hop over there. Give me a minute. Okay, there I am. All right. Oh, okay, we have interceptors going up. Take a look at that. Now, folks, what we've seen over the last 2 days specifically is that these Iranian ballistic missiles are becoming very capable of piercing through Israel's missile defense systems and doing damage. They have been doing an increasing amount of damage over the last couple days. Kelly, I agree. I agree, Kelly. I agree. I agree. You know my take. It's like, hey, listen, I'm with Trump. The best case scenario here is we can de-escalate. We can have some type of talk. Nobody else has to lose their lives. And we can come to some type of agreement. Now, what is going on here? You know, the attack might be over. That might be the case. Oh. Whoa. It is not over. These are some big time explosions up there, folks. And so I just want to add a little bit of context here. Why now did Iran decide to fire off these ballistic missiles? Well, folks, we said a half hour ago that Israel was carrying out air raids. Israel was using their Air Force fighter jets. They were dropping bombs on some ballistic missile storage depots. So I would guess that this wave of ballistic missiles from Iran is actually retaliatory. This is a retaliation strike as far as they're concerned to the recent Israeli airstrikes that happened a half hour ago. That is what I think has happened here. Because we had a whole lot of nothing all night, and then it's like boom, boom, you know? Yeah, I wish this camera would zoom out. Personally, I like to see the skyline. I like to see the buildings in the bottom as this is happening. Actually, you know what just occurs to me, folks? You know what occurs to me? This is intentional. This camera operator is intentionally not showing any missile strikes on the ground. That is by design. That's not an accident. They are intentionally zooming up into the sky, not showing the skyline, intentionally, because the IDF doesn't want the Iranian intelligence apparatus to be able to determine where the missiles are making contact. This is definitely part of the Israeli plan to not show that. Yep. Goodness, man. It's allergy season, folks. Sure is. Well, it seems like it's over now. You go ahead and zoom out again. Seems like it's over now. I'm checking for live updates here. Any confirmed hits, anything? So this entire missile wave was at Tel Aviv. I'm not seeing anything for Haifa or Jerusalem or Beersheba. What is the name of that town that they hit twice recently? I'm not seeing anything in Jerusalem. I've got a Jerusalem cam up on my other monitor, but nothing is happening here. So maybe nothing here, folks. I'm going to go ahead and kind of normalize my my setup here. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Get everything situated again here. So this is Jerusalem. And then we're still just up here looking at the sky, I guess. I guess so. Oh, we're coming back down to the skyline. Maybe they've been given the go-ahead. I would imagine the camera operator is given the go-ahead. All right, it's over. You can, you know, keep doing your thing now. That would be my my sneaking suspicion. We've seen yesterday and the day before, we have seen Iran do a lot of damage to a couple places in Israel. Can I put this down over there? Yeah, okay. All right. Well, folks, I think that attack is pretty much over. I think so. Not that we're going to go back to watching CNN. That's probably not what we want to do. Let me continue to take a look at the breaking news reports here and see what is going on. So this is where these attacks were hitting. Coming back down to the Tel Aviv skyline there, you can see we're repositioning. There's Tel Aviv. All right. Well, there you have it. But anyway, yeah, it seems like nothing actually hit there. Nothing happened. And if I had to guess, I would guess that that was a retaliatory strike as far from the Iranian point of view. Oh. Do we have a different angle here? Hold up. This video was just posted by the Iranian propaganda page. Tel Aviv now, they say. I think this is probably what we just watched. Yeah, we're raising up the camera. That's right. Someone is out here controlling this camera 24 hours a day. Little replay here. I think this was a retaliation strike. I think, like, if you're trying to get inside of the mind of the Iranian regime right now, they need to broadcast strength. They don't want to appear, they can't appear weak to not just Israel or America. They can't appear weak to their own people. Okay? So if there is an Israeli airstrike somewhere in Iran, the Iranian regime has got to fire back. They have to fire back. Otherwise, they look like a bunch of weak, pathetic losers. And they cannot tolerate that. The most important part of maintaining a totalitarian regime is what? Is appearing strong and dominant and in control. That's what it is. Now, I was going to try to find... I need to take a minute and readjust some of my cameras here, guys, some of my live feeds. So I'm going to try to find a video here that we can put on at least just for a couple minutes. Here's one, and this will give me time to take care of my production settings I need to change real quick.
Let's bring in David Friedman, the former U.S. ambassador to Israel. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Please do give us your thoughts in this obviously very important moment in all of this, as we do await what's next for the United States in all of it.
Well, Sandra, thanks for having me. I think the first overriding point is this. There are a lot of things to talk about. There are some complexities, multiple vectors, but all roads lead to a non-nuclear Iran. I mean, that is where we're going to end up, and that's everybody's goal, and we're going to achieve it. Now, will it be militarily? Will it be with a deal? I will tell you that the likelihood that Israel will stand down in favor of the right to negotiate is probably zero.
I think so.
They've had 500 ballistic missiles shot at them.
That is what I said. That is what I've been saying, and somebody called me an anti-Semite like an hour ago. I'm like, really? I'm saying what this guy's saying, and I got called anti-Semitic for saying that. No, I don't. Israel is not going to stand down at this point. They are in too deep. They've had 1 billion ballistic missiles fired at them. They're not going to stop. It doesn't make sense for them to stop.
Yesterday, they were on the receiving end of a cluster bomb, which is a per se war crime that took out a hospital that serves the Negev. Probably more than half the patients are Arab and Muslim. They've had 400 or 500 drones shot at them. Every night, people are going into shelters. They're not standing down until they've achieved their goals. So I think that demand is going to go nowhere. Now, the other thing I would say is, knowing President Trump now for at least 25 years, way back when I used to represent him in a lot of deals, I know his negotiating style. The deal he will make is when the Iranian leader takes a piece of paper out of the printer, takes a white piece of paper, blank page, and he writes down on it, we surrender, we give up all our nukes, we're going to destroy and dismantle all our facilities, you're welcome to come and observe and inspect whenever you want, and we're going to stop shooting missiles at your allies. When he writes that on a piece of paper, that, nothing more, nothing less, I think there'll be a diplomatic deal, and I think the probability of that is awfully low. Remember, Abbas Arachi, who's like the only guy left who's negotiating this, who even knows, where his instructions are coming from? And remember, the Iranian.
Okay, what are the odds Abbas Arachi is his name? What are the odds he gets assassinated too? Because like he just said, he's the only guy left. Almost every single Iranian negotiator has been assassinated in the last month. Like numerous Iranian negotiators have been assassinated. What are the odds? I mean, if I was this guy, if I was the single last Iranian negotiator, I would be very worried. Very worried.
Iranians are telling their people that they're winning the war. They're telling their people that they're dominating Israel airspace. They're not telling them that they've shot 1,000 projectiles and only about 5% have landed. So all of a sudden he's going to surrender. It just seems so unlikely.
Okay, so Ambassador, you said the Israeli people are not standing down. This is General Jack Keane joining us last hour on Outnumbered, and this is why he says that is the case. Listen.
For 25 years, they've taken every step that's humanly possible, not only to develop a nuclear weapon, but also they put into this major enterprise, and this is what some people don't get, is the Ayatollah has built an enterprise that's redundant and resilient because he knows at some point it would be attacked. And he wants to absorb that attack, survive it, recover and rebuild.
Ambassador, I wanted to get your reaction to that.
Well, look, General Keene's exactly right. And it just seems so unlikely. They've staked their regime on the North Korean model. They want to get nukes and then try to hold the world hostage. That's the only way they're going to keep their regime alive. So the idea that they will somehow surrender seems unlikely. Now, could the regime change in short order? And that's incredibly wishful thinking. It would be wonderful, but that would be the way to get to a deal. And as far as Israel's concerned, look, I have got some of my kids there now. I mean, I know what life is like there. Because the missiles are coming from 1,000 miles away, they get about a 10, 15-minute warning. And so, when the warning hits, they run for shelters. But the rest of the day, you've seen pictures. They're on the beach. They're living their lives. They're starting to come back to normal. This is not going to bring down Israel. Israel is in this for the long haul. They will not allow their children and grandchildren to live under the shadow of a nuclear retaliation.
The video's almost done, and then we're going to break this down here, okay?
From Iran. They will not permit another Holocaust.
As we continue to hear a very firm message sent from Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, as we did in that interview on Sunday, and continue to hear from him. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Hey, everyone.
Okay, so if you are Iran, what is your end game? You are not going to destroy Israel, I guess, unless you have a nuclear weapon. What is the goal of Iran right now? At this point, they are in the conflict. They know Israel is not going to stop. There's no hope for Israel stopping. Israel's not just going to back off randomly. Firing these little waves of ballistic missiles, this is not going to destroy Israel. You do some damage, you blow up an apartment building, it's terrible. Is this going to destroy Israel as a nation? No, you're not going to get rid of Israel. So right now, what is the only hope of Iran? I think it makes sense. Not that I condone, but from the Iranian point of view, what are you doing right now? Given the situation you are in, you're probably trying to ramp up and build a nuclear bomb. Frankly, at this point, if they weren't before, and we have conflicting reports, if they weren't before at this point, they probably are, because they know things are so deep, things have gotten so bad that there's no going back. There's no going back to the Iranian-Israeli Cold War. You want to call it the Cold War? That's what they've been in for decades now, for years and decades. They don't like each other, But nothing is really hot like it is now. It's hot now. Bombs are flying, ballistic missiles are flying. Now, if you're Iran, I think your only hope of survival, if you are Iran, is to actually make a nuclear weapon. Because if you don't, you're done. You're actually done. And they probably realized that. And so now, like I said, if they weren't before making one, now they probably are. An Iranian drone was intercepted by Israeli air defenses over Haifa Bay. This is a couple hours ago. Take a look. Iranian drone. Intercepted. Intercepted. Oh, take a look at this.
That we're close. Well, that's been the whole issue. Is everything you heard there is before this war, if you will, before the Israel did this massive strike and engaged in this ongoing campaign, of airstrikes, and not to mention all things that kicked it off with drone strikes and everything else within Iran, and then of course the reciprocal, which is what Iran's been launching over to Israel. So all of that precedes this, and the thought was, strategically speaking, that in this situation, that the Ayatollah, Khomeini might be, and those around him might be inclined to make that decision to go ahead and make a bomb. All right, that or make bombs. There have been assessments out there. I think Israel's put this out, that within a couple of weeks or a few weeks, I think they said the end of the month originally, that they could create, that Iran could potentially put together 9 nuclear devices. Now, there's a lot that goes into that. They have the enriched uranium up to 60%. They could get up to 90% pretty fast. But then they have to fashion that. There's a, for lack of a better term, a ball that they have to make, which goes into the fission device. That takes a lot of engineering work. And of course, a lot of their scientists, engineers were literally taken out at the beginning of this latest outbreak, if you will, the strikes by Israel. So there are questions there whether they could put it together that fast. But the thing that I think everyone has assessed, it's kind of baked in to the U.S. and Israeli assessment, is that Iran is not going to turn back, that everything else they're doing is kind of gamesmanship. And the parallels between what we're seeing now and what we were dealing with North Korea in the latter 90s are really sticking out in a lot of people's minds, which is, North Korea, said all these things and did all these maneuvers, and we kind of kicked the ball down the road, and now North Korea may have somewhere between 30 and 50 nuclear warheads and has completely changed the whole strategic math in the East Pacific. That's one of the reasons, or West Pacific, I'm sorry, that's one of the reasons why they're looking at this saying, if not now, when? Okay. And saying, look, it's got to be taken off the board completely. So I kind of look at this a little bit differently, if you will, which is they're kind of taking a long view. And I think that's part of what it is. It's less to do with what's happening today or what is a bomb in place today, which is, hey, if they're going to put a bomb in place, and they certainly seem inclined to use it, that just cannot be tolerated. That's got to be stopped. So, Al, I want to talk about and follow up on the conversation we had yesterday about the bunker buster bombs that the U.S. could provide to Israel or use ourselves in striking this nuclear facility, the Fordow.
We'd have to provide them with the plane, too.
And I thought this was interesting because we had back and forth an exchange between Netanyahu and Trump indirectly. Netanyahu essentially saying that Israel doesn't need it to dismantle the Fordow facility. The president also in that gaggle on the tarmac in Jersey.
I gotta say, listen, the best case scenario is that Israel just does all this on their own and we don't even need to be involved. Israel, just do what you want, figure it out. Israel is strong, I believe in them, and then America doesn't even have to be involved at all. Offensively, that is.
It's a 6,000-pound warhead. What it does, it can be dropped from a B-2. There's not very many platforms. I think you could probably pull it off. I don't know if you could pull it off a B-52. But it was designed to be dropped from a B-2 bomber, 500 miles an hour, 50,000 feet. And part of the whole concept is this thing has phenomenal kinetic energy, and that's why it's 30,000 pounds, to dig deep into the earth and go down a couple of 100 feet before it explodes, causing a kinetic effect under the ground, which can cause open spaces, cavities, if you will, like bunkers and stuff, to literally collapse in on themselves. That's the idea of that bomb. Israel doesn't have that bomb. All right, Israel doesn't have a bomb that can go down that deep and do that. And the Fordo spaces, the bunkers, the underground cavities, if you will, might be closer to 300 feet from what I understand. So Israel doesn't have that capability. However, Israel has other capabilities such as commandos. They, if you recall last year, they did that rather spectacular raid in Syria where they went against another underground facility that was designed by Iran that was building ballistic missiles that were being used against Israel. And they did a lot of stuff on the surface it looked like an airstrike at first, but it turns out a lot of that was just prep and cover for the actual commando raid where they went down in there and destroyed the facility. That's the other option that Netanyahu has. It's a high-risk option. And one thing I would say, though, is if I was going to do a high-risk option like that, putting commandos on the ground, boots on the ground, so to speak, one thing I would like to do is to see the local security force around the Fordow facility move away. And if you kind of put on the table that 30,000-pound bombs might drop on top of them, you might see that decision by the Iranians to move their security forces back, which from a special operations perspective is great. So actually for the Iranians, they're in a bit of a tactical conundrum here, which is if I leave them in place, they might lose them. And if I pull them back, the Israelis might pull off this operation. And from an Israeli perspective, that's exactly what you want the Iranians to be, is in that conundrum. So they do have options, but it's not perfect. By the way, I should mention real quick, there has been discussion, could the Israelis use their C-130s to drop something like this? Not the same flight characteristics, can't get the same kinetic stuff or kinetic impact. And it's not even clear that the Israelis even have that bomb. I don't think they do. So, yeah.
I want to put this up because Lucas Helmanson noted this, that former CENTCOM commander, retired General Joseph Votel, told John Roberts on Fox this morning that when U.S. forces launch airstrikes, oftentimes they have to strike again, and added that would likely be the case with Fordow. So do you think there's this conventional wisdom forming right now that it's kind of a one-and-done trick
more than one
with the bunker busters, or no? Or do people realize that you're going to have to use multiple or go back? What say you on that, Hal?
Well, I would say for those of us who have been in the airstrike business, it's going to have to be more than one. That is a deeply buried bunker facility, if you will, underground facility. The other problem there is not only the reinforced bunker, but apparently the underground geophysics. There's a lot of hard rock that they have to deal with, which can absorb a lot of energy. Can also work in some other ways. I don't want to get all the physics on it, but there's a lot of issues that go with that, and a one and done doesn't sound like it would do it. I think you'd probably have multiple flights with multiple GBU 57s hitting it, and there actually has been some discussion hitting it, creating a massive crater, and then dropping one right at the bottom of the crater again in order to get a deeper effect until you're absolutely sure that you got down to the area where the bunkers are to destroy it. So you could see a series of strikes. In fact, you could see potentially a series of strikes over a series of days until they're absolutely sure they took out that bunker.
Hal, just lastly, before I let you go, I want to just kind of take stock of U.S. assets and personnel in the region right now. And I think Jennifer Griffin there for Fox at the Pentagon has a great image. I'm going to read the tweet, and then we can take the image full. She says the U.S. Navy now has 5 guided missile destroyers in the Eastern Mediterranean.
That's a big presence.
That's according to U.S. defense officials. She reports this is a significant increase, that earlier this week the U.S. had just 1 in the Eastern Mediterranean, saying following Israel's attack on Iran, the U.S. had 2 positioned in the Eastern Mediterranean off the coast of Israel, which helped protect Israel by shooting down incoming missiles from Iran. And I was reading that the USS Nimitz is moving from the South China Sea to this region, the Eastern Mediterranean. Liz Frieden saying that the Nimitz carrier strike group will arrive in the Middle East this weekend, according to a U.S. official telling that Fox News that the Nimitz left the South China Sea Monday. The U.S. will now have 2 aircraft carriers in the Middle East at the same time, Hal. So How are we to divine this?
Well, what you're seeing, and by the way, I should point out, when you say in the region, you're going to have two carrier task forces in generally south into the larger Indian Ocean area, if you will, south of Iran that can do strikes. There's also a third aircraft carrier, and I noticed that wasn't mentioned, but there's a third aircraft carrier supposed to be moving across the Atlantic, and it will be joining those ships in the Eastern Mediterranean. And it will be shooting off the coast. Now, one of the reasons they have all those ships sitting off the coast of Israel is that Israel's air defense system, at least certain things like David's Sling, lesser extent the Iron Dome, but some of the higher range air defense systems that are used for these ballistic missiles, they're starting to run pretty low on inventory. So they're looking at augmenting that capability with the anticipation that if something happens, if we use our bombers to attack those sites, that there might be a real, onslaught of ballistic missiles coming out of Iran towards Israel. Of course, the other concern is that they will decide to target U.S. bases elsewhere in the Arab or Persian Gulf area.
Okay.
We have a very large presence there, and of course, all the countries there are real nervous about that. Sure. Obviously. So more air defense, more anti-missile capability, more anti-drone capability. It's just prudent to have all that stuff in place.
All right. Hal Kemper, we're going to leave it at that. We do hope you have a great weekend. Your insight has been...
Okay, folks, that was a great interview. I didn't even want to interrupt it because that guy, I think, really knew what he was talking about. So, I want to go ahead and pull up some super chats here. So hold up. Thank you guys very much for bearing with me through that. Okay, super chats real quick. And this is a picture of Fordow on the map right there. UPS Wifey. I'm a little bit late on this, but thank you nonetheless. She says, have you seen the YouTube channel Official ACLJ and their 9-minute video explaining nuclear enrichment and Iran? It's a good perspective for those who don't understand how scary the situation really is. I have not seen that, but courtesy of UPS Wifey, shout out Official ACLJ. Maybe I'll go take a look at that later. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Official ACLJ to anybody who wants to know about that. Thank you. We also had Kelly Girl following up with that with the super chat. Thank you. How many of y'all? Okay. How can any of y'all be happy about this? It's terrible. These people are just waiting for their life to be gone. Terrible situation. Not good. I think we talked about that one a little bit earlier. Thank you very much. David Senator. Israel does not have the GB-57, which you're right. They do not have that. They have smaller bunker busting bombs, but not the one that they would need. There's not a single other bomb that is non-nuclear that would penetrate deep enough to take out this bunker right here. Deep underground. Thank you. Thank you, David. I appreciate that a lot. Is it possible that we have something we can use from space to penetrate that bunker, laser maybe, or laser on a shark? So, whether or not America actually follows this, I don't know. But there's a international treaty that prohibits putting weaponry in space. Now, do we have weaponry in space? Maybe. I would guess probably, but we're not supposed to. It's not allowed. Everybody has signed off on that. So, but who knows? Who knows? I guess if we do and we used it, then everybody would know that we have violated that treaty, which would be bad for us also. So maybe not good. Wood and Nails with the super chat. Thank you. Thank you, Matt, for doing a great job with the coverage. Love the live streams. Thank you very much. Thank you for tuning in. I'm very lucky that you guys are so nice. And we're doing our best to keep on top of all the breaking news updates. A lot is coming really fast, though. These are the alerts from 30 minutes ago during that last ballistic missile strike. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Also, Michael Raridan with the super chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, folks, very, very much. The Space Force. Yeah, hey, maybe. You know, there was a whole leak. This was a big controversy that... What am I hearing here? I'm hearing Tel Aviv is what I'm hearing. There was a leak that allegedly we have American personnel stationed on the dark side of the moon. Do you guys believe that? Do you think that we have American military personnel, that we have a military base on the far side of the moon? That seems almost unbelievable, but we live in crazy times. Chief Vince, this is the best place to be when you're supposed to be somewhere else. Matt Morse, like the energy here. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is, I guess this is just what we're doing now. I started doing these live broadcasts really because of the protests and the riots, and then that segued into all of this Iran and Israel drama, the controversy going on in the Middle East. And now I think this is just part of the deal. Now every day I'm just going to do a stream 7 days a week forever until the day that I die, on top of making my daily video or videos. So that's just how it is. Now, folks, we actually have some breaking news that is totally, completely unrelated to any of this, and I want to show you what it is. Take a look at this. Breaking news. This is going to change everything. I want you to pay attention here. Breaking news. Minnesota assassin Vance Bolter told the FBI in a letter that Tim Walz asked him to kill Senator Amy Klobuchar so that Walz could take her seat in the Senate. This is why the manifesto has not been released. We need a full investigation. Tim Walz is actively covering this up. This is a story that is circulating right now. Obviously, this allegation is absolutely massive. The implications of this are otherworldly. But allegedly, and by the way, this guy Nick Sortor, he's one of the, I put a lot of faith in his word. He's not posting fake news bullshit. Minnesota assassin Vince Bolter told the FBI in a letter that Tim Walz asked him to kill Amy Klobuchar so that Walz could take her seat. Now, also, hold up, let's go through all of this. Even if Vance Bolter said this in a letter to the FBI, does not mean it's true. Maybe Vance Bolter was lying. Even if Vance Bolter sent the letter, that does not mean necessarily that Tim Walz actually said what he said he said. You know what I mean? So there are like two layers of we need to determine if this is true. First off, did that letter actually happen? Is the letter real? Did he say that? And then you have to prove that Tim Walz actually said that to Vance Bolter or made that request of him. So there are multiple levels of this. You know, Amy Klobuchar was also close personal friends with the woman who was shot. She was crying on TV. It didn't look fake. Oh, well, that further complicates it. And frankly, I don't know. And frankly, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna take a look around here and try to find some more breaking news updates for you folks. I don't think that actually, no, I'm wrong. There was something I was going to show you folks. Take a look at this. Another thing here. So during that most recent round of Iranian ballistic missile attacks, all of them, I believe, were intercepted successfully, but every time you intercept a missile, the missile debris falls down. It has to land somewhere. And so I guess some of that debris actually landed on buildings in Tel Aviv. Take a look. This is the debris. It actually lit a building on fire. You don't want to have a ballistic missile fall on your house. Look at that. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. And here's a photo of what that looks like. Not good. And then I think I even had one more thing to show you. This is another angle of those very same ballistic missiles. But first, I want to take a look at Super Chats here real fast. We had $10 Super Chat from Sapper Havoc. He says, in the case that the United States uses this MOP device and it hits the fan and Iran targets U.S. assets, would it in theory drag our NATO allies in to become involved and come to the defense of the United States? I seriously doubt that would happen. I don't know. Maybe you could make like the contractual argument that they should or that they would, but I think in reality that probably would not happen. That would be my guess. Also, then who would they have to attack? They would have to help us fight Iran. I think that probably does not happen. I think so. You know, I'd have to go back and read Article 5 of the NATO Charter. I'm not sure exactly if it counts like foreign military bases out across the world, or if it only counts direct attacks on your nation's homeland, right? I'd have to go back and read the exact verbiage. But anyway, in reality, I think it probably wouldn't happen for maybe a multitude of reasons. And thank you. Bravo 6. ACLJ law firm is Jay Sekulow, Trump's impeachment lawyers channel. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I didn't know that. I did not know that. This is the frick. This is what we just saw. This is that debris damage. The ballistic missile debris. But there was something else I wanted to show you that was posted. Breaking footage shows incoming Iranian missile. This is over central Israel. Is your ballistic missile? We live in crazy times. More footage has emerged of the Iranian missile attack. Wow. Intercepted. Oh. That one probably made it through. Yeah, Mustard Skaven, I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's that there. Let me take a look. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Okay. And Jackson, I think that Donald Trump needs to fly Bibi to the White House and put him in the Zelensky chair and tell him to chill. He's playing with World War III. You know, regardless of what you think about Israel, Iran, America's involvement, should we do this? Should we do that? I think we are probably not messing with World War III. I think we are safe from World War III. Watch, I'm going to jinx it. Now we are going to have World War III. For World War III to really kick off, you would have to have China getting involved. You'd have to have Russia getting involved. I don't think that China or Russia are going to come to the defense of Iran. I don't think so. So I don't think this is a World War III scenario. I don't think so. Hopefully I am correct, right? We all say hopefully I am correct. Who knows? Who knows? Although, you know, keep in mind, World War I was underway for 3 years before the U.S. got involved. I think 3 years. And World War II, people say it started in 1939 and the U.S. got involved in 44, right? D-Day was in 44. So that was 5 years, maybe 4.5 years after World War II like officially started. So hey, you know, we're talking, if we're talking World War timeframes, these things happen over years, not months or days, right? These things take a while to unfold. So I don't know. I hope, and with a world war with that type of scenario, you don't even really I think you don't even really realize you're in one until maybe it's over. You look back and you say, oh yeah, wow, everybody was involved, huh? Wow, yep. I don't know. Okay, dude, my freaking allergies. My freaking allergies. When was D-Day? 1944. Yeah. We had boots on the ground in Europe in 1944. Yeah. Oh. Look at this, folks, real quick. So this is debris from a ballistic missile. Remains of an intercepted Iranian ballistic missile fell in Tel Aviv, central Israel. They've got these missiles. Yeah, you know, I guess back to that World War III point. Yeah, I mean, you might, you know, 10 years from now, we might all be looking back saying it was 2022, February 2022, I think, when Russia invaded Ukraine. I think February 2022. February 24th, 2022. Yeah, no, so I guess the point is, 10 years from now, we might look back and say, oh yeah, that was the day World War III started, February 24, 2022. Maybe. And you never know till it's kind of over, probably. UPS Wifey. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much. Since shit has hit the fan with Israel and Iran, all I do is run your live and news 24/7. Hanging out with everyone is refreshing, comforting, and your dark humor rocks. My family is just the same. Don't forget to eat. I just had, what are they called? Quesadillas. My beautiful immigrant wife made me some quesadillas with homemade guacamole. My wife is not an immigrant from Mexico. She's an immigrant from Germany. But anyway, my immigrant wife made me quesadillas, and it was very delicious. So, hey, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, there's probably, for better or for worse, there's not another broadcast that is like this. Maybe that's good or maybe that's bad, but this one's a little bit different, that's for sure. So thank you all very much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Mustard Skaven, thank you again. Thank you. Thank you very much. He says, you are completely right in your assessment. China will not get involved. People mistake China for a Russian friend. They are not. China only cares about China. I think you're right. China is China first. China is China first. And China has very premeditated long-term longitudinal plans. They're not, here in the US, we operate on 4-year timelines. You got a new president every 4 years, maybe 8 if you're lucky. And then you have midterms, splitting that up. So we are our approach to politics here is very short term. Okay. China, they have a 50-year plan. They're going in the same direction. They've got it all plotted out. They have a 50-year plan. They have a 10-year plan, 20, 30, 40, 50-year agenda, 100-year plan, and they're straight as an arrow. They know where they're going. The regime has put it together, and they're doing it. And they're all in lockstep doing it also. Here in the U.S., I guess, there's pros and cons. Our approach to politics is a little bit schizophrenic. For 4 years, we go this way, and then the other 4 years, we go that way. And then maybe you get another 4 years, you keep going that way a little bit, but then guess what? Next 4 years, we're going that way again. And so, I think there's pros and cons to both ways of doing this. But anyway, the point is China is a very serious threat. It's a real threat. I think most Americans don't acknowledge how much of a threat China is. China is our number one threat. Everybody's talking about Iran. China is the number one threat to America. We're being told that it's Iran is the number one threat to America. Wrong. Iran actually, frankly, is probably barely even a threat, slight threat to America. China is the real threat to America. And I'm very thankful. Thank God we have a president in the White House that understands that. President Trump, I feel like, is one of the few people in the country that actually understands how serious of a threat China is, and they are, because they are. Now, let me see if I can find any more of these news updates. And thank you again. And thank you again. Also, Googly Bear. Googly Bear says China gets their oil from Iran. Iran is in debt to China. Part of the deal is Iran goes over to China. I mean, that's also true. Now, does that mean that China is going to come to Iran's defense? Probably not. But yeah, a large chunk of Chinese oil, China's oil, comes from Iran. They've got a whole they call it the shadow fleet. There's a whole Iranian shadow fleet, unmarked vessels, shipping out oil secretly. Now, we have a little bit of an update here, folks. As of about 5 minutes ago, I see this. The Israeli Air Force has begun a wave of strikes against ballistic missile storage and launch sites in central Iran. It's going on in central Iran right now. Now, I'm telling you, we're starting to piece this together. We are noticing a pattern, okay? Israel, I don't know where you want to start. You can say, who started it? Let's just pick a spot. Israel carries out an airstrike on some Iranian you know, target could be a ballistic missile launching site or storage facility, and Iran will every time always retaliate. So what do you want to bet? I'll bet within the next 30 minutes, because Israel's carrying out a strike right now, I will bet you all, within 30 minutes, we're going to hear about another Iranian ballistic missile strike. Okay? I guarantee you they're going to be launching ballistic missiles, at least a couple of them, within the next 30 minutes because of these Israeli airstrikes. They're always firing back. No airstrike goes unpunished. That seems to be the Iranian credo at the moment. Seems to be what's going on. Now, what are they talking about on Fox Live here? What is this?
Asked a question about that, when that will transpire. She couldn't give a definite date.
What are they talking about?
And so we're learning that this investigation seemingly now concluded. The investigation into the disappearance and murder of Suzanne Morphew. It had been...
Okay, we don't know anything about that. We do have another super chat from Randy Stokes. Thank you, Randy. Hi, Matt. Randy from Florida. Been watching you for a while. Love the channel. Did you hear about the UK deployed the USS Queen Mary a couple days ago? I think it might be headed to the US to join the US. No, let me take a look at that. And by the way, thank you very much. I appreciate that. All the way down from Florida. We are on exact opposite sides of this country. I'm up here in Washington State. Let me look that up because I don't know anything about it. Here, folks, give me 1 minute here.
Revolution. We'll hopefully check in with some of our Fox 10 Phoenix colleagues. We're at the bottom of the hour. It's 5:30. So in lieu of going to a quick commercial break, we got yet another live event on deck for you. LA Mayor Karen Bass, she is speaking now from her offices. Let's listen to what she has to say.
Karen Bass, live.
Lies and utter nonsense in an attempt to provoke division and conflict in our city. This is consistent with the provocation from Washington that began 2 weeks ago when our city was calm and millions of Angelenos were going about working and contributing to our city. The provocation has resulted in lives disrupted, terror and fear spread throughout our city. I spent the day today meeting with businesses. We met on Sunday, and businesses were empty, owners were suffering, and describing this situation as worse than COVID. Just think.
You know, they say God has a sense of humor sometimes. This is a joke. God has put Karen Bass in a position that we have to look at her every day. The entire country has to look at Karen Bass on a daily basis. God has a sense of humor.
Why their fathers did not come home. And I just want you to know that that's a trauma to a child that child will always carry with them. Unfortunately, the vice president did not take time to learn about our city and understand that our city is a city of immigrants from every country and continent on the planet. But then again, he did need to justify the hundreds of millions of wasted taxpayers' dollars that were wasted in the performance of a stunt and an experiment in this city, and using men and women of our armed services whose mission it is to protect our country.
They are protecting our country by deporting these people.
He accused state leaders and myself as mayor of this city of encouraging violence, of sicking mobs on ICE officers. But let me just tell you, like yesterday, what happened at the Dodgers, we're not sure who these armed men are. They show up without uniforms. They show up completely masked. They refuse to give ID. They're driving regular cars with tinted windows, and in some cases, out-of-state license plates. Who are these people? And frankly, the vests that they have on look like they ordered them from Amazon. Are they bounty hunters? Are they vigilantes? If they're federal officials, why is it that they do not identify themselves? You can imagine the fear and the terror that has created in our city. When you have cars driving around, people jumping out of those cars with guns and rifles and pulling people off the street. How dare you say that city officials encourage violence? We kept the peace. You know that the federal officials that were here protected a federal building. They were not involved in crowd control. Crowd control was handled most aptly by the Los Angeles Police Department, the Sheriff's Department, and local law enforcement. We were able to handle the violence and the vandalism that occurred. We put a curfew in place. We've lifted that curfew. Our streets have been peaceful, and even when there was vandalism at its height, you are talking about a couple of hundred people who were not necessarily associated with any of the peaceful protests. And for those of you who are watching outside of Los Angeles, I will say it over and over again. Los Angeles is a city that is 500 square miles. And any of the disruption that took place in about 2 square miles in our city. The most, over 100 people were arrested. We are a city of 3.8 million people. And finally, Mr. Vice President, how dare you disrespect our senator? You don't know his name, but yet you served with him before you were vice president, and you continue to serve with him today, because the last time I checked, the Vice President of the United States is the President of the U.S. Senate. You serve with him today, and how dare you disrespect him and call him Jose? But I guess he just looked like anybody to you.
Called him Jose?
Well, he's not just anybody to us.
He
is our senator.
That's
and
funny.
You fly in, you parachute in the city.
Jose,
I don't know if you've ever been here before.
Dorito,
you
whatever your
parachute
name
in the
is.
city, you pass all kinds of judgment, and then you leave, and you add to the provocation. You add to the division, or you attempt to create division in our city. But I just want you to know that our city is standing together. We are united. You might attempt to create division, but you are united. Standing with me today are families, business owners, community leaders, representatives, and nothing you can do will divide us. Thank you.
No way, Jose.
Mayor, obviously,
Please, God, let Karen Bass get deported. Please, God.
Right.
Around the country, this city, rioting is still happening. Can you give a description to folks maybe outside the city of how you describe the city, even during the last 2 weekends here?
I would describe the city. I mean, you might know our city after a major sporting event, and people come out, and it's called melee. We had peaceful protests. At the end of those protests, when you have the people that are scragglers or who intervene at the last minute, and it reached maybe 100 people, and they graffitied up buildings. And let me tell you, I'm not underestimating how serious that was, the vandalism all throughout the downtown area, okay? There was one day where there was looting of businesses. There were windows that were broken, but it was a very small,
it's mostly peaceful,
couple of blocks in our city, a handful of people. It is an absolute lie to say the city of 500 square miles, when maybe 2 square miles, there were problems that lasted a few hours that we were perfectly capable of handling. That's how I would describe what is going on in our city. And you can look at the streets today.
Yep.
Our streets have been peaceful. This is Friday. There have not been any problems in our city since the protests that happened on Saturday, period.
Mayor Bass, the doctors announced today $1 million donation in partnership with the city to go towards immigrant communities.
Yes.
How exactly do you anticipate that money?
These people don't live
Well,
in reality.
we're working that out, but basically our people need cash. People need to pay groceries. The woman that I met with today, who is now the sole provider in her family, her rent is $2,100. She doesn't have a means to pay for that. She's not going to work because she doesn't know if she's going to come home. And she has children at home. This is what has happened when you create this type of terror. And mind you, there was nothing happening here. The administration started off talking about gang members, drug dealers, violent people. There's no violent people up here. And the people up here have been impacted by this. I don't think people who are day laborers just trying to survive from day to day,
They should be deported.
people who are on bus stops,
Deported.
people who are going to church,
Deported.
people who are in a park,
Deported.
how does that go along with what the administration said they were
All
trying
of
to do?
them are getting deported. Every single one of them is getting deported. I don't
Thank you.
care.
Thank you.
Real quick, because you had touched on it briefly about how the Vice President described your actions as potentially egging on rioters and saying it's open season on law enforcement. Can you talk about your relationship with the police chief and sheriff? And you guys have a conversation with comments were made about everything that's gone on?
Well, no, I mean, the comments were made just a couple of hours ago, but let me just tell you that I talk to the police chief multiple times a day. I usually start my mornings out by talking to the police chief. I selected him. We hired him in this city. I'm very close with him. I work very well with law enforcement. I go out and meet with law enforcement regularly. That is the thing that is so, that is such a problem in what the vice president is doing. To come and just openly lie. But I know, unfortunately, this is not new of this administration. It's not unusual to say that today is Sunday when everybody in the world knows it's Friday, and then insist on it. So how does that help the nation's second largest city to come out and paint a picture that is completely false?
She is so mad.
You damage the economy of our city. Our city, we have entire sectors of our economy that is dependent on immigrant labor. We need to get the city rebuilt. We need to prepare the city for the upcoming events. And this is not contributing to that at all. But let me just take a minute. Do you mind if I put you on the spot? Would you please talk about your restaurant?
Sure.
And the Sunday, Father's Day, that I spent in your restaurant.
Yeah, good morning,
By
good
the way,
afternoon.
the food was great. I took a lot of
My name's Antonio Gallo. I'm one of the owners of Casa Fina restaurant in Boyle Heights. It's been a staple in the area of Boyle Heights. Normally on Father's Day, we're packed. We have people waiting about 20 minutes. On that Sunday, I mean, it was just, there was nobody there. Right, folks were afraid to come out, and now we have to consider about what do we do with our employees, right? We have no money coming in. It's just the raids in the city, and it's scaring our folks. It's scaring our people, and it has to stop, or a lot of folks are going to lose their jobs.
I hope they go back to Mexico. I hope they lose their job and get out of the country.
Soy uno de los dueños de Casa Fina en Boyle Heights.
Cállate
Hemos estado ahí por muchos
la
años.
boca.
Normalmente los domingos, que es el Día del Padres, estamos.
Well, thank you everyone for tuning in today. It's a great day. Donde está la biblioteca? Never piscina. Dora the Explorer. I don't know. Dios mío, muchas gracias. I don't know what he's saying. In America, we speak American. In America, we speak American. That is what we speak. Thank you very much. Okay, and we're done.
Directly responding to Vice President J.D. Vance, who visited Los Angeles today. Vance meeting with Marines in the area, remember, who were deployed and dispatched to quell some of the rioting, some of the unrest going on for these anti-ICE demonstrations. Remember, they have not been used just yet, but Mayor Bass, especially going after...
Mayor Bass is very mad. Okay, folks, we have some breaking updates I want to share with you, and we have some massive super chats. I want to go through these real quick, and then we have some actual breaking Iran-Israel updates. Real quick. Michael P., massive super chat. $50. He said, in my lifetime, we lived in days when we did not tolerate savagery after sporting events. This bozo excuses it as okay behavior. Not many years before I was born, people dressed in suits to attend ball games. Better times. My one regret is that I was not alive. I wasn't alive for that. You know what? I'm gonna make somebody mad in the audience, but I don't care. Whatever. You know what pisses me off is everybody these days just is dressing like a slob. Everybody's wearing their Crocs and their sweatpants. Nobody's dressing up when they leave their house. Everybody, like, if you go to the grocery store, everybody's wearing sweat-stained, grease-stained clothes in their pajamas. It's like, come on. Listen, America, we are better than this. If you leave the house, put on some clothes, put on some blue jeans, put on a clean shirt. You know, don't wear your pajama pants and your slippers or whatever. Come on, we have some respect. We have some self-respect, right? We can be a little bit better than that. Okay, anyway, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. You guys agree? Okay, I guess that's actually not that controversial. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I listen, I'm at the grocery store and I can smell everybody because they smell gross. They haven't showered all week. When I can smell other people at the grocery store, it's like, okay, come on. It's a little bit now. It's a little bit much. Casey Lake says, I would rather watch the clear skies over Tel Aviv than hear this shrill, lawless communist. My head hurts now. And she is literally a communist. She is. We know that. And thank you very much. Well, luckily she's, we're going to deport her. So don't worry about that. Patricia Sal, I do not want to have to press 1 for English. True. Listen, by the time President Trump is done in the White House, let's try to, actually, you know what? President Trump signed an executive order. He said, listen, English is the official language of the country. Listen, this is, as far as I'm concerned, if you don't speak English, you need to get out of the country. Maybe I'm a little bit of a radical. That's not very tolerant. You're not being tolerant of other people. I don't care. You know what? I'm intolerant. I am not tolerant. I am intolerant. If you don't speak English, get out of the country. You can have an accent. You can have a little bit of a weird accent. That's okay. I can work with a weird accent. Some people say I have a weird accent. I don't know. But if you don't speak English, get out. You got to leave. You got to get out of here. Go back to your country. Take some English lessons. Download the Duolingo app. Learn English, and then you can come back maybe someday when you speak English. But I'm sick of it. I'm sick of everybody speaking a billion different languages. Speak English or get the hell out. Heaven forbid you hire people. You have to pay real wages for American citizens that actually contribute back to society that gives them freedom. Yeah, true, right? Listen, it sounded like he was complaining about his illegal alien customers getting deported and his illegal alien workers also getting deported. And it's like, well, listen. If your entire business model is dependent on illegal aliens, either patrons or workers, then you know what? You should go out of business. I hope you go out of business. If your entire deal is dependent on, in every level, on illegal aliens, you should not be in business. You have a bad business. Sorry, once again, maybe I'm being rude. I don't know. Anyway, Mustard Skaven, one thing you remember at your age is fights ending when someone goes down. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Show us your elbows, Matt, from Chicken Noodle. Let's see the holes. There. Listen. There you go. I can't afford a new shirt. I don't have the money. It's not in the budget. I just wear the same clothes every single day. I'm a simple man. Now, Derek Rogers has a super chat, though. Maybe I can afford to buy a new t-shirt. Okay, with super chats like that, maybe I can afford a new t-shirt someday. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That is a big super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. And then Luthus. And then thank you. Thank everybody here. Okay, let me thank you everyone. That was a lot. Thank you very much, folks. Okay, we have some breaking news updates. So Iran launched approximately 6 ballistic missiles in the recent ballistic missile attack against Tel Aviv, but only one has been confirmed to have impacted. Take a look. Only one confirmation. They look at this. Listen, these ballistic missiles are not just being fired out at random locations. They have a target. The Iranians are specifically targeting certain things. They're all going in the same place. Intercepted. Oh. That is an impact. That is an impact. By the way, folks, we almost have 10,000 likes. We have 8,700 likes on the stream. If you have not liked today's broadcast, do me a favor, like that. It helps a lot. YouTube algorithm, you know how it is. Thank you very much. This is another video of that direct impact. Ooh. Okay, so we actually have some aftermath here. Take a look at this. Take a look. The impact occurred outside the Tel Aviv metropolitan area and is not being reported on due to censorship, but it was clearly a direct hit. So what is going on right now? He says the word censorship in a way that is true. The IDF, the Israeli government, they have made a request that people stop uploading like video footage like this of where ballistic missiles are hitting, because what the IRGC is doing, they are looking at footage and then recalibrating their trajectory paths. All right, listen, the missile was, 300 meters off. We got to dial it in. We got to do that. So the Iranian intelligence is actually using footage like this to kind of figure out where their missiles are hitting and then try to make them more precise. A booster from an Iranian ballistic missile landed on the roof of a building in Tel Aviv. Is that what this is here? That's a 2-second video. We have another one here. What is this?
Sure.
Right on the roof. Nice. Free missile. Cool. I just got a free missile. Okay, now let me double back and take a look. Do we have any more of these breaking news updates? As of 27 minutes ago, we saw that the Israeli Air Force was carrying out strikes in central Iran. That was about a half hour ago. We also have something coming out of the Iranian propaganda outlet here. What is this? What does this say? We have a couple of these. Translate to English. Okay. Targeting a residential building in the holy city of Qom near the shrine of Lady Fatima. Oh, folks, check this out. Okay. We just mentioned a minute ago that 30 minutes ago, Israel started carrying out airstrikes in central Iran. Well, would you say this is central Iran? Yeah, probably. So, folks, this is the holy city of Qom, they call it. What is just directly north of the holy city of Qom? Well, it is the Fordow nuclear enrichment facility. This is the most popular place in the world right now. This is the most popular place in the world. And so it would seem as if Israel is carrying out airstrikes in Qom, that's pretty close to the Fordow enrichment facility right in the hills to the north. Maybe something is going on here. But before we talk about what that is, holy crap. Look at this. This is, I think, you're probably from Czechia. It used to be called the Czech Republic. It's not anymore. Maybe? I don't know. I'm gonna have to Google that here in a second, but let me see. Let me take a look here. As someone who isn't even American, the amount of people from LA using other languages in media and official settings during this incident still gets on my nerves. I'm from Central Europe. There you go. That's probably right. Yeah. Let me tell you. So my wife is from Germany. She's from a small little town in Germany, and whenever we go and visit in Germany, right, it's about 2 hours outside of Frankfurt. Okay, it's in Rhineland-Pfalz. If we have any Germans, it's a little state that she's from in Germany. And what do you have? You have a lot of people speaking Turkish and a little bit Arabic as well. Europe kind of has a similar problem. A lot of Turks and a lot of Arabs are coming. I've got friends up in Sweden. My wife used to work in Sweden. She speaks Swedish as well. And I know about Rinkeby and Malmo, and I know these areas that are effectively Middle Eastern immigrant no-go zones. Like if you are a white person, if you're a white European person and you go to certain areas in Sweden, you'll be attacked. They'll attack you. It is effectively a Sharia law zone. So we have over here in the US and over there in the European Union, we have some of the same issues. We have some of these similar issues. I was in London about 5 years ago and I couldn't believe my eyes. I could not believe my eyes. Who here has been to London in the last couple of years? I was there 5 years ago. Like, I knew it was bad, but oh my God. London is bad. Like, really bad. And you know what? It's been 15 years since I've been to Paris, but even 15 years ago it was bad. But what I've heard is that Paris is actually the worst. Out of all of the European cities, Paris is the worst. So it really is, it's depressing what's happening here. It's depressing what's happening over there. We have a very similar struggle, a very similar problem that is going on. And it really is, it's astounding. And people are fed up. It's not just here in America. People in America are fed up. People in Europe are fed up too. Okay? A little bit controversial. There was a popular song that came up in Germany last summer. All of the young kids, all the young German kids, they were singing this at the club and at the parties. Does anybody know? It was like a techno song. They were singing Ausländer raus, Ausländer, and that means foreigners out. Foreigners out, Ausländer raus, foreigners out. And then they said Deutschland den Deutschen, Ausländer raus. Foreigners out. Germany is for the Germans. Foreigners out. Germany's for the German. And so anyway, same problem, same issues. And you have young people, especially in America and Europe as well. Young people over there, just like here, I've had enough. It's young people especially are sick of it. They're sick of it. They're saying German, and you have similar movements in England right now, and in Sweden also. Anyway, foreigners out. Okay, we're talking about Iran. Take a look, folks.
Defense, they're going to continue to do that they've been in compliance with the IAEA. What in that statement is true and not true, did you hear?
Well, good to be with you, Andrew. Well, it is true that Iran's nuclear program is under safeguard agreement. It is also true that attacks on nuclear facilities that are under the safeguards agreement are a violation of international law, specifically the additional protocol of the Geneva Convention. This is a true statement, but it is also, well, half true, half false to suggest that Iran remains committed, or I should say is in full compliance with its NPT obligations, because the IAEA just announced a few days ago, maybe perhaps last week or maybe 2 weeks ago, that they're not. They've been asking Iranians questions that the Iranians have not answered. There are questions regarding 3 locations that the Iranians have refused to provide answers to. And so, again, one of them is a true statement and one of them is not.
Also, part of the statement there that IAEA inspectors have come in and monitored all of this, half true as well, right?
Well, no, that is a true statement because IAEA inspectors still go to Iran. What Iran has refused and rejected is anything beyond its safeguard agreement. Iran was implementing the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, but after President Trump withdrew in 2018, Iranians slowly breached the terms of the agreement and slowly reduced the inspection mechanism that was envisioned under the JCPOA. And at times, they made it difficult for Western inspectors to enter Iran because their argument, not mine, is that they are not trustworthy and they commit espionage on behalf of foreign governments. Again, that's their argument, not mine.
Okay. Sina, I want to ask you this. This was between Iran, Germany, France, and Great Britain today in Geneva. The United States was not represented there. So is this all for naught? Is this much ado about nothing? Is anything that's going to happen vis-a-vis Israel, Iran, have to happen with the United States at the table? They're the ultimate kind of arbiter, mediator here. So what was the point today in Geneva?
Well, I agree that President Trump has every power to bring an end to this conflict.
I don't know about that.
And Europeans are, in my perspective, and I think the overall perspective is that the Europeans are
BB's
simply irrelevant
in
this case specifically. And this is something that Iranians have actually pointed out, that President Trump can just make a phone call and bring an end to this. I believe that in his heart, President Trump does not want to get involved. His base of support does not want the United States to get involved. I just saw former Congressman Matt Gaetz a few hours ago. He had suggested that President Trump could win a Nobel Peace Prize by bringing an end to this conflict. I also saw MGT suggesting that the U.S. should not get involved into yet another war in the U.S. That is not our business. So these are the suggestions. These are the views of President Trump's base. I think his instinct is right, that he shouldn't get involved. But I'm concerned that events are now leading him. And he could lose his grip on the events. He still has an opportunity, but that's my biggest concern.
So the message from the White House,
Whoa,
though,
look
over
at
the
those
last couple of days
eyebrows.
has been to trust him. Trust Trump. He'll make the right decision. He's giving himself more time. He said within a 2-week time frame, he'll ultimately make a decision. That could be at the tail end of 2 weeks, could be in 3 to 4 days. We just don't know here. But you're right. There are some fractures going on
He looks
in
like a drag queen.
his coalition about whether or not to directly strike targets in Iran using U.S. assets. But he has maintained all along, as has many people that have worked with him, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and a nuclear weapons program. So I have to ask you this. Can you only get Iran to give up nuclear weapons with regime change?
Well, just for clarification purposes, Iran does not have nuclear weapons. But I believe that President Trump still can get a deal with Iranians, even with the conditions that Iranians have. I believe that a sustainable agreement is an agreement that keeps everybody to some extent happy and to some extent unhappy. President Trump can actually get Iranians to sign an agreement that prevents them from getting a bomb ever. For example, Iranians had offered a concession where the United States actually can get involved with American personnel on the ground, or even the United States selling reactors to Iran, and those reactors could not be used for weapons purposes. But I don't believe, and I speak to you as someone who has been working on the Iranian nuclear program for the past 14 years. I don't believe that even with the regime change, Iran will change its nuclear ambitions. Because when we go back to the Shah's time in 1970s, and if you may remember, those years were the best years of U.S.-Iranian relations. The Shah was a close friend of President Nixon, President Ford, all Republican and Democratic presidents. Even then, Iran and the United States had issues over Iran, what Iran viewed as its NPT rights, and the United States rejected them. So my conclusion is that even in the future, the United States will have issues with Iran over its nuclear ambitions.
So your conclusion is that, say, whatever transpires in the Middle East over the next weeks, months, years, that if there is some type of new governing structure, any governing structure would still maintain, support, and pursue a nuclear program?
You just summarized.
I know that's a hypothetical, but I just want your thoughts on that.
No, absolutely. And I do want to point out that you just summarized my PhD dissertation and the book that I'm writing on it. Yes, okay. Absolutely. That's exactly what I've always argued.
Okay, so what about this premise here, that Israel is, through its strikes, degrading for now some of the nuclear capabilities that Iran has been pursuing with the strikes on these facilities, these reactors, killing nuclear scientists. But what about those efforts? Is that not just a Band-Aid? Can't they, at some later point down the road, restart them up again? Don't know when, but they could, right?
Absolutely. As in any game of chess, when one side makes a move, the other side also gets to make a move. You can, as you correctly pointed out, you can put a Band-Aid on it, but you're not curing the issue. Iran has the capacity, the know-how, and industrial knowledge of reconstituting the program at any point that it wants. And what would be the response from the United States? Every once in a while, every 6 months, every year, start a bombing campaign to make sure that Iran cannot advance its nuclear program. My concern specifically is that we might have a North Korean problem case where Iran says, well, I am a member of NPT, but I'm not getting anything out of this, so I might just withdraw from the NPT. And that would be a catastrophic scenario for the United States, for the international non-proliferation regime, because then you have two cases that withdrew from the non-proliferation treaty, and Iran then would be free to do anything it wants, and there are no legal obligations that would prevent Iran from going for the bomb.
So I have to ask this. It seems like there are two questions playing out at the same time. Should Iran have a nuclear weapon, and can it and will it obtain a nuclear weapon? Those are all the same questions, aren't they not?
Well, should Iran get a weapon? This is the questions that Iranians have to answer. But I would tell you what they're thinking, what they have been thinking, and based on historical evidence, we know now that the Shah of Iran was also pursuing nuclear weapons. There were studies that had been conducted under his regime, and which tells us one thing, that regardless of the leadership, Iranians believe that they are alone in the region. Nobody likes them. We have to keep in mind, Iran is a Shia Persian state, whereas the rest of the region, they're Sunni Arabs. They believe that if other countries in the region have an opportunity, they will not treat Iran well. And unfortunately, and we just saw the case again, that international law has not protected Iranians historically. Iran is a country that has been invaded 3 times in a century: World War I, World War II, and Iran-Iraq War. And none of these cases, international law protected it. So just to conclude, Iranian leadership might think at some point that, look, nobody likes us, nobody comes to our help, international law is not there, so the only solution is to get the bomb, which is the ultimate defensive weapon.
Okay, but just to follow up on that, the Shah of Iran and his supporters, though, they weren't chanting death to Israel and death to America. And that seems to be the dividing line here, the difference and the rationale, especially for Israel and for some here in the United States, for why Iran should never have a weapon.
Well, I didn't say that Iran should have a weapon, but I was trying to explain the strategic thinking and the rationale behind the program. My comments should, not be mistaken, me saying that Iran should get a weapon. But even then, it is very interesting that some of the comments that the Shah made to the Americans, including President Ford, was that the U.S. should stop treating Iran like a second-class citizen when it came to the NPT. Because Iranian view was the U.S. demands from Iran were a violation of the NPT, and Iran, the Shah was suggesting that Iran is being treated unfairly. This is what he told President Ford. This is what he told President Carter, that we should enjoy our rights under the NPT. Okay. Now, but again, this is a much broader discussion.
Yeah.
The point I'm trying to make is that, and I agree with you, the Shah was not chanting death to America. He was a very close friend of the United States, rather. But he still thought that a nuclear option is necessary for Iran.
Okay. And I'm sure, Sina, you've heard over the last couple of days messages coming from a lot of people here stateside to the Iranian people to, take to the streets, rise up. This is your moment for self-determination. I haven't seen that. Have you seen that? Is that some type of kind of naive fantasy that's just going to organically happen in the wake of this? Why are people saying that?
Well, I will point out to you first the case of Yugoslavia and Iraq in 1990s. They were bombed from the air. NATO attacked Yugoslavia. There was no regime change back in Yugoslavia. Iraq was also bombed in 1990s. There was no regime change. Nobody came to the streets. And it's also, as you correctly pointed out, a lot of people told us, the interventionists rather, not the supporters of President Trump, they argued that if we bomb Iran, the people of Iran will come to the streets and they topple the regime.
Right. There was that kind of logical line.
Right.
One point here, the other point here, and it would just kind of follow as course. We haven't seen that.
No, we have not. It's been a week since the war started, and we have not seen people chanting. People are fearful for their lives.
Okay.
People have fled Tehran and other cities that have been under attack, and I have yet to see anyone trying to topple the regime.
Okay.
This is true. I mean, this is a very controversial point. I don't know. Every time I bring this up, someone in chat gets mad every time I say this. We have no idea what the overall sentiment amongst Iranians living in Iran is towards the Khamenei regime. It could be that 90% of Iranians hate Khamenei, or it could be that 90% of Iranians love Khamenei, and frankly, we have no idea. I don't know. And I also think that anybody that is telling you that they know, I think they're lying or they're trying to spread some bullshit propaganda. Nobody knows. The reality is Iranians could love Khamenei. They could love their regime, and they could hate, all of them could hate the U.S. and hate Israel. We don't know. It's a very propagandistic environment. Okay, we have no idea. Now, I want to double back and get through some super chats because we had some massive super chats during that. But I wanted to hear what that guy had to say because he had a little bit more info about what it's like inside of Iran. Okay, so Connor said, I was in London last August. I can attest to what you're saying. Beautiful city, but good Lord, London smells terrible. Yeah, there you have it. Hey, thank you. And it's all violent and dangerous and doesn't feel safe also. Thank you, Connor. K24U says, donated $10 super chat. Thank you. Hey, Matt, have you seen women in France are getting pet pigs to keep from being hassled on public transportation? I have not seen anything about pet pigs. I haven't. But hey, I guess that makes sense. You know, I think a great way to conduct American citizenship, if you want to become an American citizen or even be in our country, you need to eat a bacon cheeseburger. You need to eat a bacon cheeseburger upon entry into the U.S., and you also need to drink a glass of whole milk without having diarrhea afterwards. We're going to make you sit there for a half hour. You need to eat a bacon cheeseburger, and you need to drink a full, tall glass of whole milk. And if everything is fine, then you can come in the country. If not, then you got to get out. You got to get out of here. Now, Derek Rogers says, didn't Pakistan trying to give Trump the Nobel Peace Prize? Yes, actually, Pakistan nominated him, or at least somebody from Pakistan, some official brought that up. That's true. Thank you. That's true. Who knows if that's going to happen, but hey, they threw it out there. CA Human, California Human, that is $100 super chat. That is massive. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Let me get like a more engaging visual up on the screen here while I do super chats. Thank you. That's huge. Thank you. You said, I'm new here since the LA stuff. You do an outstanding job covering everything. Thank you. P.S. My family are visiting your neck of the woods. Come back to Southern Florida tomorrow. Yay. It's a nice area of the country, but we have all these liberals. We have the mountains, the beaches, the rivers, the waterfalls, the desert. We have anything you want, the forests. That's my favorite. But we have all these freaking liberals. But we have all these dangerous, really violent, radical progressives. If we could get rid of them, this would be the best area of the entire country. Thank you. That was a huge, huge sign of support. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you. There was another one here. This is from New Zealand. Is this a silly idea from Perleon? Is this a silly idea? Perhaps Iran would feel better about the negotiation if a fellow Islamic state was involved to help advocate for them. Maybe the likes of Saudi Arabia or Turkey. I don't think they have a close relationship with any of the other Islamic states like that. And the reason why is because they're different sects of Islam, different types of Islam. I believe that one thing that makes Iran unique compared to all of the other Islamic nations in the Middle East is that they are Shia as opposed to Sunni. That's like the big difference there. Thank you very much. Samir, thank you for the $5 super chat. Benjamin Netanyahu called Iran terrorist for hitting a hospital, but the IDF are allowed to hit every hospital and school in Gaza. There you have it. You know, here's a super funny thing about terrorism. The word terrorism is kind of in the eye of the beholder. You know, you could probably make an argument that anybody ever, or like any government ever in the history of Earth has engaged in some type of terrorism at some point. I don't know. It's a terrorism. It's kind of a loose word, right? It's kind of a loosey-goosey word. It pretty much is just like bad guy that I don't like in a lot of ways. Thank you, Samir. Thank you very much. Newsmax put out a story talking about terror cells. Oh, is that right? Maybe they're doing that live right now. Can I take a look at this? Newsmax. Let me take a look here. There were actually a couple Fox News videos that I wanted to watch also with you guys. But corporate media wrong on dealing with deadline. Okay, real quick, just because I have this on the docket and I've wanted to play this with you folks here, take a look at this. JD Vance sat down with Fox News earlier today. I was hoping we would have the entire interview, but I don't think we do yet, but we have a little bit. Take a look at this.
Breaking tonight, as mentioned, Vice President J.D. Vance is in Los Angeles right now. He's visiting troops and law enforcement dealing with anti-ICE protests. Correspondent Bill Malugin is live tonight after just speaking exclusively with the Vice President. Good evening, Bill.
Good evening, Bill.
And Brett, good evening to you. We wrapped up with VP Vance just a short time ago, and the very first thing I asked him is, with so much going on in the world right now, why come here to Los Angeles? He told me he wanted to meet with the soldiers and the federal agents who he says helped restore order here in L.A. during the riots over the last couple of weeks. We covered two main topics, immigration and Iran. Here's part of our interview.
Great.
At the beginning of the administration, the idea was worse first, right? Targeting the worst of the worst criminals.
Sure.
You guys are still doing that, but we're also starting to see Home Depot's getting hit, car washes, agriculture workers.
Good.
Is the net widening?
Yes, we're focusing on the most violent criminals. We're focusing on people who came here illegally over the Biden administration. But put simply, if you came into the country illegally, if you're not a legal resident of the United States of America, you ought to go back home and come through proper channels.
So basically, it's what Tom Homan has said repeatedly. If you're in the U.S. illegally, you're on the table.
If you're in the U.S. illegally, you are at risk of deportation.
What's your metric for determining how long the military is going to be here in Los Angeles? Things are calm right now. Are you going to keep them here for a while in case there's more activity? When do you pull them out?
Well, I think what the president says, you got to do this case by case, right? See how this goes, see where we are in a few days, ensure that you don't have the increase in rioting activity. We're going to pull out the troops when we feel confident that level of instability is not going to return. But of course, when that happens and when the president makes that decision, of course, it's easy to put people back in if you feel like that rioting starts to ramp up again.
There have been all sorts of articles and media reporting about this supposed rift in MAGA world and amongst Republicans about what to do with Iran. How do you see things right now?
Look, what the president said is so perfect about this. I think he gets to define America first because he's the person who ran, who was elected, and who actually leads this movement. And for all of the online chatter, what I see, and I've seen it very privately, of course, and I've seen it very publicly, the president is very focused on a core American national interest. And that national interest is the state of Iran should not have a nuclear weapon.
So how long do you give diplomacy a chance to work before it's time to drop a bunker buster?
Look, the president has to answer that question, right? And I think that what he said is he's going to pursue diplomacy until he thinks that there isn't an opportunity. And once he decides that diplomacy has completely run its course, that we're not going to get anything out of additional talks, then I think the president is going to do what he needs to do to end Iranian enrichment and end that Iranian nuclear program. Again,
let's be honest. President Trump for 10 years has been saying publicly, it's all documented on camera, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Okay, well, what is the implication there? The implication if President Trump says Iran under no circumstance can have a nuclear weapon, as he's been saying publicly for, I don't think more than, I think he was saying that before he even got in politics. This is before his first campaign in 2016. Well, the implication is if Iran refuses to negotiate or stop their nuclear enrichment program, then you have to come in and shut them down. If you say, under no circumstance are we going to allow them to have a nuclear weapon, and then they prove to be belligerent, well, the implication is that you're going to go in there and shut them down, right? That's the implication. It's undeniable. It's kind of, I don't know. It's like rough. It's rough to admit. I think a lot of us hoped it wouldn't ever have to come to that. The reality is he has been very public about that for a very long time.
The president will make that final decision. I do think that we're running out of time, but as the president said yesterday, he wants to give it a little bit more time to see what diplomacy can accomplish.
Obviously, a lot of people in President Trump's ear giving him advice.
Sure.
Whether it's the military, his cabinet, you yourself. What advice are you giving him?
The advice that I'm giving him is, sir, trust your instincts. He's got the best instincts of any president I've ever seen, of any political leader that I've ever seen. I think that he knows when diplomacy has run its course, and he'll know when ultimately.
We have a super chat real quick. I want to get to this before it disappears. Curious what you're always drinking on your show. I am drinking right now strawberry peach sparkling water. LaCroix. I'm a big sparkling water guy. The more you know.
He has to employ the American military to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear program.
You said you think we're running out of time. The president says he wants to take about 2 weeks to think about it. Is that within Your range?
Well, I think, as the president said, he's not going to tell anybody exactly when or what he's going to do. He's going to continue working this process. He's going to let the diplomatic process unfold. And in the meantime, of course, the president of the United States can do whatever he needs to do, whenever he needs to do it, to keep the American people safe.
And then bringing things back here to L.A., I asked VP Vance to respond to L.A. Mayor Karen Bass demanding that ICE operations completely stop here in Los Angeles. Vance laughed and said there is a 0% chance that is going to happen. He says the more riots, the more protests, the more activists and politicians that interfere, they're going to double down on their operations at the federal level. I asked him, what is his message to both Governor Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass? He said, quote, "Do your job," and he said he finds it interesting, in his words, that they seem to care more about illegal immigrants than U.S. citizens.
Well, they most certainly do. They absolutely do. They most certainly do. Targeting a residential building in the holy city of Qom near the shrine of Latima al-Masuma, peace be upon her. Is this... These are ballistic missiles over the sky of Tel Aviv. This is from about an hour ago. About an hour ago. Wow, wow, wow. Well, I'm looking for breaking news here, but at the moment, I don't think anything is happening crazy at this exact second, folks. I do want to say thank you all for tuning in again today. Thank you all very much for tuning in. You know, there was another video on Fox that I think that popped out that I wanted to watch. Yeah, it was this. It was Jesse Waters talking about what Trump has been doing around the clock for the last couple days. But you know what? Why don't I take a minute, because we've been doing a couple videos here. Why don't I take a minute and just kind of talk to chat and see what people have to say about all this? Okay, so this is the dedicated chat interaction segment. My ancestors started one of the first brothels in New York. Totally proud of that. There you go. Congratulations, I guess. Fun in America. We see soldiers and feel safe as we love our soldiers and love to see them in our cities. There you go. Go for a bathroom break, Matt. You deserve it. You know, I think I'm fine. I've started wearing adult diapers, so I'm just going to the bathroom all the time now. So don't even worry about it. You're not going to have to worry about any bathroom breaks anymore, because now I've got the diaper. You sound very racist right now. I don't even know what I said that is making you call me that. You know, like, this is kind of where I am in 2025. I just don't. I think a lot of us feel the same way. If you call me a racist, you call me whatever you want. I don't care. It doesn't. Whatever. So, whatever. So then what? I don't know. This whole, I don't know. Like, this is how it was 10 years ago. You're a racist. Oh, don't call me that. Oh my God. It's like these days, it's like, whatever. I know what I am. I know how I feel. You're not going to, beat me down for it. Who cares? Shut up. Whatever. These words have been used so much that they just don't mean anything anymore. Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. What happened to the woman who had an allergic reaction? That was Kristi Noem, Secretary of the Homeland Security. I'm fried. I think I'm about at the end of my show here today. I'm a little bit brain fried right now, but anyway, that was Kristi Noem, and I think she's fine. She's fine now. False alarm. False alarm. Oh, Raya. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Great stream, Matt. America first. I'm originally from Europe, and I'm proud to be an American. There you have it. There you go. That's what we love. We love European Americans. European Americans are, dare I say, the best Americans. I am also European American, but my family has been here for 400 years. So, but hey, if you take it back far enough, at one point we were over there a long time ago. And thank you very much for that super chat. Do you know about the Samson option? Yeah, I've talked about it. In fact, yesterday we had a long conversation about the Samson option. Yep. Folks, I think I am about at the end of the show. And I know it's the end because I'm a little bit brain fried and I can barely even put together a coherent sentence at this point. Today it's been, I don't know, what, a 6-hour broadcast? 6-hour broadcast. Okay, so everybody, if you could, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Make sure to like today's video. Make sure you like the broadcast. I uploaded a video earlier this morning. A lot of you probably have not seen it because you were so busy watching the live broadcast. So once I'm done, once we sign off here, go and check out today's video. It's I'm so brain fried. I forget what it's about. I made it this morning and I don't even remember what it's about. That's how tired I am. So I'm out of here. Thank you all very much. Have a great night. I will be back tomorrow. Have a great morning, and I'll see you folks tomorrow.